seeing the driver of the carriage set off like that. A wave of concern filled all three of them. Opening the door, the three of them exited, and it was quite clear why the driver had run off like he had just moments ago. How do we keep on getting ourselves into these types of situations? Simeon commented. Blocking their path in front of the carriage and horses was 6 rough-looking men. They were in tattered clothing that only covered their manly chests and only a little part of their legs. The men looked like those who barely bathed, and they had several missing teeth as they grinned widely with their weapons in hand. Setting eyes on them, Simeon knew immediately that these were bandits. Bandits were a common group of people in the world of Pagna. They didn't live in the villages, towns, or cities because they were outlaws. Instead, they would set up camps in the deserts, forests, and various other landscapes across the continent. They would target all those traveling along the paths between the cities and villages, hoping to earn a pretty penny or at least take their goods. It was because of them that several people would have to hire respectable warriors for their journeys, which they had none. I knew it, my plan was perfect, the large-bellied 6-foot man said. His facial hair covered the entire lower half of his face, making him look more like a bear than a human. With the assessment taking place today, there are plenty of those who would have to take this path. Those rich nobles and clan members wouldn't dare send their precious children away without giving them some coin, so hand them over. Simeon slapped his head into the palm of his hand and was constantly shaking it. We're poor orphans, we're not the ones you want, Simeon shouted. Do you think if he had any money, a driver would just run off like that? The bandits looked at each other, but they didn't believe them. The thing was, what Simeon had said wasn't actually true. Reyes had quite a bit of the payment left from what he received from Altar, and he had also received coin from selling one of the power stones. Haha, that's what everyone says, the bandit declared. And if we can't get anything from you, we can kill you and at least take the horses. 2 bandits went toward the horses, but stopped in their tracks when Reyes turned his head and glared at them. I paid for these horses, which means at this point in time they belong to me, Reyes declared. I don't feel like taking the horses either, so I don't grant you permission to do so. The gaze Reyes gave them penetrated the back of their minds, and they were reluctant to take another step further. It was then that Simeon thought that maybe they could get out of this situation without needing to fight. That was until a bandit drew his curved blade from the side and went ahead to strike Reyes. Immediately, Reyes moved to the side, placing both hands on Simeon's shoulders, and then lifted his body and placed it in the path of the sword. Simeon raised his hands instinctively, and a loud clang was heard as the sword was stopped by Simeon's body. What the? How is my sword not getting through? The bandit shouted. Ah, what the? Is this how you treat what you call a family? You shoved me in front of dangerous things, Simeon shouted. Tears were almost running down his cheeks. He was already frightened by the situation as it was, and then he was thrown right in front of a sword. No matter how strong his body was, he couldn't get used to it, and didn't quite like the feeling of being a human shield either. Not wasting the opportunity, Safa struck with a punch, hitting the side of the bandit's ribs, and a loud crack was heard as he was thrown off to the side. She's good, she knows when to take advantage of the situation and is quick to act in response as well. Safa was already one of the very best at the temple, and she hadn't even been there a long time. And now that she was like this, her speed and power were at another level, a level that these bandits couldn't handle. You should think about the situation with a clear mind. Reyes said, if these guys were any decent, then they would have joined a clan themselves in the first place. Bandits are just those who failed to make it anywhere in life. Besides, you said that you wanted to train, right? Well, here is your chance. There was a slight shock factor, with the bandits seeing one of their allies going down. The truth was, this was the first group the bandits had come across which they believed was an easy target. The bandit leader was worried that his plan was going to fail, seeing those that came through here were littered with guards, and then he saw an opportunity right in front of him. With 6 of them, he was sure he could take on warriors who had yet to experience the real world. Get them all at once. If you go one at a time, it will give them a chance to act, the leader shouted. One of the bandits swung the sword to the side. Simeon, now a little more aware of the situation, swung his arm toward the sword, adding the power of Kai in his swing. With the power of Kai in his steel body, when the two collided, the sword was snapped in half. Following up with a punch to the stomach, the bandit fell to the floor on his knees. Wait, he fell with one punch. Should it really be this easy? Simeon thought. The two of them had been through a life or death situation, with the added effects of the earring and the fact that Safa had gotten rid of her hesitation. Slowly, the two were realizing that they were strong and what it meant to be a Pagna warrior. The leader had charged forward in a panic, not believing that his plan had failed, and seeing how two of them were fairly skilled, he had gone toward the one person who had yet to do anything. "I'll kill you and take all your money to hire new men," the bandit exclaimed. Why does this always happen? Reyes thought. The other two weren't the only ones who had grown in strength. Reyes had absorbed the Kai pill as well. Having already established a Danshan core, he was at the peak of the first stage. Shifting forward with his Kai, he moved in quicker, and when he struck with his hand, he had activated his wind magic, activating a spell. Reyes had already gone past his opponent, his hand covered in the wind. Out from the bandit's neck, blood started to spurt out. "I am not as kind as the others. If you try to take my life, then you should be prepared to lose yours." Dark Attribute 2829. Wind Attribute 56. The Wind Attribute, out of all the attributes of magic, was the most coveted by mages. This was due to how easy it was to raise its attribute power, at least at the beginning. The way to increase its power was from repetitive use. The more a mage used wind spells and powers, the higher the attribute points would rise. As the points rose more, one would have to count surely in order to use the spells more and more to increase them. So although it was quick to grow at the start, the progress did slow down drastically as time went on. For Reyes, it wasn't something he could do in his current situation. If he was to spam his skills, using them one after the other, he would have no mana. He was still in a dangerous situation. He still was no closer to the truth as to why his family had been killed back then and the possibilities of assassins being on his back. On top of that, since he had a dark core, his wind attribute points could never rise above that of his dark attribute. At the moment, he had no ring to gauge exactly if his powers had risen in numbers, but he could feel within his core his power was rising. Looking up, Reyes was surprised that he didn't need to do much. After the two realized that they had some strength, the rest of the bandits were now rolling about on the floor, with a few broken bones here and there. "Since our driver has run off, one of you figure out how to ride or steer the horses?" Reyes asked. "Why us? What makes you think we can ride a horse if you can't?" Simeon replied. "Because they no longer exist." Reyes replied back and stopped himself there. He realized that he might have said something that would seem absurd to others, even for him. Safa was the one who had accepted the task, as she went up to the horses and immediately started to stroke its face by the side. They seemed to be quick to accept her. Seeing how that situation had been dealt with, Reyes went to deal with the other situations. He placed his hand out, looking at the men rolling about on the ground below. "Wind strike," Reyes said. A small gust of wind pushed out from Reyes' hand, and when it pressed against the neck of the man on the ground, it had cut through the skin, making a large cut. The attack wasn't deep enough to go right through, but it was enough to send him to his death. After one had passed, Reyes walked over to another bandit and placed his hand out again. With the mana regain effect, it wasn't a problem since he wasn't using much mana either. "What are you doing, Reyes?" Simeon shouted. "They've already been taken care of. These guys, they can't even fight back. There's no reason to kill them." Before attacking, Reyes lifted his head, looking at Simeon again. "Are you still going to do this after last time?" Reyes said. "I told you before that if we let these people go, they will only return to do more damage to us. You should know what these people are like based on how they acted now." "I know, but taking a life, don't these people have a family that cares about them? Don't you feel bad for those that will miss them when they are dead?" Simeon asked. "And what about what they have done?" Reyes replied. "Do you think they felt bad when they killed others, when they stole their money? Do you think they would have felt bad when they took our lives as well? You have to think, if we didn't stop them or take them out, think about how many more people they would hurt. And think, if we don't get rid of them now, there would be more than just us that are hurt by them." Simeon was finding his own emotions conflicted. It wasn't because he thought what Reyes was saying was wrong, but it was more so that he found doing all of this too easy. "Simeon," Reyes called out while he held out his hand, "you promised your loyalty to me. I won't ever force you or Safa to do things you don't wish to do. I'm not that type of person, but I don't want you to get in the way of me doing things the way I do them." There is always a reason for my actions. I will protect those I promised to protect, including you too, and if that means I have to become a villain in everyone else's eyes, including you too, then so be it. Wind strike. The attack left Ray's hands and struck another one of the bandits. Leaving it to Ray's, after that conversation, Simeon didn't know why, but he almost felt sorry for Ray's that he had to carry all of it on his shoulders. Simeon waited inside the carriage, and after everything was done, Ray's had entered. With using his wind powers, and having completed the condition for the darkness attribute, he had seen another increase. Darkness attribute 2930. Wind attribute 67. The carriage was off, with Safa at the reins. The ride was just as smooth as with the professional driver. It was quite amazing that someone was able to control animals so well, especially one who would have never interacted with them. The more Ray's was hanging around Safa, the more he thought she suited the qualities of the light attribute, but just as had said to Simeon before, he believed that it was true for her as well, and she needed to choose her own way. The ride was mostly silent between Ray's and Simeon in the back. The whole situation felt a little awkward after their talk. That was until finally they had come to another stop again. "Don't tell me it's bandits again," Simeon said, shoving his head out of the window, but it wasn't bandits at all. Instead, he could see a large wall and a gate, surrounded on its own island of sorts, and an even larger building that towered over the gates. "It's the Pagno Academy." The carriage had stopped in its tracks even though it had yet to meet its destination, and there was a good reason why. Not even Ray's could blame the horses for not wishing to move any further, because there was a strange feeling about the entire place. The carriage had been traveling somewhat up a mountain for a while and eventually came upon level ground. The green and forest-like area that was around them before had disappeared, and now the ground was a hardened black, made out of some type of rock. When the three descended from the carriage, the horses lifted up their front legs and quickly turned around, running off with the carriage heading back in the direction they had come from. "Well, if that's not a warning that we shouldn't be here, then I don't know what is," Simeon said. "Maybe it's the fact that this place looks even creepier than Ray's face at times." Simeon had turned around and could see the blank stare Ray's was giving with that comment, and now he honestly wasn't so sure what was creepier. The Pagna Academy was placed on what looked like a large piece of floating rock at first glance, but that was clearly impossible. It did make one wonder how the academy had come to be. Though, the land that they were on continued, and it looked like a type of bridge was heading to the centerpiece of land. On either side of this bridge, it looked like there was nothing but a thick fog. A drop down, it felt like he would never be able to get back up. This was true on either side, and even when looking down, it was almost impossible to see where the bottom ended. Similar to the strange bridge in front of them, there were also 4 more bridges, each connected to the main large piece in the middle. The island was not small by any means. The word island was quite accurate to call it. Even from the front, it was impossible to see just how far back the place went. A large wall covered several buildings, with one in particular that was stationed on top of a type of hill that stood out. It looked to be more than just an academy and included nearly an entire living area. "At least we know we're in the right place," Simeon said, as he looked at people walking past on foot, in and out of the large bridges. It was wide enough to fit at least 6 carriages at the same time, and one side was being used to filter people in, and the other to filter people out. There were also small bases that were built around the area, almost like small villages. From the looks of things, people would park their carriages there and then walk, perhaps to stop what was happening to them. As the 3 of them were still taking in the giant sight in front of their eyes in amazement, they were seeing many people walking right past them in different colored clothing and cloth, with an emblem on their clothes as well. It wasn't just one way either. Several clan members and Pagna warriors were coming back out, returning from where they had come from as well. From the look of things, I guess only those who are to attend the academy can come with them. So they're sending back the rest of the members. That makes things a little easier, as Ray's walked forward. The other 2 quickly picked up their pace and followed him, just walking past the other warriors. Immediately Ray's knew that he wouldn't be a match for them, what Kron had said. About the world being a small place, about the Red Brigade clan being next to nothing, he could tell he was right. This world is more dangerous than I thought. There are many Pagna warriors who are at a strength far greater than that of the head elder Yan. If I want to survive in this world, I need to regain my strength quicker, heading at the gate. There were several guards who wore nothing but plain black clothing with no symbol on their uniform, from what Kron had mentioned. This was because it was a place where multiple clans sent some of their members to work, in the first place. The Pagna Academy was a project that was supported by all the clans in the Dark faction, a way to compete with the other factions. The plain uniform was to try and make the whole thing as unbiased as possible. But that would be next to impossible. Set up at the front gate was a table of sorts. A man who was writing everyone's name in ink. Those taking part in the assessment were to register themselves, and their guardians was sent away. It was time for them to take part in the academy assessment, but while lining up behind all the other students, there was something on his mind, something he hadn't informed the others about. After defeating the bandits, Reyes had decided that the dead no longer needed their items, and the items they had were taken from others in the first place. Taking their items, he had stored them in his robe. He left most of the junk. While going through everything, though, he had found a letter. A scroll would be more accurate. Upon looking at the scroll the bandits held, the information was quite fascinating. A request from the Crimson Crane. Any information on the person named the Dark Magus will be rewarded. Those with important information that will lead to the finding of the Dark Magus will receive a level 5 power stone. Do not harm this person and inform a member of the Crimson Crane as soon as possible. A bounty has been put on the Dark Magus. I wonder how word has gotten around so quickly. And for a change, someone who uses that name doesn't want me dead. 3 had entered through the large front gates of the academy with ease. After giving their names, it was confirmed that they were on the list of participants. They were told to just walk up ahead and enter the academy. If they followed the long stream of people, they would know where to go from there. After passing the gates, it had become quite clear that it was a lot more than just an academy. The place was just as large as a small city, and it operated as one as well. There were streets of living areas, shops, and even an auction hall. There were workers who worked within the academy, more than just the teachers. There were servants who would work on cleaning the place, cooking the food, and more. They and their families needed a place to live. At the same time, because of the students, the place would have frequent visitors from family members, and many of the students had strong connections, and those with a lot of money. Which was why it made a lot of sense for people to set up shop here and run a business. The Pagna Academy had its own stable economy that worked out well. Still, it wasn't an area that anyone could just come and live in. All of those in the academy had to go through extensive checks with a large amount of information gathered on them. One was sure that such a place would be filled with attempted spies from the other factions, maybe even from within the clans, as one would want to aid their student as much as possible. In a way, how well students did in the academy was a reflection of how strong a clan was, at least of how strong it would be in the future. Finally, they had reached the large academy in question. There was another wall within the first one, and it surrounded the biggest building that could be seen in the area. Up close, one would realize that it was a collection of buildings, large pagodas with several tiers and floors. Wide areas with extensive courtyards and open spaces for one to do whatever it was they wished. As they approached the actual academy gates, there was a man stationed at the front. One would mention their name, and after doing so, they had been given a badge. In Ray's case, he had obtained number 123, along with Safa having 121 and Simeon having 120. I hope these aren't our ranks of strength or something, Simeon commented. They're not, the man behind the desk commented. It's just a number to assign you so the examiners have an easier time differentiating between all of you. Although you might have been a big shot in your clan or back home, they won't have a clue who you are here. Although the numbers might not have meant anything, when talking to them, Reyes noticed that he wasn't looking at their eyes. Instead, it appeared as if he was looking at the badges they had on. If it wasn't the numbers, then it had to be something else, and that's when Reyes realized it was the color. The 3 badges that they held were black with white writing on the inside. The others were a range of different colors, but next to no one had their color. Before they could even ask about it, the group had been ushered into the main floor room. Even after passing the front gates for a mile long and wide, they could only see stone tiles on the floor. It was a giant courtyard that was several times larger than that of the one they had at the temple. The place was also filled with all of the students who would be taking part in the assessment, and there were at least 1,000 of them in the courtyard. Wow, just think about it. What we're seeing right now is only the students taking the assessment and not the ones that are in the academy itself, Simeon said, amazed, staring at everything with his large eyes. Yeah, you're right. It looks like we have a lot of competition if we want to stand out. Another student who wasn't standing too far from them said. When he turned his head, he looked at Simeon and then immediately looked at his badge. After that, he quickly turned away and went through the crowd of people trying to get away. Simeon lifted up his arms and started to sniff under them. Do I smell or something? You would tell me if I smelled, right, Safa? I mean, hold your nose or show some type of sign. Safa started to shake her head as she disagreed with the comment. Raze had noticed something going on for a while now, as they were catching the gazes of others and whispers. Hey, are there really no names here? Is this like a first? Nah, there are always a few no names that enter. They either fail completely at the assessment stage, or if they get through, they just become a slave to one of the clans anyway. Why would they even waste their time coming to a place like this? They're just going to be a distraction for others. Coming here with no name is going to be worse than hell for them here. What Kron had informed them of was true. It would be extremely difficult for them in the academy. But if they did manage to get through it all, they would surely come out as different people. A mile up ahead on the large building, 3 men started to walk out from the side and onto the second-floor platform. The students were brought closer to the stage looking up. A 4th man came out with a pointed hat and mainly black-colored cloth with a white stripe that went around the edge. Everyone be quiet, the man shouted. It echoed and pierced nearly all of the students' ears. They felt like the inside of their organs were being shaken and felt sick immediately. The voice had been projected with the power of Kai, and their bodies were responding as if they were attacked. What I have with you right here are the 3 most important people during your time here at the academy, the man declared. On our right, the man from the Flowing Force clan, one of the 5 great clans of the Dark faction, Gunther. The man wore dark blue-colored armor and had a pair of dual curved blades with shark teeth on his back. His arms were folded, and Gunther didn't exactly look pleased to be there. On the right side, we have another great master from the Lethal Bite clan. Pincer. The man on the right also had his arms folded, but had a strange metal contraption that blocked the bottom half of his face and nose, only revealing the top of his head along with his long wrapped-up ponytail. Finally, we have the principal of the Dark Faction Academy, the head elder of the Erupting Fist clan, and at the top of the middle stage rank, the one known as the closest to reaching the deity rank in the Dark Faction, Merkel Docthron. Among all of those in the crowd, Merkel looked down, and his eyes happened to lock onto Raze. The 2 of them didn't look away from each other. This person, he reminds me of the Grand Magus. I don't like it, Raze thought. The strong leader, Merkel Docthron, stood there with a frightening presence as he watched over everyone. He had locked eyes with Raze for a few moments, but then quickly went to scan each and every one of them. His dark brown eyes looked almost black, which suited the rest of the attire he was wearing. He wore cloth that was made out of a silk material that moved with him as he turned his body. It was in a glistening black that had shades of white that seemed to glitter as if he was wearing a robe from space. His long hair, like most of the elders, was tied up in a knot, with the rest of it falling down his back. I welcome all of those that have taken part in the assessment this year, Merkel spoke. He didn't shout yet. With his Kai amplifying his words, it had the same effect as the person who had spoken before him. Only the tone of his voice was far lower, giving them an uneasy feeling. A large amount of pressure was felt on top of their heads, and many of them wanted to fall to their knees because of this. The assessment is to evaluate whether or not you have the ability to not just enter the Pagna world, but to become useful to the Dark faction in its struggle fighting off against the light and demonic factions. Merkel continued. Our arts have been passed down for generations, through various and large numbers of clans. Now all of you have gathered to show that you have what it takes. When you join the academy and display your skills, you are displaying the future of your clan, which is why we have this assessment, to help us curate those that will do well for us. Merkel lifted his hands and looked toward one of them with his palm open. If you are successful and show your talent, you shall receive rewards that will help you on your journey. Access to portals, to Kai pills, and techniques that have been stored, even those by clans that have been lost. On the other hand, Merkel looked to the other hand on the other side. If we judge that you are not fit to join us, you will be left to struggle in this world while others progress above you. The rest is up to you to decide. The words was sinking in for all of the students. Many of them were confident, since they had the backing of their families to support them. They had been told that they were the rising stars in their families and had eventually reached this point. Now they were starting to feel the real pressure, all except for those with no names. Some continued to glare at the three of them. They felt envious that they didn't have to go through the same thing that they did. It was only causing the hatred that they held in their hearts to grow a little more. Taking a step back, Merkel walked off to the side. It appeared that the matter of looking over the students as they went through their assessment wasn't so important to him, at least not important enough for him to stay. Instead, one of the other two that had arrived on the platform with him stood forward, Gunther. There are 3 parts to the assessment before you are able to join the Pagna Academy. How you perform in all of them will value your position in the academy. However, for the first assessment that I am in charge of, if you do not pass this, it is an instant fail. Nervous looks were exchanged among the students in the courtyard. What, just from one assessment? That's not really fair. You were the ones that accepted our family donations. You guys are also the ones that accepted our invites, and then you turn us away just like that. The first assessment. Gunther yelled through all of the talking. He really didn't have the patience for all of this, after having been blackmailed and dragged here pretty much against his will. The first assessment will be ensuring every single one of you is a first-stage Pagna warrior. I will not accept anyone who is close to a breakthrough or has a strong foundation but has not fully formed their dantian. That is all. Without anything left to say, Gunther leaped from the balcony and landed on the ground lightly. It was strange, as a fall from that height needed some way to break its impact, yet he had landed so softly. I wonder what stage this person is at. If he was standing next to the leader, then shouldn't he be quite strong? Ray's thought. Immediately, without wasting time, Gunther went to the first student and placed his hand on his back. He closed his eyes, and after around a second he shouted, "Pass." Going on to the next student, he did the same, shouting out the words "pass" again and again. That was until he had reached the 8th student. Fail. What, but I can use Kai, the student complained. I can completely control the Kai used in my fists and hands. Did you listen to what I had even said? Gunther replied. I said that you had to have formed your dantian fully. That was the only requirement, no more, no less. Reaching out, Gunther had grabbed the top of the student's ear and started to pull, making it turn instantly red. If you aren't going to use these things, should I just pull them off? No, please, the student begged, to which Gunther let go and went on to the next student. Unexpectedly, the students were hearing more fails than they thought. Everyone knew one had to be a 1-star Pagna warrior before entering, but had they always been this strict with checking? It was the first that they had ever heard of such a thing. Around 1 in 10 students would be told that they had failed, and some were from recognizable clans as well. As they continued down the line, eventually it reached Simeon at 120. Ah, thank the heavens, Simeon said. I thought maybe my nervousness would affect me. Pass, Gunther stated again for Safa, and now it was for him to finally reach Ray's as well. What technique is this person using? Ray's thought. Is it the same as what Kron used? If it is, then he shouldn't be able to detect anything so strange. He won't be able to find my magic core. With this thought in mind, Ray's took a confident deep breath and allowed Gunther to press against his back. He blew out, because the sense of touch was an uncomfortable feeling for him, but when he was prepared for it, he could stand it. He had done this before with Kron as well when he had placed his hand on his back. Usually, breathing or focus on something else worked, so as he took a deep breath out, he also closed his eyes. When Ray's stopped his breathing, he looked up and could see Gunther staring back at him. You, what the heck are you doing here? Gunther asked. At the first step, it appeared as if there was now a giant hurdle, as Gunther, one of the examiners, and a warrior at the middle stage, had apparently made a great discovery. Kron was a skilled Pagna warrior, skilled enough to hold the position of a clan head, albeit in a smaller clan. However, he was unable to sense the magic core within Ray's. There had been multiple chances for him to. His core had already been formed when he was even teaching them Kai. It was all of this which had given Ray's a false sense of confidence. If this instructor has discovered I have a magic core, then doesn't this mean that they are like me? Ray's thought. Is he another mage from Alterian? Even sensing a magic core within someone wasn't something every Alterian could do. Only mages, if this person was like Ray's. They had managed to attain a high position and become a skillful warrior while retaining their magic, essentially what he himself was trying to achieve at this point in time. Ray's was unaware that this was something that was close to impossible for a normal otherworlder. It seems you aren't willing to answer my question. Gunther said, pulling away. You stay here and do not move. I'll continue and finish this assessment. And then when I come back, we can have a little talk. Gunther walked off to the next person and didn't look back at Ray's. He mumbled something under his breath as he walked, making it hard for Ray's to hear. I can't believe they're using kids so young in all of this. The assessment continued with Gunther doing the same to all the students, shouting out pass or fail. The results came at the same rate as before. However, it was evident that one student received no result at all, and many eyes turned to him to understand what was happening. This situation might not be all bad, Ray's thought. If he is an otherworlder, then Alter would have already reached out to him and given him a high position. If that's the case, as long as I inform him I'm from the same group, things will go well. He might even be able to aid me during my time here, despite this thought. There was a concern, why didn't Gunther just do something like that? Instead, he could have simply shouted, pass, and dealt with the situation later after assessing all the students present in the courtyard. Gunther walked to the front of the main building and stood there with his hands at his sides. His facial expression still made him appear bored as he played with his fingernails and didn't even bother to look the students in the eyes. Those of you who have failed may now leave Pagna Academy. You can try again next year, but if I were you guys, I wouldn't bother. If, in all this time, you were unable to fully break through to the first stage, even with the help of your clans and money, it simply means that the life of a Pagna warrior is not for you. I'm telling you this now, this is your chance to get out. If you continue with your skill level, there's no going back. And there will be nothing but death waiting for you in the future. Nodding, Simeon thought that Gunther's words were quite well thought out. For a teacher who didn't seem to care, he was now saying some caring words. Of course, the students didn't perceive it that way. What is this crap? A student yelled. Being a Pagna warrior is about more than just one's Kai base. I didn't even get to show my skills, what I can do, or my potential. Yeah, and he and I are from the same clan. Another student pointed. I've beaten him in sparring every single time. Yet he is allowed through, while I'm not, just because of this stupid test. Vane appeared on Gunther's head as he was beginning to lose his patience. What has happened to these kids, to the dark faction? They should all know who I am, and outside they would bow down as I walked. Yet here, just because these spoiled brats haven't gotten their way, the decision they wanted, they're questioning my judgment. If you want to complain about it, then take it up with Pincer. I've said my part. A crowd of disgruntled students immediately formed around Pincer, while Gunther made his way over to Ray's. The rest of you, prepare yourselves for the next part of the assessment. Remember, there are 3 stages. And that's just off this initial part. The students started talking to each other, discussing past test events and sharing information to increase their chances. 5 students stood apart from the others, each wearing a white badge with a black number from 1 to 5. 3 were male and 2 were female. They were the top disciples from the 5 major clans of the Dark faction. One of the disciples, named Mada, had short, dark, spiky blue hair. He kept an eye on Gunther as he approached the student named Ray's. That badge, that's surely a no name, Mada thought. Why would my brother be bothering with someone with no name when he didn't even look at me once? Hey, what's up with your brother? Another one of the 5 disciples, Richter, asked. He was the tallest of the disciples, a head taller than the rest and looked the most mature. He stood up straight and tall, exuding an elegant aura that made him appear more feminine than masculine. Do you know that no name? Or what? I'm surprised to even see a few of them here. Mada wasn't sure. His brother, being the next planned head, was allowed to act in his own way. The 2 of them had a distant relationship, but many had treated him with respect. Even the other disciples didn't want to get on his bad side, as they knew his brother was one of the teachers, and had joined as a high official at the academy. The only no names we have in our families are servants and maids or slaves. He probably just noticed something, that's all. Before Gunther approached, since Simeon and Safa had already passed, Reyes had given them the signal to try and stay away from him, as things could get a little dangerous. Now, are you going to tell me what you're doing here? Or is it something I'm going to have to force out of you? Gunther asked, reaching out his arm. Instinctively, Reyes took a step back, not wanting to be touched, but he knew that was probably a bad move. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean. I joined the academy because I wish to enter it, to become a Pagna warrior and make use of the resources that you have here, Reyes answered. It was the honest truth, and if Gunther worked for Pagna, maybe that would satisfy him. Gunther started scratching the side of his head rather vigorously, though. Are you seriously playing stupid right now? Gunther asked. Do you seriously not know? You're a no-name, aren't you? Wait, so then it could be possible. Who taught you to cultivate? Someone must have if you already have your Danshan formed. Reyes was taken aback. The question wasn't about his magic core, it was about his Danshan instead. If that was the case, then what was so strange about it? Wait, I didn't cultivate my core with the dark essence cultivation technique like Safa and Simeon. Could it be possible? Can he discern the energy within me? Reyes found himself gripped by uncertainty. He didn't even know the nature of the energy within him. And worrisome thoughts raced through his mind. While he had attempted the cultivation technique, he remained oblivious to the faction it belonged to. What if it originated from the light faction? Would they suspect him of being a spy? Was that why Gunther's behavior had taken such a suspicious turn? The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fall into place. However, Reyes realized there was one way to throw Gunther off his trail. Given his obscure status, he had a plausible excuse. I stumbled upon an old book, Reyes replied cautiously. I'm affiliated with a temple, part of an orphanage group. During an exploration, I came across this book and began experimenting with the techniques it contained. Is there something wrong with the cultivation I've been using? Gunther began to tap his upper lip in contemplation. Originally, he had suspected Reyes of being a spy, but spies operated far more cautiously than this. They would have been aware that someone within the academy could discern the energy used. Spies were extensively trained to employ their skills while concealing their true faction affiliation, utilizing dark faction energy. This situation didn't fit the profile of a spy. Reyes could have detected the energy reading during the testing and left at any point. But he hadn't. Kid, Gunther began slowly, you have no inkling, do you? The bewilderment on your face says it all. The energy within you and the cultivation technique you employed, it's from the demonic faction. The words demonic faction were heard, and memories of the words rushed through Reyes' head. It was a word that had come up a few times already. He started to think about all of the times they were mentioned, and his memories of them weren't good at all. The demonic faction was one of 3 major factions in the world of Pagna, along with the light faction and dark faction. Yet, every time they had been brought up in one way or another, it was never in a good light. One would say that the hatred for the demonic faction was even stronger compared to the light faction. But that wasn't the case at all. It was more so that they had a greater fear of them. In the past, the demonic faction had come close to controlling the entire continent. The light and dark factions had no choice but to team up together to try to get rid of the threat. It wasn't just the Pagna warriors. Even the altar group had considered the demonic faction difficult, so much so that they hardly had anyone from their group in their territory. Reyes had considered it a good hiding place if things went bad in the future. If I have demonic energy, then does that mean that Dame person is from the demonic faction? He was the one who gave me the book after all. He also got into a scuffle with that woman from the light faction as well, so he's clearly not a part of their group. Dame had no reason to tell Reyes he was from the demonic faction, because he believed Reyes was from another world where they didn't have such things. So Reyes found it hard to blame him, but because of it, he was now in a rather difficult situation now that they know I have demonic energy. Does it mean that all of them will go against me? I won't be able to survive this. Don't look so nervous, Gunther said. Judging from your reaction, you genuinely don't seem like you're from the demonic faction. Or you're just a good actor. Either way, only time will tell. But I should warn you. For me, I don't care that you cultivate the demonic energy in your body. Some people believe the techniques you use, the energy you have, or where you are born determines whether or not you are a member of a faction. For me, it's what values you believe in. Each faction believes in a certain set of values and believes that is the perfect ideal of a Pagna warrior, and for me, it's the same. I don't care what energy you use as long as your values are the same as ours. That is what makes you a true member of the Dark Faction. However, not everyone thinks this way. If people find out about the energy you have cultivated, then you will become an instant enemy here. While you are in the Dark Faction's academy, you should use only Dark Faction skills. As long as you do this and no one checks your energy like I did just now, then you will do fine. Judging from Gunther's words, it looked like Reyes was going to have nothing to worry about, especially since he only knew one martial arts skill at the moment and 2 cultivation techniques. Seeing how Reyes was deep in thought, Gunther made his decision. "You pass," he shouted and walked off with his back away from him. The other students who were busy talking had been interrupted by the words, and they were quite stunned. No one understood what was taking place or what had happened. "No way all 3 of the no-names managed to pass," a student whispered. "How were they even able to cultivate up to the first stage? Do they have connections or something?" "Connections? Don't be stupid, they're no-names, so why would anyone let them in?" Mada, watching his brother walk away, was curious about what was said between the two. Because he noticed, as Gunther walked away, he had a slight smile on his face, something that he had never seen. "Who the heck are you?" Mada clenched his fist. Letting out a big sigh, Gunther was thinking about the troubles that were lying ahead. There was still more to go before he could act freely, but he was promised a reward for helping out at the academy, so that he would do. "I have no time for all this assessment stuff. I'll let the leader worry about whether he is a spy or not. I just need to find out who this dark magus person is and get that reward from the Crimson Crane." This was his main goal in all of this. "So, you actually managed to make it into the big leagues," Simeon said, walking over. "I was worried for a sec that we would have to do the next part without you." When saying those words, Safa had stepped in a bit closer to the 3. Her eyes were staring over her shoulder. She felt the energy coming off those around getting to her. It was clear that they weren't happy about them passing. While Reyes was having a conversation with Gunther, something had occurred with the disqualified students and Pincer. One student had argued so much back that they had been hit and knocked out. After that, the others no longer said anything and accepted their defeat. They walked past the courtyard, but all of their stares were at the 3 no-names, their thoughts all being quite similar. How could they have made it through? Was the academy saying that they were worth less than no-names? They were better than them, and yet they were the ones leaving. Since they were unable to do anything against the examiners, it looked like they wanted to take out their anger on them. However, Pincer's deep glares stopped them from having any such thoughts, not unless they wanted to be knocked out again. "All right." Pincer clapped both of his hands together, and a loud clang went through the air. Shockwave could visibly be seen spreading through the area around him, and caught the attention of everyone immediately. His large, muscular hands, that were twice the size of normal, seemed to not be for show. "We will now go straight into the next part of the assessment where I will be taking watch," Pincer stated. "I want all students to stand on one side of the courtyard. When you hear your number being called, I want you to move over to the other side, understood?" The students nodded, and numbers started to be called one after another, and it was quite nerve-wracking for them all. They had just got past one part, but there was still more to come. As numbers were being called out, eventually, the students realized something. For one, on one side, numbers 1 to 5 had been called. All of the top clan members and their disciples were placed on one side, but it wasn't just them. Names that had been spread before coming to the academy, as well as students who had come from what was considered the strongest clans, had gone to the other side. "Hey, why is the teacher splitting us up like this? It must be to make the assessment a bit fairer. Maybe we will have to go against each other in the next assessment, and if we were to do that with those monsters, we wouldn't stand a chance." Safa looked at Reyes. She didn't like the sound of that. Being in the same group, they might have to go against each other. If that were to happen, then what would they do? Could they not all join the academy together? "All right, that should do now. There is a nice even split between the 2 groups." Pincer smiled to himself proudly. "Now to your left and right. The people beside you will be your teammates for the next assessment, and the 2 groups will be going up against each other. The two groups didn't know what the next assessment was yet, but wasn't this clearly unfair? Was the teacher just trying to get rid of a large number of students? Hearing this, a lot of them almost felt like the result was already decided, even though they didn't know what the assessment was going to be. For Simeon and Safa, the two of them were just pleased that they didn't have to go with Rays. "Hey, as long as we have you on our side, we'll pass this, right?" Simeon said. "I never planned to fail this assessment. No matter who I'm up against," Rays declared with determination. He looked up ahead and stared right at the 5 main disciples of the 5 top clans, his opponents for the next assessment. Teaching staff apart from the academy had appeared. They were dressed in dark purple clothing and had large hats on their heads that covered most of their hair and stood a couple of feet high. For Rays, it was something that looked quite ridiculous, but at least it made them easy to spot around the place, and he knew who to hide from when doing certain things. The staff members had pulled out 2 large crates that were filled with just stones. They were gray stones that were mostly round in shape, looking almost like pebbles. There seemed to be nothing special about them at all. No power was emitting from these stones, nor did they have any magic coming off them at all. After bringing in the stones, the teachers also rushed with a large piece of chalk and started to run down the center, making a line. After running down the center of the courtyard, they continued down the side and eventually had built a giant rectangle shape split into 2 halves around the 900 students or so. Afterwards, the crate of stones was placed in the center, with one of them on either side of the 2 halves. In Pincer's hand, he held one of the pebble stones and was constantly throwing it up and down as he went on to explain the details of the second assessment. "The pebbles in the center are the only weapons you can use in this battle, and it will be against each other," Pincer explained. "First, let me explain the ways of failing the assessment. First, anyone who steps outside of the white line on their half is eliminated. Second, if you decide to forfeit. And lastly, if you are no longer able to move." The details of what the students had to actually do yet were unclear, but they felt a strange, ominous feeling at the last sentence. Gunther, who was silently watching everything, was shaking his head. "You cruel man, Pincer. Are you just trying to get rid of as many students as possible at this stage?" Gunther thought. "The pebbles are able to be thrown at your opponents on the other side. You are allowed to hit your fellow students and aim for anywhere you like apart from the head. A simple throw of the stone might not do much to hurt your opponents, but adding Kai into your throw." Pincer chucked the pebble down on the ground. A loud bang followed, and the stone had been completely destroyed, but left in its place was a deep hole in the ground. If someone was hit by something like that, they would be killed. If the time runs out, you pass. And if you fail to hit one person, you will also fail. You don't have to eliminate them, but at least land a hit. Remember, landing a hit is not eliminating them, only if they are no longer able to move or forfeit. The hands of several students were starting to shake, at least on one side of the courtyard. After hearing the rules, didn't they favor one side more so than the others? Having put all the talented students and the strongest together, it wouldn't be a fair match-up. It would have been fairer to mix the students equally. The students wanted to say something, but they knew that Pincer would perhaps just disqualify them for doing so. "The assessment begins now," Pincer shouted. Those that were on Ray's side, many of them hesitated. Going to rush for one of the stones meant you were closer to the others and your opponents, giving you more of a chance of getting hit. However, on the other side, the students had rushed forward, and leading the charge was one of the disciples from the 5 top clans, Richter. He swooped down, picking up a pebble, and it left his hand flawlessly. It cut through the wind, and the pebble had hit one of the student's legs. Powered with Kai, it had immediately broken, causing the student to fall to the ground. Before they knew it, following Richter's lead, several stones were flying all over the place, hitting the students in their arms, legs, and more. Not every hit would break a bone in one's body. Some would just leave large cuts or bruises on their body. In anger and desperation, they picked the fallen stones back up and started to throw them with all their strength back. The stones were constantly raining back and forth across the field. There were those that were carefully avoiding them all. A stone had come hurtling toward Mada, and with his hand, he moved it in an S shape like flowing water and struck the stone to the side, causing him next to no harm. "Where are you, no name?" Mada looked with his eyes. "Don't tell me you've been knocked out already." So far the 3 no names had yet to be hit. They were doing a good job avoiding the stones. they hardly strayed from their position. And whenever one would come towards them, they would all use the two-step shift method to just move enough to avoid the stones. Oh, they have been taught well, Gunther noticed. The two-step shift isn't the fanciest of moves. But in this situation, one doesn't need to be fancy. It also uses up a small amount of energy. Rather than giving in to the fear of their opponent and the task ahead of them, they have calmly analyzed the situation. The no-names were doing better than many of those that had come from fighting clans. It was a shame, but it was what the high-intensity assessment was meant to do. Hey, is it just me, or do I have a feeling that more rocks are being concentrated our way? Simeon commented, as he continued to avoid all of the strikes. It certainly did seem that way. It wasn't like that at first, but students were getting eliminated rather quickly. It was mostly due to the 5 clan members. When a student forfeited out of pain, or due to them no longer being able to move, the teachers came into the area. It was quite an amazing sight to see, as they were able to avoid all of the stones being chucked back and forth, carry the students, and pull them out of the area, all without being hit, and had made it look so effortless as well. As more were disappearing, though, the no-names had become more of a target. They were wondering why hadn't they been eliminated yet. Even the movements they used, they were so simple, which was starting to cause more frustration, and more pebbles were targeted their way. It's okay, Reyes said. The hard part is over. As more people are eliminated, there is more space to move about, and it's easier to see the rocks coming. But because of all these stones, we're finding it hard to find an opportunity to strike. If they knelt down to throw one of the stones, they would be hit. Although a hit didn't mean elimination, with everyone throwing a full force stone with Kai, it could do quite a bit of damage. Reyes just wanted to wait for the perfect time for when everyone would tire out, and then it was their chance. What he didn't expect, though, was from behind something was stirring as well. One of the students had picked up a stone. Look at them, what the heck are they even doing here? And now they're trying to show off with a basic two-step shift. None of them belong here and are just getting in our way. From behind, a student hurled one of the stones with as much strength as possible. The 3 were focusing so hard on avoiding the stones ahead, they had failed to notice what was behind them. As the stone landed right on one of them, a loud clank was heard for a moment, and the stone fell to the floor. Looking behind him, Simeon looked at the stone. Did someone on my own team just throw a stone at me? Simeon was in disbelief. He couldn't believe his own teammate attacked him. Surely that had to be against the rules. The stone had landed on the back of his leg and fell to the floor, but Simeon hadn't flinched, and the student was in as much disbelief as Simeon was. Whereas for Reyes, he had a smile on his face. The answer was with us this entire time. Come on, metal boy, it's time for our attack. With the effect of the mythical grade earring, Simeon had a level 1 metal body. Nearly all of the students, although Pagna warriors, they were a stage 1 Pagna warrior. With Kai infused through them, they wouldn't be able to harm Simeon's body. The others wouldn't know this, so it was time for them to use him as a human shield. Simeon, block all the hits and head forward, Reyes shouted. Having caught the gist of what Reyes was planning, he listened and did as asked. You don't have to tell me twice. As I said, I'll do as you say. Like a bull, Simeon charged forward, and Safa and Reyes followed behind in almost a straight line, seeing another student coming directly toward them. The other students, of course, had decided to target him. Throwing the rocks, they bounced off his body even if infused with Kai, doing next to no damage at all and not slowing him down. When they were close enough to the center line, Reyes and Safa rolled to the side and picked up a rock. Nearly at the exact same time, they threw their rocks at 2 of the students closest. It was infused with Kai and hit the student on the knee. It jolted his leg forward, and he fell to the floor. It was the same for the person that Safa had hit as well. Now it's my turn, Simeon said, picking up a rock. Rather than throwing it at another student, Simeon decided to play it safe and threw a stone at the person who was already on the ground, hitting him as he was coming back up. All right, retreat, Simeon stated. The 3 only had to hit a student, which meant they had now passed, as long as they could survive until the assessment was over. That damn kid, he wasn't the only one that was special, Gunther smiled. How are these no-names surprising me more and more? The other 2, they didn't have any demonic Kai inside them. Yet it's clear they know each other. The teamwork and trust they put into each other. It's like those that have been through life and death with each other. Moving back, it was time for the three to get out of there and just hide behind the other students. As they were retreating, though, a stone came out faster and more powerful than the others. Simeon was happy to block it with his body, but when it hit him in his stomach, it had hit deep, causing his eyes to bulge out slightly, the air from his stomach to pop out. He couldn't breathe and knelt over, nearly causing the other two to trip. "Oh, you're still standing, now that hurt my pride a little," Richter said with another stone in his hand. Originally, the main disciples were too busy dealing with the others, taking out as many as they could, but the act of the three with no name had managed to catch their eye. "Unfortunately for you guys, you are not allowed to reach our place." Standing next to Richter were the other 5 clan disciples: Richter, Mada, Cherry, Lisa, and Osep. They had stayed close to each other, having a competition of sorts, seeing how many they could take out. But after seeing Simeon's act, a suggestion had come up. "Hey, why don't we go ahead and see who can take out the 3 no-names first?" Osep suggested, "The one who takes out the most wins." "I guess that will make this boring game a little more interesting," Cherry claimed, her slender fingers on her hip. Simeon had recovered, but the situation wasn't looking good for them. The students that were close to them until this point had stepped away. Everyone could tell that they had become their targets. All 5 of them hurled the rocks at the same time, all of them powered with Kai. They flew swiftly in the air, and immediately Simeon lifted his arms up and his body, blocking them from the other 2. "Arg," Simeon screamed as the rocks hit him all over. His metal body was too weak for the amount of power they were using. "What are you doing, idiot? Protect yourself," Reyes shouted at him. "Hey, don't you remember what I said?" Simeon placed his hands on his legs and got up again. "I owe you my life, I owe everything to you. It's because of you that I'm even here in the first place, so shut up and let me do what I want." Rock went whizzing past Simeon's face and arms and produced a large cut, drawing blood. The tactic of the disciples had changed a bit. If they couldn't take them down, then they just had to injure them to the point where they could give up. Large rock hit Safa in the stomach again, and as she knelt down, several of the rocks went past. They were now throwing more than one at a time. Safa tried to move out of the way but was hit on the shoulder and heard a loud crack in her arm. "Oz," she tried to scream, but no noise was coming out. "What the hell?" Cherry pointed. "That girl, she didn't scream. Can she not scream? Is she a mute?" It wasn't just Safa, though. Reyes had struggled as well. He went to move and avoided one stone, but another had hit his forearm. It hadn't broken it, but it was now throbbing with pain. "It would be easier if you all just decided to give up. Otherwise, this is going to be very painful for you." Mada threw another rock, and the rest followed. They had continued to go through the air, with the 3 of them avoiding them, trying their best, but they got hit, the pain increasing and spreading throughout their body in more areas. Not all of them hit their bodies, as many had narrowly passed them, causing large cuts on their body. Blood was dripping from all 3 of them, but each of them refused to yield. "Hey," Gunther called out. "Don't you think you should end the assessment? The others aren't even throwing stones at each other anymore and are just watching this spectacle. Haven't they proven enough?" "Since when did you become so soft?" Pincer replied. "You know, if those 3 pass and get through, they will be treated much worse than this. If they can't get through this much, then it's best that they stop here." Another round of stones was thrown, and it had hit the 3. As it did, it sent them to the floor, but they had nearly been too hurt to even scream in pain anymore, too tired. Yet still, slowly each one of them got off the ground. Safa had even slipped back down, falling onto the floor. She pushed herself up and looked ahead, looking at her brother's back. "What's with your eyes?" Mada shouted. "What the heck do you think you're staring at? You are no names, you are at the bottom, and your duty is to serve us, so why are you looking at us with those eyes?" Reyes had his head held slightly down, yet his eyes were looking straight ahead at the 5 of them. "I can't help but chuckle. This scene, this whole thing, it feels incredibly familiar to me. Oh, now I know these 5. They remind me of the Grand Magus." Thinking this, a burning energy was running through Rey's body, and he lifted his hand, pointing at the 3. "The image of every single one of you is burned into my mind." Reyes said, "I won't forget what you guys did to us today, singling us out." "And hey," Reyes said. As he raised his weak hand, covered in cuts, blood dripping down his forearm, he then lifted his middle finger right up toward them. "We have a name. You dumb FCKS, we are the Cromwells." The other students on both sides looked at each other. The Cromwells. Was it a name they had heard before? They hadn't heard of such a clan, a merchant, or anyone that went by that name. It sounded strange and unusual by their standards as well. No name giving themselves a name, Mada said, turning to look at Gunther for a few moments before he turned to look back at the three. How pathetic. The single rock was hurled at the group. With how many times they had been hit, it was too painful for them to move. For the last few, they had just been taking the hits right on, but before the rock had even reached them, Safa stumbled again, barely able to stand. Out of all of them, she had been most affected by the hits and looked the weakest, and Mada had sensed this. If he was just to get rid of one of them, then wouldn't they all fall? The path of the rock was clear, and it was heading right for Safa's chest. There were only rules against hitting the head. Reyes lifted his hand, but it was short of being able to block the rock. "Wind, guide it to me," Reyes whispered. The rock, as if being pulled by an invisible force, changed direction in the air. It curved around and landed straight in Reyes' hand, catching the Kai-powered rock with no problem at all. Until a moment ago, all of the students were focused on the little game the disciples had set up. They were mesmerized by what they were seeing since the three no-names hadn't given up yet, but not mesmerized in a good way. They had seen a number of students from clans get hit and have wounds on their bodies far less severe than the ones on the no-names that had already given up. It was unbelievable to them all. In the society of Pagna, no-names were at the bottom of a caste system. They were only given the most basic of jobs. Their families were too poor to send their children to school, too weak to afford food to grow their strength. Because of this, no-names never broke the cycle and always remained at the bottom of the system. They could only do small jobs to help others, leaving everyone to think of them as lesser people. It had been drilled into their heads so much that even the no-names believed it themselves. They were just meant to give their lives to those who made the world go round. This was why it was already a big shock to see no-names taking the assessment in the first place, and now to witness them putting up a fight, it wasn't encouraging to them, it was sickening. The annoying bugs should have stayed down, and they deserved to get what was happening to them. For each time they stood up, it made the others feel lesser themselves. How could these lesser, dirty humans try to one-up them? They all wanted to watch them fail, and fail miserably because if they passed, then it would mean a no-name was equal to them. However, all of these thoughts almost immediately disappeared from their heads for a moment when they had witnessed what Reyes had just done. Hey, am I imagining things, or did that rock move mid-air and go right towards his hands? No, you're not crazy. I saw it as well. Hey, that's not the crazy part, another student said. Are you forgetting who threw it? It was Mada, one of the leading disciples from the Flowing Force clan. He threw the thing with Kai, and he was able to catch it like it was nothing. Both Pincer and Gunther had been watching the thing carefully, and Gunther himself was thinking of intervening. With the amount of force the last throw had, it wouldn't be so surprising when it hit that girl's chest that it could have killed her. However, the Academy didn't have to worry about these things, at least not with a no-name, because there would be no one who could really complain about their death. Was it some type of palm suction technique? Gunther thought. The stone, it moved as if it was magnetized toward his hand. It has to be a technique of some sort. There are many techniques from various different clans. If that child was able to pick up a demonic cultivation technique, then something like this wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities. With the stone in his hand, Reyes opened his fingers, allowing the stone to drop onto the floor. He wanted to throw it back with all of his might. But he was already injured and too tired for that. These clan members had more stamina and strength than them. They were either already stage 2 warriors or close to it. Huffing and panting, trying to gather their breath back, Safa and Simeon had seen what Reyes had done, and they had a feeling they knew exactly what it was that he was using right now. What is this? You think just because you got lucky you can stand there like that? Mada's face was turning red. He was getting embarrassed. How could he have failed to take down the no-names, and most of all, his brother was watching him? Picking up another one of the stones, he hurled it through the air again at full force. It went on the same path as before. It wasn't going for Reyes or Simeon, but instead it was going for Safa. Wind, guide it to me, Reyes whispered again. It was a magic spell, one based on the new wind attribute he had gained. Since the object was fairly light, it could easily be influenced by a small amount of wind magic. Then before the stone would end up in his palm, the wind magic would create a small burst, slowing it down before it eventually went right into his hand again. Rays opened his fingers, and the stone dropped to the floor. There were audible gasps as they saw this, since he had done the same thing twice in a row. It was clear it wasn't a fluke. "Haha, so interesting," Richter claimed. "What an interesting technique this one has learned. I would have loved to have just let you go by, but the threat that you made against us before, I will have to take it as a serious one." Kneeling down, Richter had picked up a stone from the ground and was ready to throw it until a loud bang interrupted him. It was the same bang from before, and they could see that Pincer had his two hands together, having finished his clap. "The assessment is over. All of those that have yet to be eliminated. You have passed and are now able to head to the third part of the assessment," Pincer declared. As if it was a signal, immediately Safa and Simeon had collapsed onto the ground. However, Ray stayed on his feet and didn't look away from the 5 disciples. "What a disgusting monster," Richter said, dropping the stone and walking away. With the assessment being a relatively tough one, there were many that had sustained injuries. Those that didn't need to be healed were free to take a break and be treated to food and drink in the hall. While the others, they had headed to a large hall where a team of physicians were making quick work of looking after. All of the others, they were using a blend of plants, herbs, alchemy-made pills, as well as activating the Kai in their bodies through a touch of their own. In the corner, it was Ray's turn to be looked at, but before the young man could get to him, a hand grabbed his fist. "It's okay, I will deal with them. I know how to do this stuff," Gunther said. The physician went away, leaving the medicine on the ground, and went to deal with Simeon and Safa. Meanwhile, Gunther just handed over the bowl of a strange liquid paste to him, to apply it to himself. "I thought I would help you out. I didn't want your secret to be revealed," Gunther winked. "You also seemed like the type that didn't like to be touched too much." It was quite amazing to Rays how a person could tell so much from a look. Gunther was skilled in more ways than just his power and tools. "Anyway, I came over to tell you something anyway. You should drop out of the next assessment." Once again, Gunther had approached Rays. This wasn't going unnoticed by all of the other students who were being treated in the room. "Hey, does that no-name really have connections? Maybe he's an unwanted son, an illegitimate child of a clan head and a concubine. That stuff happens all the time, right? Then he comes back to exact his revenge on all his brothers, but there is a kind brother looking out for him. What type of crap are you spouting? Go take your fantasy crap elsewhere." Clearly, he just thinks he has some talent. So he's talking to him. It was true, Gunther had approached Rays because he thought he was a skillful student, but due to him being a no-name, he knew that this wasn't a blessing in this situation, but it was actually worse off for him. "If we've gotten this far, why do you want us to drop out?" Rays asked. "Is it because of what happened during this assessment, or do you have your own motive?" Letting out a big sigh, Gunther turned to look around. He then passed over a few more medicine pills that had been given and handed them over. Rays was applying the green substance onto his cuts. His arm would sting for a few moments, but he only let out a small grunt before continuing elsewhere, while there were literal sounds of screams coming from others. "You don't need to put on the tough guy act with me," Gunther smiled. "Look, we told you at the beginning that the assessments would just to evaluate you. With the second assessment over, everyone has already passed. The third assessment is just to determine what groups to put you in." "Then shouldn't I still try my best? Better groups will have access to better resources, correct?" Rays asked. Gunther wasn't wrong about this kid. He had seen it before. The certain look he would have in his eyes, the look of wanting more power no matter what it took. Rays wasn't the only one. People in the entire continent went through crazy events and things, which gave them all determination to get stronger. What separated people was just how strong this determination was. "You should know resources are useless if you're dead, right?" Gunther replied back. "Look, I shouldn't really be telling you this, but you seem to be a smart one, so I'll give you the details of the next event." "It's a hunting ground," Gunther explained. "Behind the academy, there is a large forest. Small beasts known as hot bunnies will be released, and it's the students' jobs to get as many power stones from the beasts as possible. In a way, this whole event is just a way for students to flex or give themselves a ranking amongst each other, as really it will be just the disciples of the 5 main clans competing against each other. But did you notice why it will be a problem?" Thinking about it for a while, Reyes had managed to come to a conclusion based on the carefully selected words. Because the task is to gather power stones, not to kill the beasts, Reyes answered. I knew you were a smart one. If I could, I would make you my own disciple right now, but my arts won't be the best for you, Gunther continued. The fact that the assessment is to gather stones means it encourages the others to take stones from others, and that will be by force if necessary. You and your friends already stand out a lot, and the main clan disciples aren't going to like that. Now it seems like they have a little grudge against you. So the best thing for all of you to do is just not gather any stones and avoid any more. Attention! With his warning given, Gunther felt like he had done the deed he needed to do and started to head off to set up the next steps. Arg crap, I was meant to ask what that technique he used earlier was with the stone. That was pretty cool. I was going to ask him if he had ever heard about the Dark Magus as well. Oh well, I guess I can just save that for next time we meet, Gunther thought. The advice given by Gunther seemed genuine, but Reyes felt like he was still too naive. He was looking at the others from his point of view and how he would act, but people were different in the world. There wasn't black or white, there were multiple shades of gray in between. Reyes knew that even if he didn't gather any power stones, they would still target him, and not just him but the others as well. Now I need to figure out how to deal with it, Mada. While walking around the hallways of the academy, had passed by and heard a few interesting things. Some of the students had only minor wounds, and after they had been looked at, they were heading to the canteen for some food before the next assessment. Why do you think he went to see him? How am I meant to know? Maybe they're secret lovers or something. The other student punched his shoulder. Hey, if they catch you saying that stuff about an examiner, then you're dead. Still, it is strange that no name is receiving so much attention. Hey, Mada called out, what are you guys talking about? The two students glanced at each other. They knew who Mada was and thought that he might have overheard what he said. No, it was quite clear he had, and now they were fearing the worst and were preparing for a beating. We're sorry, the students bowed down. We were just joking around. We saw Gunther and the no-name from before, the one that caught your eye, the white-haired one, talking to each other. Mada immediately started to clench his fist hard until his knuckles were turning white. Why does he care about a no-name so much? He's never looked at me with the same expression, much less acknowledged I even exist, yet he's paying so much attention to him. All right then, Gunther. Let's see how you react when I get rid of him. The academy had some of the top physicians and an abundance of supplies that they could use to speed up the recovery process. They were even more equipped than some of the top clans, but not the very best. This was all due to the investment by all of the clans in the Dark faction. In the first place, they needed to see a return on their investment. One student had healed quicker than others. As it turned out, his injuries weren't as severe as they looked. That was Simeon, and he only had one answer to that. The reason had to be due to the earring that made his body a little special compared to others. What is this place? Simeon's eyes were wide as he walked into the toilet. He never thought he would have this type of reaction to seeing a place where waste was disposed of, but he was over the moon because he hadn't seen something so luxurious. There are these holes where people can wash their hands and collect the water. Where does the water even go? And the toilets, it's not just a hole in the ground but something you can sit on as well. I wonder, are you meant to stand on the seat or what, but wouldn't that break it? Entering the toilet, Simeon decided to sit with his back facing the door, placing his two legs in front of him, and using the top of the toilet next to his face like a little shelf. I have no idea if this is right or wrong. How are you meant to use this thing? It was quite the head-scratcher, but he had only come in for a short visit. After doing what needed to be done, he proceeded to wash his hands, and when he looked up, he was surprised to see that someone else was in the toilets with him. Quickly, Simeon placed his head down and continued to rub his hands, avoiding eye contact. If you continue to rub your hands so fast like that, then the skin is going to come off them, Richter said. The tall student with a feminine face, Richter, was someone who had caught the attention of everyone. His name was one that all the students would remember. That was because he was one of the disciples of the 5 major clans. Not only that, but he belonged to the Erupting Fist clan, the clan with the clan head that was the closest to reaching the deity stage, and also the one that was the principal of the Dark Faction Academy. Thanks for that, Simeon nervously said, and tried to walk out of the toilets as quickly as he could, until Richter sat up on the washing stations and looked directly at Simeon, somewhat blocking his path. Simeon could forcibly move around him, but he had a feeling that if he did that, it wouldn't be the best of ideas. "I saw you out there. You have quite the strong body. You are impressive, a lot more than the others. I can't believe it myself. I can't believe you're really a no-name," Richter claimed. "Imagine how strong you would be if you were to join a clan, and what a coincidence that I have taken a liking to you, and I am part of a strong clan with a high position." In the past, Simeon would have done anything to bite at the chance of joining a clan, even the Red Brigade, and now he was getting the chance to join the Erupting Fist. People would have done anything to get this opportunity. However, with what had happened to them in the second assessment, a bad taste was left in Simeon's mouth, and besides, he had made a promise already. "It would be an honor to join a clan like yours, but I'm afraid a no-name like me would ruin the reputation of your clan. I believe I will try my best to progress in the academy as I have done so far," Simeon answered politely, trying not to make it sound like an outright rejection. "Oh, but you can join. I am here to make you an offer. In the next assessment, we will be going through the grounds forest. Take the white-haired boy northwest, and if you do that, then I will be happy to put in a good word for you," Richter suggested. Simeon thought this was the case, and it was one of the reasons why he was trying to avoid a conversation. Can this guy not get the hint that I just turned him down? Or has he never been turned down before? Simeon looked at Richter's face, and with a face like that, he imagined that might have been the case. Men and women would both be drawn to a person looking like they had been dropped from the heavens. Why are you going after Rays?" Simeon asked. Laughter followed after the question had been asked. "I think you have it all wrong, young one. I am not going after your friend Rays. I am going after you." Richter jumped off from the washing area and walked close to Simeon, looking down at him with a large smile. "You see, there aren't many things that excite me, but seeing people placed in a predicament where they feel they have no choice but to betray those that they thought were close to them, well, that just makes me feel ecstatic." Standing so close, Simeon was sure of it, that around his waist, he could feel something poking him. What the heck is wrong with this guy? Is he aroused right now? Simeon went to move away, but immediately had been grabbed by Richter. It was a firm grip on his wrist, and it felt hot to the touch. Simeon felt like his skin was burning slightly. "I know you no-names would do anything to join a clan like mine. You're lucky my requirement is just a simple betrayal and not something else. Do the task and get rewarded. I'll even give you a few Kai pills. However, if you fail, I might just go ahead and ask that girl that seems close to him instead." Richter let go and exited the toilets. The moment he did, Simeon felt like he could breathe again. Looking at his arm, he could see a mark had been left behind. The skin had gone a little redder through his dark-toned arm. "Crap, now I feel like crap. If that was Safa, I bet she would have fought back at the mention of her brother, yet here I am saying I'm loyal and didn't do a thing." Returning from the toilet to the others, Simeon was trying to cover up the marking on his arm. He was playing with his sleeves a bit when he joined the others, and noticed that many of the students around them looked as if they had made a recovery. Should I tell Rays what just happened? But then, what about Safa? What will happen to her if they start to target her? What do I do? Is something wrong? Rays asked, with the students having recovered. They were then escorted to the area where the third part of the assessment would take place. All 300 students that had made it were brought to the edge of the academy city at the very back. Leading into the dark forest, the night sky had come out. As it had been hours since their first assessment, the moonlight lit up the faces of them all as Pincer and Gunther stood at the front. "All right, everyone. It's time for the third part of the assessment to begin," Pincer claimed. Looking around him, Simeon had caught the eye of Richter again. He slightly nodded his head. "Crap, what do I do?" Simeon thought. For the third assessment was to begin. The rules were explained to all of them. It was just as Gunther had said before. The students were to go on a hunt. Inside there were blue bunny beasts. These were small creatures that looked like bunnies but had blue fur along with red eyes. They were more agile than a standard bunny and had quite a bite. The blue-furred bunnies were raised at the academy as a way for them to farm level 1 power stones. This was effective because bunnies reproduced a lot, and they were one of the least dangerous beasts in terms of strength. The time limit was until the sun rose, so they had an extremely large amount of time. It was to allow the group to plan and strategize properly. I will remind you all again. Pincer had his arms behind his back and his large chest pushed forward as he spoke. There are no rules in how you get these power stones, steal, lay traps, or even team up against each other. The only rule is you are not to kill your fellow students. For those who bring back power stones, and a large number of them, you will be rewarded by the academy greatly. We are an academy that helps focus on those who are talented to grow and reach the skies, so show us how talented you are. Many of the students who had been in the weaker group from the last assessment weren't too pleased about the events. Although their bodies had been healed, it was really only the severe wounds. They were still sore, still bruised and injured, while the other side had suffered next to no injuries. Although they wouldn't necessarily be going against each other like in the last assessment, they felt like it was a little unfair. "What are you all waiting for? Go!" Pincer shouted, and with a clap, it was the signal that the assessment had started. Several of the students ran straight into the forest, including the 5 main clan disciples, with Richter turning his head, looking back, and making eye contact with Simeon. Not all of them had headed straight into the forest, though. Some of the students were talking to each other, trying to see who would team up with them to give them a better chance against the stronger students, and one of those groups was Ray's. Safa started to make signals with her hands as she pointed toward Ray's. It looked like she was suggesting some traps the 3 of them could use to catch some of the bunnies, but Ray's shook his head. "No, we don't need to do any of that," Ray's replied. "Because we're not going to be hunting anything, we're just going to stay here until the assessment is over. There's no need for us to get any crystals." The words were said relatively loudly, and it was then that Gunther and Pincer had headed back into the academy. The large gate doors that they had come out of had now been locked from the other side. There was no way back into the academy other than scaling the walls or through the doors. "Wait, seriously," Simeon said, tapping his foot on the ground at a relatively fast rate. "Are we not going to hunt? Won't we get kicked out of the academy?" "We won't," Ray's answered. "And besides, we can just stay here and then beat up the guys that come at the end. I bet a lot of people are going to do that. If we do that, then we will be safe." Ray's didn't want to reveal the inside information he had that everyone had already passed. It hadn't been mentioned, but from the looks of things, other students already knew that as well. Still, in a position where they were hated by everyone, it was best not to let things spill. "But if we do that, will we get the most crystals? Don't you want to beat those guys because of what they've done to us? I'm sure with your head, you could do something that will help us win this," Simeon shouted as if he was agitated by Ray's. "Fine," Ray said. "If you feel that strongly about it, then why don't you lead the way?" An unnerving smile appeared on Ray's face, one that made Simeon wonder who was more frightening, Richter or him. Turning around, Simeon headed into the forest, and the 2 followed him. As he did, he made sure to head northwest. The group had continued forward for a while, and they had passed a few of the blue-furred bunnies. As soon as their feet touched a large leaf or made some noise, the bunnies would run away. Didn't matter though, because Simeon hadn't slowed down and started to run forward. The others continued until 3 students landed right in front of them. Ray stopped in his tracks immediately, and 2 more students arrived behind them. It didn't take long to figure out who they were. It was the 5 major clan disciples. "It's nice to meet you again," Richter said with a smile. "I bet you thought we wouldn't waste time with you because you're no name, but you see, you insulted us all with your crude finger from before. That look in your eyes from before, it looked like you wanted to kill us, so here's your chance. Why don't you do something?" Richter raised both of his hands by his side. He was gloating, and he was sure that Ray's wouldn't try something so daft. "Oh, and before I forget, thank you for bringing him here." Richter threw over a red small stone. Simeon caught it and could see it was a power stone. "You and the girl have done splendidly. The 2 of you may go, and I'll give you a call when I need you again." Safa immediately turned to Simeon. She was about to give him an earful or at least whatever noise she could make out of her mouth. That was until Ray's hit her hard at the back of her neck, causing her to pass out. Simeon caught her before she hit the floor and started to walk out of the area. He had walked past both Mada and Richter, and neither of them had done anything. He gave one last look at Ray's before he started to run off. "How does it feel to be betrayed by one of your friends?" Richter asked. "I bet he was someone who you thought was like family too. You're right, and look at what happened. You know, all it took was a small, simple promise for him to join our clan. He traded you for that, That's how worthless your no-name life is. Richter was laughing, and as he was, he would readjust his belt that was close to his waist. He was unable to keep the excitement that was rising in his body. While Simeon was walking back, he couldn't help but worry. Reyes, you have a plan, right? A plan to get out of that situation, Simeon thought. Memories had flashed in his head from before the event. When Simeon had returned from the toilet, he had decided to tell Reyes everything that had happened. And the answer he had given back was surprising. Do it, Reyes said. Do what he said, work for them and pretend he has you. But Reyes, it's a trap. Even if it's just one of the disciples, they'll take you out, Simeon said. True, but can't you tell by the way they are acting? They are targeting me regardless, and if you try to fight back, they'll target you as well. If you play along, you too won't become their target, and you'll get something out of it. Trust me, even if you didn't do this, they would just find some way anyway. Running back from the way they came, Simeon couldn't help but worry. Even if he had strange powers, how was he meant to take on all 5 of them on his own at once? Come on, do something, Richter shouted out again. In response, Reyes looked up at the sky, and then around the area they were in. I have no chance if I was to fight all 5 of you, not even if I gave it everything I have, Reyes said to himself. But, do you know what happens when a person uses a large amount of magic? A disaster. All of you are acting like some third-rate villain. Hunting down your prey, but you have no idea. I'm the one who hunts. Being part of the altar group, Reyes had been told that there was a specific rule that was designated for those from Alterian. While in the world of Pagna, one wasn't supposed to use magic. The reason for that rule was because of portals. Portals linked to other dimensions were attracted to the magic used, so as long as Reyes used enough magic, then he could summon a portal and create a portal outbreak. If I summon a portal now, I have no clue what type of dimension will open up. Beasts might come out that are even too hard for me to handle, Reyes thought. On top of that, Alter will come and investigate. When they find out that I was here, no doubt I will be placed as number 1 on their list. And then the whole crap with the Red Brigade clan will happen all over again. Despite all of this, he had no choice. Would the disciples just give him a simple beating? Or would they cripple him and make sure he could never go against them again? It was too much of a risk. The dark magic started to swirl around his arms, ready to explode. Wait. Mada shouted. The reaction from the other disciples was one of confusion, which made Reyes quickly cancel his magic. At times it was best to also be patient and to wait and see what would unfold. Mada turned his back towards Reyes and looked straight ahead at Richter. Just this once, I ask you to let me deal with this. I need to do this. Richter looked down at Mada, bowing to him. He liked this feeling. It would be nice to have the Flowing Force clan owe me a favor. Fine, I shall let you play with this one, as I have another toy that I am far more interested in. Clicking his fingers, Richter disappeared from the place along with the other 4. Although they were all from separate clans, in the past, all 5 would frequently visit each other. They knew each other well. But what they didn't know was each other's strength. They had never gone against each other, but they listened to the words of Richter more than any, due to his position in the Dark Faction clan. Being the closest to the deity rank, he was somewhat thought of as the leader of the Dark Faction. What is this? Is this a stroke of luck for me? Reyes thought. With my life, I thought I had no such thing. I guess since transmigrating, luck has favored me a few times. If it's just one, then I can deal with it. Reyes had almost immediately regretted those thoughts. Mada had moved from his position over 5 meters in an instant, but not only that, it looked as if his feet had just glided across the floor. Reyes was unable to witness him lifting his legs, which made the whole thing look like an illusion. Before he could prepare any magic, a heavy blow had landed right in his stomach. His feet were lifted off the ground, and he went flying through the air. Reyes felt like his insides were about to come out, and food had already left his mouth, dribbling over his clothing as he finally landed a distance away. That hit. Are these disciples stronger than the Red Brigade elders? Reyes looked around, getting up from his position, but he was unable to see where Mada was. You are nothing special. I don't understand why my brother spent so much attention on you, Mada stated. Reyes was gathering the magic in his hands again, but before he knew it, a large, heavy kick, it was giving the imagery as if it was flowing through water, bashed into Reyes' side. Once again he was sent flying through the forest, tumbling until he landed on the ground. I've made a big mistake, Reyes thought as he spat out blood from his mouth onto the ground. I thought as long as I had distance between us, that I would be able to use my magic to finish him off. But why am I struggling to see him so much? How can there be so much of a difference between these guys and the Red Brigade clan? In a way. Reyes was lucky to have transmigrated into the town he had. It was a small place with a clan that had next to no significance, since he had been introduced to the world of Pagna warriors through them. He could only use them as a guide, sure. He had met Dame and Beatrix, but they were claimed to be at the very pinnacle at the top. There was Jan as well, but if Reyes had used magic, maybe he would have been able to do something. Right now, though, he felt completely helpless. As Reyes got up off the ground, he noticed the lack of trees that were around him. Looking back, there was just the ground and a cliff that descended into nothing but mist, similar to that which surrounded the entire academy. Why, Mata said, appearing in front of Reyes and walking slowly toward him. Why would he acknowledge someone like you, talk to you, when he has never even bothered to say a single word to me? FCK me, Reyes said as he held his stomach. Is this what this is about? You're attacking me because you're F-seeking jealous, and of all things your brother. If you want to tell him you love him, then go tell him, don't drag me into your incest bullshit. Why did it always feel like to Reyes that he was put in these difficult situations? When he had nothing, he was forced to do others' bidding against his own will. When he had something, it was taken away from him. When he had power, he was chased by those who feared him. I'm telling you this now, Reyes said, as he looked up at Mata with the same eyes he had done before when the rest of the disciples were there. A sharp look that pierced through one's soul. If you don't kill me, you're going to regret it for the rest of your life. I already plan to, Mata answered. I need to see the reaction on my brother's face when you're gone. Reyes lifted his hand up in that moment, the dark magic gathered around his palm. Dark pulse, Reyes shouted. The beam of energy shot out, but moving to the side, Mata had avoided it completely, only letting it burn his hair. Shifting forward like he had done before, he side-kicked Reyes right in the stomach, lifting him off the floor. Reyes could feel his body in free fall, and eventually, the edge of the cliff, with Mata looking down at him, was all he could see, until he could see nothing but the mist covering his sight. Mata looked down and couldn't hear a loud thud, which suggested it was a long way to the bottom. He won't be able to survive that, and there will be no evidence of my doing, Mata said as he turned around. When he did, he started to walk back through the forest, and that's when his eyes laid upon a tree. There was a large hole in it, not just through one tree, but it went through 3 trees until it stopped. Was it his doing? Was it that strange attack he pulled at the end? What was that? Was it projectile Kai? No, that would be impossible. Only a deity rank can do something like that. So what is this, Mata thought? The edge of the cliff that Reyes was able to see had long gone out of his sight, and now it felt like he was endlessly falling down. How deep was he falling off the edge? Surely even if a Pagna warrior were to fall down here, they too would perish. Why would they have such a cliff in the academy? Do they want students to die? It seems like my experience here might end up being worse than at the Mage Academy. Flashes of imagery appeared in Reyes' mind. Surrounded in a large courtroom. Surrounded by other mages. His own self standing on trial with cuffs around his wrists, then finally the image of Iberin covered in fake tears, one of the 5 Grand Magus, and the current head of the Mage Academy. No, the situation back then was far worse than this I can handle, calming himself as he fell. Reyes started to gather magic over his right hand. Swirls of dark purple were weaving in and out, flowing like water, then over his left arm. The same thing was happening, but it wasn't dark in color. It was clear and almost invisible, because Reyes was using wind magic as well. Dark pulse, Reyes shouted, and from his hand, the pulse of magic moved the mist out of the way. But it soon moved back, covering it again. After a few seconds, though, he could hear a slight banging sound. Not yet, I need to time this right, dark pulse. Reyes called out again, and the attack went through the mist. This time the bang was heard much sooner than before, and when there were only a couple of seconds left, dark pulse. And the push of wind, Reyes shouted. The ground was only around a meter off the floor from where he was. But the dark pulse exploded into the floor, and the wind pushed out of his hand, going against the ground. For a moment, the power of the forces had pushed energy back in the other direction, slowing him down immensely. But the momentum of the fall was still too much to completely stop it. Ray's body slammed onto the floor, and he bounced across the ground. After hitting the floor a few times, his arm smashed against something hard. A cracking sound followed with a short burst of immense pain that quickly faded away due to the adrenaline that was running through his body, but it was clear to Ray's that he had broken his arm. Well, at least I'm alive. For now. Ray's eyelids were slowly closing, flickering, but even if they were open anyway, all he could see was a thick mist around him until they eventually closed. The images that flashed in Ray's mind before had turned into reality. He looked down at his arms and could see they were covered in strange cuffs. They were metallic at the top, but then connected by some type of blue energy beam across them. His hands, they were wrinkled compared to what he was used to, and when he looked up, he could see himself in a large courtroom. He was standing in the center, and as he looked up, surrounding him, sitting in stands high above, were hundreds of mages. Ray's Cromwell, a verdict has been made. One of the older mages in white and blue robes with a large mallet in his hand was sitting at the stand. You have been struck of your title as professor, and your crimes have been added to your record. With this, it will be difficult for you to obtain any job dealing with magic ever again. That is, if you're able to survive a life sentence of 25 years in Affinity Prison. An appeal cannot be made. The dreaded feeling of the whole world of Rays, having crashed down after spending so long to build it up, he was reliving that moment again. It all felt so very real to him. Back then, though, he was too shocked to say anything, but this time he could. No, Rays shouted back. It wasn't me. I was tricked. It was all Ibran's doing. Run an investigation, you'll find out the truth. The image was frozen in place. None of them were moving, and just as quickly as he had entered the memory, it smashed like glass breaking apart into tiny little pieces. Slowly opening his eyes, Rays could see the mist again. Crap, I guess this part wasn't a dream, but the other part was. Well, I would rather be here than there. Thanks for that, brain, for reminding me why I'm putting myself through all of this, with an attempt to move his arm. Shooting pain ran up his entire body, he was sore all over. But reaching and grabbing his arm, applying a bit of pressure, he could move up a bit and was sat up. Standing was still going to be a mammoth of a task. But at least he was no longer on the floor, thankfully. He had survived the large fall by using what magic he had. If his wind attribute was strong enough, then he could have perhaps floated down peacefully, but instead, he had no choice but to try and guess where the bottom was and summon as much power in the other direction to lessen his fall. Crap, Rays shouted, letting out a bit of his anger. Why, when I'm in a situation like this, does this body start thinking about whether or not she's going to be okay? The image that was appearing in Ray's mind now was of the current sister's body, Safa. He thought after protecting her a few times and keeping her by his side, this strange compulsion the body had would go away. It somewhat had done, but now that they were apart, there was a tugging feeling in his chest, a feeling he didn't like at all. I know we still haven't solved the situation with the assassins or found out why our family was killed, so they could still be going after her. But we're in the academy, things should be okay, and I think we should be worrying about ourselves for now. Eventually. Ray stood on his 2 feet. He had no clue what direction to go in, so he decided to just wander through the mist until he found something, that fight. The disciples, they are stronger than I thought. They have techniques they can use beyond that of other clans. Even if they are a lower stage Pagna warrior, the stages just refer to energy or Kai, but not the amount of skills used. I guess there's a bigger relation between star mages and the Pagna warrior stages as well. The statement that it's impossible for a warrior at a higher stage could ever lose to a lower stage isn't true. It only makes sense for those that are in the same clan. If I want to solve this situation, then before going back to the academy, I need to be stronger than those guys. Right now, there are 3 ways I can increase my strength. Increase my power as a Pagna warrior. Increase my magic core or use enchanted items. A combination of these things would be best and would allow for rapid growth for Rays. Eventually, wandering through the mist, Rays had bumped into a solid object as he pressed his hand against it. He could feel jagged rocks. Is this the cliff? I guess if I walk across it, I should eventually come to see something. Rays did just that. With his hand touching the rocky cliffside, he continued to walk through the mist. That was until his hand slipped, feeling nothing. As he looked to his right, where his hand had felt in, he noticed it was a large hole, a giant entrance. an area where the mist wasn't heading inside for some reason. Is this some type of cave entrance? I am exhausted, and rest for a bit wouldn't be such a bad idea. If things don't work out, I always have another plan anyway, Reyes thought to himself. Walking into the cave, there were parts of the wall that were lit up, with small, strange, glowing green bugs. They looked more like worms as they wiggled, but allowed for Reyes to see where he was going. Thankfully, if he was going to sleep inside. None of the bugs seemed to be on the floor. Looking at the wall with the wiggling bugs, though, he noticed something. It was writing that was engraved on the wall. Oh, so I guess someone else was down here as well. Probably another student that they kicked off the cliff and managed to survive, Reyes said, as the idea didn't seem too far-fetched. When he looked at the writing closer, he noticed that he could read it, but a realization had hit him. Wait. This isn't Pagna writing, the writing on the wall. It's Alterian writing. For a moment, Reyes felt like a fool, for he was too focused on the glowing bugs rather than the writing on the wall. But he did feel like he could forgive himself a little. The writing was carved into the rock, and there was a reason why he had failed to notice the writing on the wall. Having transmigrated into a new body, Reyes already knew how to speak and read the Pagna language. He had been doing so instinctively with everything he saw, including the cultivation books that had been given to him. He hadn't been reading the words and then translating them in his head. He just knew what they were. Yet it had been so long since he had seen the Alterian language that, at first, it looked just like random scribbles. Taking a step back, he noticed that they were letters, and he could see that entire passages had been carved out onto the wall. It made him think for a moment if he was on Alterian, but he knew that was foolish. How long has this been on here? Reyes grazed his finger along the indentation. He noticed that the words were a similar width to his own index finger. This, along with the rounded edges of the words, made him believe that such a thing was done with a finger. I can't believe it. Here in the dark faction at the bottom of some cavern, there is Alterian writing. Even if other students were sent down here, they wouldn't be able to decipher this, nor could the Pagna warriors, Reyes said. It wasn't completely out of the realm of possibility. After all, Reyes had met other Alterians in Pagna. It was just with how worn the writing looked, it felt like this had been left behind in another era. Reyes decided to continue to follow the writing until he had come to the end of the cave. It wasn't very deep, but it was quite spacious toward the end, as large as a wealthy man's bedroom. Looking at the writing all over, Reyes was trying to find a starting point, and at the very bottom toward the center. It looked like he had found it. I have come to the realization that I might perish down here. I have done a lot since coming to this world, and since I know what I have done might not be recorded down in books, I have decided to at least make a log of what I have done down here. The writing at times was hard for Reyes to make out since a lot of it was faded. At times, he would have to trace his finger to figure out what letter was meant to be there. Due to the age of when it was written, some of the passages were completely illegible. This world was a dangerous one when I joined, and I have seen no signs of others like me. I decided to forget my old ways as a mage and became a Pagna warrior. I found people I cared about that I wanted to protect. We decided to form a group and named it the Dark Faction. They designated me as their leader. Reyes had gone over the last piece of text a few times with his finger, tracing it over and over again to make sure he had read it right, but he was certain that there were no mistakes. The creation of the Dark Faction was created by an Alterian. It wasn't originally a Pagna warrior. Wait, but how far back does this go then? Surely, the Dark Faction must have existed for thousands of years. Have people been going to this world since back then, thinking about the Dark Faction leader? Reyes started to remember the statue that Kron had in his temple. It had a man in robes. Just like what mages wore, it was something Reyes had always found strange since it wasn't the regular clothing of those from Pagna. He had seen it everywhere. Even on the streets. It was becoming more likely that the words written in the cave weren't just some ramblings of a mad mage. It seems they have found me and found out what I really am. Portals have started to open up. Is this their doing, or is it just a crazy coincidence? I need to do more investigating, but I'm afraid it will put a target on my back. The words "what I really am" Reyes could guess they were referring to him being a mage, but who was looking for him? Was it Alter? Did such a group exist back then, or was it some other type of group? What Reyes was more concerned about was the fact that he was worried about them. The leader of the entire Dark Faction. and possibly one of the strongest at the time in Pagna. Another thing was the link to portals. Reyes already knew that portal openings were linked to magic, so how did the first ones come to be? Was it also an Alterian's doing, or was it something that had just happened? Reading on, Reyes was hoping he could find more, but there wasn't much information apart from the last few logs written toward the entrance of the cave. They have infiltrated the dark faction, the group that I built up with my dear friends. Now I can't trust any of them. This is the only place left. The only place I can hide that they don't know about. Rey's heart started to beat a little stronger. He could feel the worry through the words written, even if the writing was a little shaky. It was a sign that he was truly afraid, a person who had lost everything. The magic that I abandoned is now the only hope I have left. Where their eyes don't see me. I never thought I would have to rely on those crazy people, but it's the only choice that I have. There I will be safe. Finally, Reyes had reached the last legible passage. I have created a formation to come back to this place. When I have what I need, I will return and take back what is rightfully mine. The words resonated well with Reyes. He was starting to have a good impression of this dark faction leader, even though he had never met him before. By its side, he noticed something else that didn't really click compared to before. Because of the words written, the grooves in the wall, they weren't just random. As he followed them along with his finger, it was as Reyes expected. This is a magic circle, and not just that, by the formation, it's a portal. Judging by what was written, this is a portal for him to return to this very cave. I don't know much about the dark faction history. I never bothered to learn much about it, since I was focused on my own goals. So I have no clue what is written in the history books about the dark faction leader. Did he ever come back and accomplish what he needed to do? There was a lot of meaning hidden behind all the words. And Reyes wanted to take them seriously because right now he was in the same situation, and it felt like he was following in that person's footsteps, even to the point where he had fallen in the cave with the formation. Reyes ran over it with his finger, and this time he was paying attention with every stroke of his finger. As a mage over the years, remembering formations got a little simpler to remember. It was somewhat like a musician learning a new song. Over time, one would learn what chords were used and how they were repeated in song structures. Just like how one could then learn songs a lot quicker, it was the same with the magic formation. After around 30 minutes of repeating the same thing over and over, Reyes had gotten the formation memorized. This is a formation to return to this cave. Not that there is anything left in here that I need, but it will be handy to have if there is the need to hide somewhere in the future. Reyes still had his cloak. And he still had 2 power stones. One was for the robe itself, and the other was to return to the location where Dame would be. He always thought it would be a good place to hide if need be. Looking around in the cave further, Reyes was double-checking to see if there was anything else he had missed, but he had gone through all of the walls. That's when some of the glowing worms that were on the side of the walls and ceiling had dropped down. Moving to the side, Reyes had easily avoided them, but he could now see that the ground had lit up. Is this, moving his foot, he could feel an indent in the ground too. Wait a second, Reyes swung his arm in the air, activating his wing magic briefly, causing several of the worms to fall on the ground. Now that it was lit up, his suspicions were true. There's another formation on the ground. It's different from the one on the wall, but it's another teleporter formation. The words from the passage appeared in Rey's head. I never thought I would have to rely on those crazy people. But it's the only choice that I have. There I will be safe. Just where did this portal lead to, and what was Rey's to do? Simeon had run back through the forest with Safa on his back. He had seen a couple of hot bunnies running through the forest and heard the sounds of other students trying to fight the beasts, but he had decided to ignore them all. There were even those that seemed to be fighting against each other already, attempting to steal the power stones from each other. I just can't see it. I just can't see how Reyes will beat those guys on their own, Simeon thought. Playing in his head were each of the disciples going after him, Reyes using his strange magic but failing at every corner. It just wasn't possible, even with his powers. He had the chance to help out, but had decided not to. It was all because Reyes was the one that had given him the order. He thought there was no reason for both of them to get hurt. Even with the 2 of them, it wouldn't have changed the situation anyway. So the best thing to do was to do as the disciples said and betray them. That way at least they got the rewards. While having this thought in his mind, Simeon opened his hand. There were 2 power stones that had been given to him by Richter in turn for helping him out, for turning Ray's in. Right now, they felt so dirty, and he wanted to just chuck them away, but that would have been a waste. I have to listen to Ray's. I promised I would do as he said, and right now, I need to protect Safa as well. The 2 of them had eventually made it back to the starting zone and was standing in front of the large doors. There was no one else around. There was still plenty of time until the assessment was to end. Looking into the forest, Simeon was just hoping that he would see Ray's pop out of it, with the usual sucky look on his face, or with an insult, but no such thing had happened. Safa's eyes started to open, and as soon as she was conscious, she shot right up like a bamboo shoot. Twisting and turning her head, she was only looking for one thing. Her eyes started to tear up as she ran towards Simeon, who had grabbed her by the wrist before she could hit him. I know, I'm sorry, Simeon said. I wanted to stay and help him as well. I didn't want to leave him, but Ray's told me to go. He told me to look after you as well, Safa. He did that for our sake, so if we were to go back or try to fight against them, then it would all be in vain. Let's just wait and see. I'm sure he's okay. Safa continued to sulk and fell to her knees. She was losing energy inside her. Simeon, seeing her like this, felt like they perhaps both felt the same way, that they were incredibly weak and powerless in this situation. They had felt this way before, but at least they had managed to do something when Kron was in trouble, but here they were able to do nothing. The 2 of them waited and waited. Hours passed, and there was no sign of Rays. What had occurred was students returning. Some of them were standing a few meters away near the entrance, and others still clearly inside the forest. It was like Rays had mentioned. They were waiting to ambush those that had already collected a large number of power stones. What soon had occurred were fights that were breaking out, and even fights at the starting area as well. Yet for some reason, not a single person had decided to mess with them too. Is it because they don't think we have any power stones, so there's no point fighting us? Or is this the main clan disciples doing? Simeon had yet to see them arrive, and a misty gray was appearing over the forest. The sun was soon to rise. Eventually, the fighting had stopped between students. There were even those that had made deals to give some of their crystals rather than take a beating against each other and fight. Finally, the 5 main disciples had arrived, and they had done so together. However, there was no sign of Rays with them. Safa stood up and immediately went toward them, but Simeon quickly grabbed her hand. Hold it in, Simeon said. Please hold it in right now, we're not strong enough. I know. You want to get revenge, but now is not the time. I promise you I will protect you and help you in any way I can to get what you want. In order to stop Safa from making any loud noises, Simeon had to hold her head to his chest. He did so firmly. It was the only thing he could do for her, hoping that if she at least didn't look at them, her anger would be calmed. When the 5 disciples walked past, Richter gave a smile to him, and it was then that even Simeon couldn't take it anymore. What happened to him? What did you do? Where is he? Simeon asked. The other main disciples continued to move closer to the door, while Mada stopped. That white-haired kid, turns out he was nothing special after all. Walking away, Simeon bit his bottom lip so hard that he had pierced it with his tooth, and blood was starting to drip down his chin. The door opened as the sun rose in the air, and Pincer and Gunther had come out. The sight they could see in front of them was an expected one. Many of the students were injured, but not so much that they couldn't walk. Pagna warriors was skilled enough to tell after a few exchanges who would win a fight, so they would quickly give up the crystals, which was why all of the students were able to head back toward the entrance. That was all apart from one. Gunther was scanning the area. He could see Simeon and Safa, but where was the white-haired student? Where was Rays? Hey, Gunther asked, approaching both Simeon and Safa. The other one, did he not come back with you? Simeon shook his head. No, he got lost on the way. It wasn't a smart move for Simeon to tell the examiners. It was the main disciples doing. It might have sounded as if he was trying to get them in trouble, making it harder for their lives to continue at the academy. Pincer, I'm going to look for someone, Gunther shouted. You start to collect the crystals. Pincer did as asked, while Gunther rushed into the forest. After all, the crystals would tally up. The students were told to head inside, where they would be told where they were staying and where they could finally rest. The result of today's events would be revealed later. Mada took one look back into the forest, imagining his brother searching all over the place for a no name. Truly pathetic, he has no right to be the next clan head. Gunther looked everywhere he could in the forest. He truly searched up and down through all the fighting areas, but he was unable to find anything. Was it the main disciples' doing? Did they decide to get rid of him? If it was them, even if the academy had found out it was their doing, then they wouldn't punish them much since he was a no-name, Gunther thought. Maybe it was the best for him to have gone. With that Kai circulating in his body, there's a chance he could have turned crazy at any point, Gunther thought, as he decided to return. Following along with the other students being helped by the staff, Simeon continued to walk, following them through the halls, and he noticed that he had caught the eye of Richter a few times. Every time they did make eye contact, he would deliver a strange smile to him. I thought as much. Now that I have done as he asked, he won't let me go. He hasn't finished his fun with me. Instinctively, Simeon went ahead and rubbed the bottom of his earring, and he remembered the last thing Reyes had done before the assessment had started. Reyes had placed his hand on the earring, and a strange darkness had surrounded his hands, entering the earring. This time, if someone messes with you, they will be in for quite the surprise, Reyes said. Reyes had decided to sit down on the hard, cold surface of the cavern floor, right where the magic circle had been drawn. He thought that maybe if he did this, he could picture himself more in the shoes of the dark faction leader. The magic circle most likely opens up a portal to the land of the crazies the dark faction leader was talking about. I still have no idea whether or not he was able to return or not either, so there is a chance that the place is an extremely dangerous one, Reyes thought. His legs were crossed, his eyes were closed, and he was in a meditative state. His wounds were still quite bad on his body, and although he had the body of a Pagna warrior, it wasn't something that would just heal unless given a long period of time. With my body in this state, if this is a portal to a dangerous dimension with strong beasts, then I'll be in a lot of trouble. I'm someone who has taken many risks in my life, and although I feel like I should follow where the dark faction leader went, there is a much safer option, pushing off with his 2 legs. Reyes kicked off the ground and without using his arms, got up from the floor. It was something he never imagined he could do as a mage. Or in his old body. With his broken arm, he would have been far more doomed before compared to now. I guess that's decided. If I stay here, then nothing will change. I have to do something about my body first, and then find ways to improve my strength. Reyes moved from the circle that was underneath him. Just ahead, he was trying to find his own space to draw a circle of his own. He looked back at the inscriptions on the walls. It was clear that they were all done with a finger. Something that Reyes couldn't do as a Stage 1 Pagna warrior. It made him wonder if perhaps he would be able to do something like this at some point. It was clear the dark faction leader was skilled at being a warrior, and it made Reyes wonder what his skills were like as a mage as well. Since he was unable to do the same thing, he needed to improvise. Off the wall, Reyes picked up one of the glowing worms. It wriggled in his fingers. It was fat and juicy in size. Placing it on the floor, he crushed its body against the ground quickly to ensure it didn't suffer a slow death and began to draw his magic circle. My life is at stake, and who knows what will be happening to others. I can't be worrying about the deaths of some bugs. It took more than one bug. As the green fluorescent liquid that would come out of it was small in amount, eventually. The magic circle was complete. I have 2 crystals on me. One for getting there, Reyes thought, looking at the other circle that had been written on the cave wall, and if that works, one for getting back here as well, placing the power stone on the ground. Reyes activated the magic circle. And the portal opened up, taking a confident step in. Reyes appeared on the other side. In a dimension of darkness. The portal then snapped shut behind him, leaving him in the dimension. I'm in a different area compared to last time. The dark mage was in unfamiliar territory. But he did have some idea of where he was to his left and right. There were multiple square-shaped buildings. Most of them had been damaged with rubble falling from the top or side. They even had doors. But again, they were broken down or completely destroyed. What it looked like he was on was a very wide street that was between the 2 rows of houses. These streets could be seen every so often between the houses. Trying to make a note of the area, he also noticed that there was a well behind him. Far ahead in front, though, there was a large, thick wall. It had been torn down in multiple places, but what was amazing about it was how far it stretched along all of the houses. This was the familiar place Reyes had noticed from before. the city he had seen on the other side of the building he was in with Dame. I used the same formation that I did last time, but because I drew it in a different place, it's taken me to a different location. Which is why I'm a bit skeptical about that circle in the cave. The magic circle in the cave had the makings of a teleportation circle. But there were markings that Reyes himself didn't understand, small numbers that were written. It was a first for Reyes. He had hoped that those small numbers meant that he would be sent to the same spot no matter where he was. Either way, he had chosen to travel to this dimension, the one where he had met Dame, because he knew the level of beasts was low. It was a good place for him to get some crystals. The first thing Reyes had decided to do was get out of the open street. He had never been on this side of the wall, where the city was. There was a chance there could be more groups of beasts or beasts he had never encountered before. The first thing he did was decide to enter one of the houses. Here he could see the usual furniture spread out, old toys that were rusted and broken apart. These dimensions, sometimes they are a world full of nothing but sand, and at other times, it's as if an entire civilization once lived here. Yet we have never found signs of the original inhabitants' life. I guess Pagna would be a first, but no one on Alterian knows about that. Why is Pagna so different? The question interests me. But I can't look into it so much. I need to focus on my own doings. There is one thing that is different about me and the Dark Faction leader. He had decided to make a life and settle down in Pagna. He was more concerned about taking what he had made in Pagna, whereas I have no intention of that. Reyes went through the broken rubble of one of the doors and crossed over into the other house where the wall had broken down as well. In the corner, he could see red glowing eyes, and without hesitation, he pointed his one good arm outward. The attack left his hand, and a small whimper followed. Before a thud, the mist went into his body, and going over, Reyes could see that it was the same dog creatures as before. Before taking out the crystal from its body, Reyes decided to check the rest of the house. The last thing he wanted was for a beast to jump out at him while he was hesitating. When he went up the stairs, he saw two more, and he turned from one to the other using dark pulse on them again. They were easily dealt with. After checking the area a second time, Reyes took the crystals out of the three beasts, and now he had 3 level 1 power stones to work with. Before, when I went to this dimension, I had a time limit of how long I could be here. I only had enough crystals to do what I needed, but this time I can do everything I need to, with the blood of the beasts. Reyes drew out a magic circle and placed down a crystal along with the bottle. He activated it with his magic and decided to use his dark magic for what he wanted this time. The liquid filled the bottle, but rather than light blue, it came out red instead. That's okay. Reyes thought. He picked up the bottle and, opening the lid, started to gulp it down. With this body, I don't just have to rely on my magic. Reyes placed the bottle down again, along with another power stone on the ground. He could feel it working, as a tingling sensation was sent around his body. Some of the aches and pains were disappearing, but his arm was still in somewhat bad condition. This was followed by his mana being somewhat drained. He could have made a normal potion, but Reyes wanted his body back in the old shape it was. I have a lot more things I need to make, so I'm going to need a lot more crystals. It's time for me to hunt. Healing potion wasn't on the list of things that Reyes was planning to create first. This was because for Mage, they were relatively quite useless. Mages didn't have strong bodies. Instead, they used magic to fortify themselves or create defensive barriers, counters, and many more. If an attack from a mage managed to get through, it would mean the end for them in battle. Hence, potions weren't directly used on mages, but was something that existed for the general public. In this case, though, a potion was extremely helpful. A Pagna warrior suffered from internal and external wounds, and they were able to withstand their fair share of punishment. It made Reyes think, similar to how when mages fought, they would constantly consume mana potions to aid them. A Pagna warrior could consume health potions in the middle of battle. The basic one that Reyes had created wouldn't be of much use. Even now, he had to consume several to get back to his original state, but stronger ones would be ideal. For Reyes, who was both a Pagna warrior and a mage, it would do well for him to keep both. The cursed effect of the healing potion didn't matter much to Reyes either, since he could create a regular mana potion afterward. Now that he had the wind attribute, he could use magic other than that of dark magic to create potions. An uncommon mana potion has been created. A small amount of mana has been replenished. Casting speed of spells will be increased for the next 5 seconds. Since the mana potion was created with wind magic, it didn't restore as much mana as one created with dark magic, but it had a nice effect. The casting speed doesn't matter much for basic spells like Dark Pulse, but for the higher tier spells that require more mana, it will come in handy. For now. Rays would continue to go through the ruined city and collect beast crystals. Every other building there seemed to have 1 or 2 of the dog beasts, and the most he would come across was 4. He repeated the process of making the mana potions and the healing potions until his whole body was back to what it once was. His broken arm had healed, and his whole body felt refreshed. He even jumped up and down and threw a few punches in the air. Having used up his crystals, Rays continued his strategy of going through the houses. It seemed to help him not get surrounded or ambushed. He saw one of the dog beasts growling at him, and immediately it leaped towards him. Rather than using the dark pulse, as he normally would do, the air was swirling around his hand. Silent strike, Rays whispered as he performed the 2-step shift. He had gathered the Kai in his body, but rather than a fist, he had his fingers together pointed outward. He swung it across the dog's neck and it sliced it open. Even with skills like Silent Strike, if I utilize it with Kai, it makes it stronger. With the next set of beasts that Rays hunted, he had used mainly Silent Strike along with a few other wind attribute skills. He did his best to only use wind attribute magic unless he was put in a dangerous situation. With the effect of the dark magic ring, Rays was gaining back his mana with each kill, and since Silent Strike used up nothing, he could seemingly go on forever. In the end, he ended up with 16 level 1 power stones before he decided to take a break. He was inside one of the homes he had just recently cleared again, checking what he had in his robe. Now that he was in another dimension, he was wearing his robe freely, since here, if anyone spotted him, he wanted to be known as the Dark Magus. The reason Rays had been using the wind magic to fight against the beasts was that he wanted to improve its attribute. When he could, he wished to enchant another ring with wind magic. It wouldn't be cursed, so there would be no downside, but it would allow him to keep better track of the ring. Since I didn't really prepare coming to this place, I only prepared 4 bottles. Rays was thinking about the best thing to do. The healing potions weren't effective enough to use on the go, so in battle, it would be practically useless. So instead, Rays had decided to create a couple more mana potions. 1 uncommon wind-based mana potion. 2 uncommon cursed mana potions. With the stage he was at now, the cursed potions were more effective if he got into trouble. However, he was sure that with a potion with that powerful of an effect, it was something that perhaps couldn't be used consecutively one after another. Not that it was something one would want to do unless they wanted to suffer from mana poisoning. With the last bottle on the ground, Rays had decided to create an entirely new magic formation. He wanted a new type of potion, and when the spell was finally cast, it was filled with green liquid. A common buff potion has been created. Increase the user's speed slightly for 10 seconds. This is something that dark magic is unable to produce, a complete buff potion for the user. Or at least not one that has been discovered yet. Although I would hate to think what the downsides would be with the potions created. He had stored them inside his robe. It was time for him to continue hunting once again. He could increase his wind attribute, and although level 1 stones were pretty much not useful to him any longer, he could always sell them for a pretty penny, exiting out of the house. Rays had entered onto the wide street, the road that led up to the large wall. He had been getting closer to it bit by bit. If he didn't want to use the formation he had seen in the cave, he could always go to the place he was at before and use the formation he did know. It would send him back to the temple, but at least it was a sure way for him to return. There would be a few questions he suspected for him if he did that, though. Hey, a voice shouted out, and it sounded as if it was from above. This isn't our meeting day. What are you doing here on your own? You should be careful, otherwise you might get taken out like the first time we met. When Rays looked up, he could see a group of people on top of one of the houses. It wasn't just any group of people, it was Dame along with his small squad. This might not be a bad time to meet actually, Rays thought. I need to know whether or not he's from the demonic faction, and what does that even mean? Just what kind of cultivation technique did I learn? And whether or not it would bring him trouble. Dame was part of the Neverfall clan, and the clan had a certain set of rules, especially when it came to portal use, as other dimensions were not only dangerous places, but also valuable resources. The main issue with portals, though, was that they were placed all over the continent. They didn't know where the portals would open up, and when they did, they would permanently stay open in a certain location. Which was why portals that opened up near a clan base were a blessing. It was easier for them to protect it from other users. If it wasn't a valuable portal and was far away, it didn't make sense for clans to focus a lot of manpower on such a thing. There were other reasons for restricting the number of clans down to a minimum, and that was because portals could be cleared as well. It was a strange phenomenon that they didn't quite understand, but certain events could occur inside a dimension, and once those events passed, the portal would close as well. In most cases, they would attempt to keep the portals open since they supplied the world of Pagna with special power stones that could be converted into Kai pills, and in some cases, there would be rare plants that could be used by alchemists as well. Because of this, Dame and his small group of followers, friends, a group of people that were hard to describe, even if you asked about them himself, would journey out of the Neverfall base and head to the border of the continent. They were traveling through a barren wasteland where the ground beneath them was a dark orange, almost black. Strangely up ahead, there was a mountain where half of it on one side was covered with snow while the other covered in the same dark surface they were walking on. Although walking wasn't quite the right word, they were taking large steps, and with each step, it looked like they were gliding across the land. They weren't running, but they were covering several meters of distance with just a single step. And none of them looked tired either. Dame, I thought you said you were going to stop using this portal. We are already on the bad side of the light faction, and I don't think your father can keep sticking up for you, Fixteen said annoyed. Oh, come on, Dame replied back. Do you really think they care about this portal so much? If they did, they would have placed some guards on the outside. The fact that they haven't and abandoned it is proof that it's free to use. Kirk was shaking his head. But isn't that why we got in trouble? Because Beatrix was in the portal. It is technically owned by the Light faction after all. And are we fighting against them? Dame replied. We are just collecting power stones that otherwise would have never been collected. We have been in this portal how many times, and we've only come across her once, so it's no big deal. And besides, we need to look after this portal because it's our only connection with him, with the Dark Magus. Dame and his group had been visiting the portal to collect power stones. They would then sell them on the black market for coin. And with the coin, they would spend it all on booze, food, drink. And he had become well known as a frequent visitor of the several brothels around the place. It was safe to say that Dame had a bad reputation in the Neverfall clan. He continued to visit the portal, obtaining low-level power stones, but he also would make sure to arrive on a certain day. Today wasn't one of those days. When they had arrived at the top of the mountain, the portal could be seen halfway down the other side of the mountain. It was in a tricky place to begin with, and there was even a blizzard that was taking place. After observing that there was no one present around the area, nor could they see any footsteps in the snow, they rushed over and entered the portal one by one. Coming out on the other side, the group was in a dark, large hallway. They were at the very top floor of the large wall that separated the two sides. One side led into a dark forest, and on the other side was the city. Immediately, Dame and his group entered the city, and they started to search around, looking for beasts. They knew the place was no trouble for them. It was part of the reason why they came here, because it was meant to be easy unless they ran into someone. As they searched through buildings, they started to witness a few things, though. Holy crap, Carlson said as he knelt over and pulled out a dagger by his side. He was right by one of the dog beasts and started to carve at it immediately. He was searching to see its center, and he could see that the power stone had already been removed. I guess that someone else is here after all, Kirk said, wiping the sweat from his bald head. Although he was a Pagna warrior, he was a relatively unfit one with a large belly. Fixteen immediately went to look at Dame when they noticed that it wasn't just one dead beast, but there were several. Oh, come on, Dame complained. Just because there are dead beasts here doesn't mean that it's going to be Beatrix. It could be wanderers who stumbled upon the portal, or it could just be some low-level Light faction members. We can just stay out of their sight if we see them. Fixteen didn't like the careless answer from Dame, but he felt like he was right. They were all skilled Pagna warriors. It made no sense For them to be here either, let alone light faction members, Beatrix was simply a one-off. As the group continued to explore, they were coming across more and more of the dead beasts. All of them seemed to be killed in the same way, a strike right by their neck as well. It was clear it was a one-sided fight. Are these strikes done by a sword? Does that mean Beatrix is really here? Carlson said nervously. No, it won't be her, Dame answered. She is a treasure of the light faction. Unlike me, these power stones are not even worth her taking her time to carve out of the beasts. Not only that, but with how many dead beasts are in the area, there's a chance that if they keep killing them like this, the Dimension Boss will be summoned again like last time. The Dimension Boss was one of the events that could occur in a portal. It was a beast that was abnormally strong compared to those within the portal, and a large group would be used to subjugate it. Once defeated, the portal would close up. This was why clan members were strict with those who entered the portals. Carlson was shaking, and he started to feel a phantom pain in his leg as he went to grab it. One of the times they had entered before. The Dimension Boss had been summoned, and Carlson had been on the receiving end. Hey, I think I just found our culprit, Dame said, standing on the rooftop and seeing a young man in dark robes. Having met Dame and his group twice already, Reyes wasn't so afraid of them, but he still stood on the side of caution. Unlike the past, he didn't activate his magic, ready to use it at a moment's notice. Besides, who would call out to their opponent if they were planning to attack them anyway? I guess that woman from the Light faction would do that. I wonder if all of those from the Light faction are just as strange. Dame and the rest had jumped down from the rooftops. They had a smile on their faces. He was quite pleased to see the Dark Magus, because now he knew who the mysterious person behind the beast killings was. They had less reason to worry about running into those from the Light faction now. It isn't our time to meet, so I have to be honest, I'm quite surprised to see you here, Dame said. Do I have to have your permission to be here? Reyes immediately replied. No, you are quite right, but I thought that you might be worried about running into a few problems like the time before. Anyway, a meeting with you is always a pleasure. Is there anything specific that you are looking for in here? Perhaps me and my group can help, Dame offered. It had been a long time, an incredibly long time since Reyes had worked with another group. Although he had Safa and Simeon by his side, he imagined them as just add-ons that were following him. However, Reyes was actually hoping to meet Dame because he had quite a few questions he wanted to ask him. I actually wanted to ask you something, Reyes said as he made a fist, gathering his kai from his dantian and then threw it out. It looked like a strong blow, but there were no ripples in the air, nor was there a loud bang, somewhat showing what stage he was at. Oh, Dame clapped his hands together in surprise. It looks like the gift I gave you last time actually managed to help you. I'll be honest, I'm actually surprised you were able to learn this and so fast. The others were quite concerned seeing this as well. How could they teach an outsider their arts? I assume you want to build a relationship with me, Reyes stated. And I have grown quite interested in these arts. So I wanted to ask about this power. Where does it come from? What type of power is it in your world? And is there more to it? A smile appeared on Dame's face as he went on to explain to Reyes about the power of Kai. He had pretty much told the Dark Magus what he already knew, about how there were different stages, a dantian and Kai. He also went on to explain how the source of one's Kai was different depending on what cultivation technique people used. Some of them were better at drawing energy than others, and in the conversation, Reyes had found the answer he was looking for. The power that you have cultivated is from the demonic faction, so you now have demonic Kai running through your body. You're able to learn whatever skills you wish in terms of martial arts. But clans from the demonic faction have perfected their skills to be used with demonic Kai best. Reyes was quite happy that Dame had chosen not to hide this fact, but it could have been just because he assumed Reyes was from another world. Either way, he would use this to get all the information he needed. So if I have demonic Kai in my body, is there anything I should worry about? Reyes asked. Dame chuckled. I guess the name demonic does make it sound a tad dangerous, doesn't it? But as you can see, all of us are friendly people. Dame then let out a sigh. If you were from our world, you would have to worry about the other factions. They have a grudge against us due to what happened in the past. You see, demonic Kai is special compared to the others for two reasons. The first is the fact that the demonic Kai cultivation technique allows the user to grow the quickest. what may take 10 years for other factions, our members can do in 1 year. However, the demonic Kai, if not properly regulated, can turn one into literal demons. The color of one's skin will change, their eyes turning into solid black. I'm sure you felt it when you cultivated. The cycle of life and death allows us to connect with them. If one doesn't have a strong mind which needs to be built up, it will take over one's body. Unfortunately, a long time ago, our clan leader had become a demon and had nearly gotten rid of all of the factions, including our own. But I don't think it's anything you have to worry about. After hearing the story, Reyes now didn't know what to think of Dame. He had nonchalantly handed him such a book without explaining any of the details to him. Perhaps due to his past experiences, he didn't feel as affected by cultivating this way. But if it was another, it could have driven them to go mad. He also believed that the other factions had a right to be worried about the Kai if it was dangerous, but it somehow suited him well. A Kai cultivation technique that others deemed too dangerous, just like his dark magic as well. Ah, that reminds me, while I have you, the potion that you gave me last time. The effects was splendid, and I actually have a client that would like to purchase more of it from you. Is that possible? Dame asked, rubbing his hands. He was already imagining the riches he would receive from Alba. Creating potions wasn't a difficult task for Reyes, and since they were all made with level 1 power stones, these were the basic of basic potions. So he saw no problem, as he would keep the better stuff for himself. Perhaps he could even ask for higher level power stones for doing such a thing for Dame. I can create more for you, but I would need to gather more materials, and I am in a bit of a tricky situation back where I am, in terms of getting them. Besides, if it worked, don't you owe me a reward? Reyes asked. The book from before had helped him out leaps and bounds, and perhaps Dame could teach him more, teach him enough to protect himself from the other disciples. Dame had his finger on his chin, tapping it several times until he snapped his fingers. Ah, I have an idea. Unfortunately, as you said, I don't have a reward for you since this was an unexpected meeting. However, maybe I have a solution that could solve your material problem and my gift. Hearing Dame speak, Fixtine's heart was starting to thump faster. No, he isn't going to, don't tell me he is. He wouldn't be that crazy, right? Why don't you come back with us? Come back to our world of Pagna, Dame asked. Fixtine felt that the fact they were already keeping a large secret, that they had met someone from another world, a human with strange powers, was already a significant risk. The elders at the clan, if they had found out what Dame was doing, would have enough reason to punish him for treason, since he had withheld world-changing event information from them. But I know that Dame is just a fool. Fixtine slapped the top of his head. All that damn young master thinks of is ways to earn more money. He just wants to earn enough so he can be free from the clan's restraints and do his own thing. Which was why inviting the very thing they were trying to hide over to their world seemed like an extremely bad idea in his head. Go with him to the world of Pagna. Dame doesn't know I'm from the world of Pagna. But if he is asking me to come with him, then wouldn't that mean taking me to the demonic faction territory? Reyes thought. It is a place that I thought I should visit at some point. Since it's away from the eyes of Altar if I'm there, maybe I can do what I need to do. Okay, Reyes answered. Let's see this world of yours. Dame's eyes had almost become gold coins. If he could utilize Reyes and his special power well, he could make a fortune, and for now, he would hold off introducing him to Alba. He was sure that if the Dark Magus became an even bigger deal, she would raise the bounty on his head, and when the time was right, he would receive the reward. Currently, the rest of the group led the Dark Magus and Dame out of the place. With excitement, they didn't even care about hunting any more beasts, except for Reyes. The moment he spotted one of the beasts, he would break off from the others. Rather than using his wind magic, though, he stuck to his dark magic to not show his Pagna skills too much. A large hole would be made right through the beast's head, and all that was left was to gather the crystals. Since Reyes was doing all of the work getting the crystals in the first place, no one said anything to him about taking them. Are power stones also useful in your world? Dame asked. Yes, Reyes replied. The stones are what allow us to make the potions and also make strong items. Oh really? Dame said, sounding a bit surprised. So does that mean you could make a sword that could shoot out dark beams like what you just did now? The level of stuff I can make would depend on the mage's power, as well as the power stones that can be used. So it wouldn't be completely impossible, Reyes explained. He continued to defeat beast after beast, collecting the crystal. Reyes had a lot that he wanted to do before he even thought about returning to the academy, and the others in Dame's group were becoming a little concerned. Especially Carlson, who was touching his leg again as it ached. Reaching the wall, the group started to go through the halls and up the stairs. It was quite the journey since the staircase would be located on either end of the long hallway, so if one went up one end, they would then have to walk across to the next. Finally, they reached the very top floor, and across the hall, Reyes could see the portal. "That's interesting. Is this how you get out?" Reyes asked. "Oh, is how you enter into this dimension different from how we got in? I thought it would be the case, but I wasn't completely sure. For us, there is only one way to enter into this dimension. For some reason, a portal will open up somewhere in our world. When we enter into that portal, we always end up in the same place. People can return back through the same portal that they entered from. Or another way to return is by something called a return stone. It will take you back from where you originally entered when crushed, but they are quite expensive, and I have no idea what would happen to you if you were to use one." Almost immediately, a question had come to Reyes' mind, and he had asked it without a second thought. Then how do portal breaks happen? Reyes wanted to kick himself. He was so used to the world of Pagna and being around other warriors that he had naturally asked the question he was curious about. But they didn't have portal breaks in Alterian, and if they did, wouldn't it have been something he would have known about? "It looks like your world hasn't solved that mystery yet either, huh?" Dame said. "Beasts, for some reason, are unable to go through the portal, and they can only do so when a portal breaks open. There is an exception to that. Hybrids can come out at times as well. As for why, who knows?" The group continued heading forward, and as they were approaching the portal, another beast dog appeared. Quickly, Reyes had used his dark pulse skill on it and killed the beast instantly. He rushed over to extract the crystal from its body, as he had been doing. "I hope you know not to show your strange powers when you're in our world," Fixteen stated. "Of course," Reyes replied, obtaining the crystal. "Magic used in other dimensions didn't open more portals, at least according to Alter, so there was no problem with that. It was only in Pagna that he had to be careful." When standing up, Reyes nearly fell on his backside, as the whole ground was shaking. Several of the loose rocks that were part of the wall fell off to the side. Loud, rumbling noise was heard in the distance as well. "What was that?" Reyes asked. "That is our cue to get out of here," Fixteen said as he rushed forward. He knew they had dealt with far too many beasts. All of them jumped through quickly with Dame at the very back. "Come on, don't be shy, let's go," Dame shouted. Reyes jumped through, following the others, and soon Dame had followed just after. As the group exited from the portal, they found themselves landing in the snow. It was clear to Reyes that this wasn't any place he was familiar with at all. He was unable to see anything he recognized. "Hey, you have Kai, right? So you're going to have to try and keep up with us as best you can. The last thing we want to do is leave you behind if we're getting chased," Fixteen said. "Chased?" Reyes asked. "Hey, Dame," Kirk shouted, interrupting the two. "Take a look at the snow." In the soft white snow that was still falling, they could see that there were a group of footsteps leading from the bottom of the mountain towards the portal. Since the imprints was still visible, it meant it was fairly recent. "The Dimension Boss, it was just summoned," Kirk said. "If we enter now, we will just get in more trouble," Dame said. "They are not from the demonic faction. Besides, we have an important guest to look after. Let's go." Reyes followed along as the Pagna warriors ran off. They were fast, and he imagined they were moving slower just because of him. Still, Reyes couldn't help but wonder. Just what were they talking about, and what was he about to see in the demonic faction? The group, plus an extra guest, was now descending on the other side of the mountain. Reyes was looking at the dark orange ground, a stark difference from the snowy area they had just come from. The whole area, it looks demonic itself. I wonder if that has something to do with their name. Even the dark faction is a place that is just full of regular land, well apart from the academy, Reyes thought. He was keeping up with the others, but he could tell that they were holding back. Reyes was physically running, and he struggled to find stable footing, especially downhill. He was trying his best to follow the path they had created. When the others traveled, though, they were taking single steps to leap all the way down, almost as if they were floating on air. It was the first time Rays had been around all high-level skill Pagna warriors, and it was quite the experience. One of the dead giveaways that they were holding back was that Kirk, who was at the back of the group, other than Rays at the very back, would turn his head once in a while and wait. Then, when Rays was close enough, he would set off again. At the front of the group, Fixteen and Dame were quite a bit ahead of the others. "You know, there's a good chance we will get blamed for what is about to happen in that portal," Fixteen said. "I know, but the circumstances were just unlucky for them," Dame replied. "If we stayed, we would have gotten in trouble, and even if we helped, we might not have been able to defeat the Dimension Boss." "Yes, but if the Light Faction group gets eliminated, or if it gets reported back what happened in there since they had seen you, they will blame this whole thing on us, giving them an excuse to attack. Then we will just have to deal with that situation when it comes to it. For the future, the Dark Magus is more important," Dame answered. Based on the footsteps in the snow, Fixteen knew that a group of Light Faction warriors had entered the portal. Since it was a low-level portal, most likely the group that had entered were low-level as well. They would have entered with the aim of taking out a few beasts, and then, before they had taken out too many and summoned the Dimension Boss, they would have left. There was usually a time frame of how many deaths of beasts within a certain amount of time had to occur in order to summon the Dimension Boss. This number was different for each portal. But if this was one of the ways to activate the Dimension Boss, the clan in charge would have made note of it. What they wouldn't have expected was for a group to have entered before them and left just after summoning the Dimension Boss. Considering how they hadn't seen the Light Faction members on their way back to the portal, it meant that they had to have been somewhere in the city already, in the middle of the chaos. Inside the portal, that very thing was occurring, and Fixteen's fears were right. A group of 6 from the Light Faction had entered. All of them were wearing white clothing with bands wrapped around their waists and swords by their sides. The group was covered in dust and filth, while one was severely injured, with a strange green liquid having hit his arm. The skin had fallen off, and he had no choice but to slice his own arm off while tying it up with part of his clothing. 2 of them had already perished. "How could this have happened? We only killed 4 beasts," one of the warriors shouted. "We should have gone back the moment we saw the other dead beasts. We should have known something was up." "This is not our fault, men," one of the older warriors shouted with a lightly bearded face. His name was Jalan, and he was in charge of looking after the group. "These things don't happen by accident. It's quite clear that someone has entered without permission, but we must focus and survive." After shouting those words, they could feel the rumbling sensation in the ground below. Quickly, Jalan leaped away, jumping onto one of the building rooftops. However, the other 3 were too slow. Breaking out of the ground, a large green serpent burst through, opening its mouth wide. It swallowed the men whole. The only saving grace was that their lives would end quickly, as they were dissolved in the special acid the serpent had in its body. It wasn't like the typical serpent where their bodies would slowly be digested. "I tried my best to look after them, but now I have failed. The only thing I can do now is head back and report this matter," Jalan thought. The beast would be too strong for him to handle, and it would burrow itself back into the ground again, as it had done so far. This was the only chance Jalan had. He sprinted, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, hoping that it would be harder for the beast to track him. According to the information obtained by the other members, the Dimension Boss won't touch the wall or go past it. If I reach there, I can make it in time. Jalan had run with everything he had. When he was close to the wall, he leaped up through the air. From the ground beneath, he could see it rumbling, and breaking through the ground moments later was the serpent again, with its mouth wide open. "Crescent Moon Strike," Jalan shouted out as his sword lit up and he swung it through the air. Kai emitted from his strike and hit the serpent's mouth, causing it to flinch and close. Meanwhile, Jalan had made it onto the wall. He was huffing and panting, and when he looked down, he could see the beast retreating back into the ground, burrowing itself. He felt the vibrations lessen, signaling that the beast had gotten away. "I must report this as soon as I can." Jalan had exited out of the portal, and immediately he descended down the mountain. Perhaps he should have rested, but he didn't. The thought of those who had died in front of him stayed fresh in his mind. He needed to do this, to avenge them in any way possible. He did whatever he could to get to the clan base as quickly as he could, and when he eventually arrived, he reported everything. The news of what had occurred in the portal had spread, and it had reached the ears of a certain individual. It was none other than Beatrix Highborn from the Dawnblade. Clan. Immediately she burst into the dojo-styled room where an older woman with ash-gray hair sat on top of a chair. Beatrix bowed down on one knee with her hands in front of her. Master, I have no doubt that what happened at the mountainside portal today occurred because of the demonic faction using our portal as they pleased. Please let me take revenge on the demonic faction by leading the attack myself, Beatrix requested. Reyes continued to follow the group through the lands. After descending the mountain, he thought that traversing the flat surface land would be easier. But it was clear that the others had taken their movement to another level. They were able to move even faster than before. I've only just become a Pagna warrior in this world. Do you expect me to keep up with all of you just like that? Reyes thought as he huffed and panted. His current situation reminded him a lot of his training with Kron when he had first arrived. Thankfully, the scenery around them had changed as well, and it wasn't all barren wastelands. There were fields with soil, but with strange colored plants, and even the forests had leaves present, although many of them were oddly shaped or mostly fallen on the ground, littering the forest floor to the point where one couldn't see the real floor underneath. Eventually, a large city of lights appeared on the horizon, and Reyes slowed his pace to take in the sight. They were on higher ground on a hilltop, allowing them to see the entire city in its glory. The night sky was out, so the city was lit up with lanterns. They hung off buildings, lighting up the streets. The pagodas were covered with them, as were the larger buildings. Unlike the town Reyes was in, several of the buildings here had more than one floor. The rooftops were still slanted and curved out, like the town he had come from, and all of the buildings were colored in a similar dull gray with several areas of red. All the glowing lanterns were red as well, giving the entire city a bright hue. It's quite beautiful, isn't it? Dame continued to look at the city with a small smile on his face. He had one leg up on a large rock as he stared out into the distance. This is the city of Repton. It's at the center of the demonic faction, so it's a busy place with a lot of trade. It even has the largest auction in the faction. For the time being, this will be quite a nice place for you to stay, don't you think? The group continued forward and entered the city with no problems. Reyes was still twisting and turning his head, trying to take in everything he could see. Despite it being night, the streets were busy and full of people. The streets were a lot wider, and people were still eating outside. Restaurants and inns were filled with people eating and drinking. As they continued to walk, Reyes passed several market stalls as well. These were better set up than the ones he had seen in the town. They weren't crooked and slanting. These stalls were straight with a roof on top, and nearly every stall even had a name plaque on the outside. Even the items they were presenting were displayed in a far better order. All right, just let me know what you need to make 10 of those potions that you made last time. I'll cover the material costs, and if there is anything else you want, as long as it's within reason, I'll get it for you as well, Dame said. Reyes already felt like it was the right thing to have come. Here, he didn't even have to pay for anything, and he could buy even more stuff than before. First, Reyes bought several more bottles. Kirk was carrying around a large case on his back that was wrapped around his body with some rope. Whatever Reyes pointed at, the items would then be filled into the crate. 20 bottles in total had been placed inside, 10 for the order from Dame, and 10 for him to do what he wanted with. As they continued looking around, Reyes didn't stop there. He picked up a standard ring that had been requested to enhance his magic. It was fine because he had in mind what he wanted to make. He continued going from stall to stall, doing the little trick he had done before. He was looking for items that would react well to magic. If I can find something like that earring last time, then maybe I can get an item that's just as good as Simeon. I'll have to use my dark magic, and the item will either be cursed or sealed, but it will be worth it. And I've got plenty of crystals to try to make a higher tier crystal with. Eventually, his little trick worked on one of the stalls. Of all things the magic had reacted to was a statue of a simple man in old farmer's clothes made out of stone. These items are a bit more difficult since they can't be worn on one's body, but they still have their uses, Reyes thought. Are you sure you want this? Dame asked, lifting the statue. It was so cheap, costing less than a single silver coin. I can get you much better souvenirs if that's what you're looking for. It's okay, I just want this one, Reyes replied. Dame looked at the items that had been bought so far, and he felt they were extremely odd. He understood the bottles, but the ring and the statue. What use were these? Stopping at another stall, Reyes was surprised to see such things sold out in the open. They were Kai pills, the same type of pills that Kron had given him. Ah, these things will be useless for you. Since you're already a stage 1 Pagna warrior, it won't do much if you were to eat it. It only has 10 years of Kai inside. It's good for restoring part of your Kai, but in terms of increasing your Kai in your Danshin, it wouldn't have any effect. You would at least need a pill that has 50 years of Kai. It was good to learn about the different Kai pills and how they affected him now that he was already a warrior, but he never had the intention of eating the pill. "I'll take one," Ray said. With all the items bought, it was time for them to rest for the night. Dame entered a relatively small and quiet inn on the outskirts of the city. He was looking out for the dark magus since he didn't want him to be caught, especially by Alba, who visited the place rather frequently. A room had been rented out for Reyes, and although it was nicer than his room at the temple, it was still relatively small and barren of objects. But it had a bed, toilet, and facilities for cleaning oneself, so he couldn't really complain. "All right, I have to head back to my clan with the others. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon to collect the items. And I'll be giving you your reward for all of this. I promise you won't be disappointed," Dame said before leaving the room. Left on his own, Reyes didn't plan to sleep just yet, with excitement coursing through his veins. "All right," Reyes said, heading to the crate that had been left behind. "It's time to enchant some items so I can get strong. Enough that not even the academy principal can stop me." All in all, after the countless number of beasts that Reyes had hunted before the others had arrived, as well as those he had hunted while with Dame and his group, he now had a total of 26 power stones. The first thing he did was feed a stone to his robe, bringing his number down to 25. That way, he didn't have to worry about it randomly taking one item. With the large number of stones he had at the moment, he didn't mind sparing one. All right, so now it's time for the second task. Bringing out a piece of chalk, Reyes started to draw the magic circle on the ground, and then he carefully placed the bought ring on the floor. It was a green jade ring. The color was specifically chosen so he could differentiate which ring did what. After all, the cursed black ring had an unwelcome effect if taken off. Activating the magic circle with his wind attribute magic, it lit up, and the ring glowed for a few seconds before returning to its original state. Reyes didn't need to ask what the ring did. He knew what enchantment circle he had used. Kneeling down, he picked up the ring and placed it on one of his fingers. "I remember a number of different enchantments. I can always experiment with my enchantments if the item has a high affinity with magic. But it would be helpful if I had access to certain recipes for different enchantments. I wonder if Alter has any. The leader is a 6-star mage after all." Now, with the rings on his fingers, Reyes could actually gauge his different types of magic growing. Wind attribute 11. Dark attribute 29. Oh, it increased more than I thought. I guess repeatedly using wind magic to kill those beasts came in handy after all. Onto the next part, Reyes had redrawn the magic circle and had placed down the Kai pill that had been bought, along with the crystal. Magic circles were almost a set of instructions for what to do with the items. And then the crystal was the energy that was used to allow the spell of the circle to work in the first place. Right now, after activating the spell, the pill had broken and was destroyed, but it started to turn into a small mist and formed words in front of Reyes, just like when he would ask for the effects of items. Level 1 Power Stone. Silverstone Flower Seed. I see, so these are the ingredients that are used to make a Kai pill. I guess they then condense all of the ingredients with a furnace, but I will only need the outer layer. So I can forget about the Power Stone and the flower seed being a part of the Kai pill itself. With this information at hand, Reyes wasted no time leaving the inn and heading back out to the market. He was now on a quest to buy the following items. Even though Dame wasn't with him, he still had coins from selling the previous Power Stone to Alter. The ingredients, since they weren't anything special, weren't hard for him to come by after buying them. After buying the ingredients, it was then time for him to quickly return to his room. Placing the ingredients on the floor, Reyes had placed the Power Stone down as well, but there was no bottle. That was because he was trying to create something else other than bottles. There's just one more touch I want to add to this magic formation. Inside the magic circle, 2 letters were written, DM. Activating the formation with dark magic, all of the ingredients lifted into the air. They then started to turn into nothing but energy particles as they clashed together and began to condense down. There was a slight flash of light, and when it disappeared, in its place was a dark blue-colored Kai pill with 2 letters engraved on it, DM. Picking up the small Kai pill, Reyes placed it into the palm of his hand. He looked at his handiwork and the engraving, which had a slight purple tint to it. I like this, I like it a lot. It looks like it worked, Reyes thought. This Kai pill has the exact same effect as the cursed mana potion. If I plan to sell items in this place, then I need something that is more familiar to them. The potion bottles would be a hard ask, but the pills, I can already imagine them spreading. With the marking, they will know it's my product. The D and M are embedded and a part of the pill itself, so with a magnifying glass, someone would be able to tell if someone just carved the letters on a pill, letting them know the difference between a real and a fake. When creating items and products for the mass market, one had to think about the future as well, and Reyes was thinking quite a few steps ahead. With the potions in the form of Kai pills, it would be harder for Alter to detect as well, and they would think it was a product of alchemy rather than magic. Starting in the demonic faction, it would take a while for these to spread out as well. Reyes went on to create 9 more of the dark blue-colored pills, allowing him to complete the order that Dame had placed. After that, he still had 13 crystals as well. Before, I would have just sold the rest of the crystals for coins. After all, buying materials and items will become quite important for the future, Reyes thought. But there's a way I can make even more money. For now, Reyes would leave the enchanting of the statue for later. He wanted a higher-level power stone. Although he could do the same as he had done before for the earring, there was a chance he could burn through quite a number of crystals since it wasn't always a success combining crystals. After Reyes continued to enchant several items and create Kai pills, he eventually decided to get some sleep. It wasn't long after that a knock was heard on his door. "Dark Magus, it's me, Dame, I have arrived." A voice was heard through the door. Reyes opened his eyes and could see rays of light hitting him. He had fallen asleep with his clothes on and hadn't even drawn the curtains, yet he still hadn't woken up due to the sun. He was exhausted. "It's been a long time since I pulled an all-nighter like that. It's quite exciting just getting into the state of flow when working." Getting up, Reyes made sure his hood was up, covering his face as he went to the door, undoing the locks. Opening it up, Dame was there. But this time it was just him on his own. "I'm happy to see you slept quite well," Dame said, shutting the door behind him. "I think you're going to like the gifts I bought you. Your special drink was a big hit, so I think I should equally reward you with something nice as well." Inside the inn, other than the bed, there was a desk and a single chair. As if the place were his own home, Dame pulled the table away from the wall and placed it toward the bed. This way Reyes could stay on the bed, and Dame could use the seat and the table between the two. Soon after, with a large grin on his face, he went into his robe and placed 2 books out right in front of him. "Ta-da," Dame said, pleased with himself. "What I have for you right here are 2 skill books that belong to my clan. Just to let you know, they aren't just any skill books. These books are usually reserved for only clan members. Which means only those within the clan know how to use these skills. On top of that, I would say that our clan is the strongest clan in the entire demonic faction, and that the demonic faction is the strongest faction. So if you think about it, I'm giving you 2 of the strongest skills." Hearing Dame speak, Reyes was reminded of those damned spaceship salesmen. They wouldn't stop talking about the features of this and that. Then when one went to buy the thing, they would be bombarded with a load of extras. It felt almost as if Dame was just trying too hard to say how precious these skills are. "I can tell from the look on your face that you don't believe me," Dame continued and pushed the books forward. Just like before, some of the content of the books was scratched. Not only that, but the books didn't look old. They looked new, and even the ink was relatively new. "Did you hand copy these?" Reyes asked. Dame winked. "That just goes to show you how precious these skill books are. Honestly, your special drink you made turned out to be great for a certain client of mine. That's why I ordered 10 more from you. So I brought you 2 of the books that were of equivalent value, no, you could say even more. One for the first drink, and the second for the new order." Rather than wondering whether or not Dame was trying to pull a fast one on him, he thought he could really only tell after reading the contents of the book. Opening it up, he flicked through the first one's pages. "Can you understand it okay?" Dame asked, peeking over, trying to gauge Rey's reaction. Before answering, Reyes looked at the second book. He had skimmed through them enough to gather what the two skill books were. It's a foot technique and a sword technique, Reyes questioned, his tone dropping off slightly toward the end. You seem a bit disappointed, Dame said. Sitting back down. After completing your core, the next important step is foot techniques. They are the basis of nearly all martial arts. That foot technique is known as the 10 descending steps. With each step, there is more power that is placed into it, and each strike grows stronger. You can pull off most skills along with the steps, and the further you get through using the steps, the more powerful your strike will be. It's a foot technique that grows with the user as a Pagna warrior. Even I only know 6 of the 10 steps. Ray still didn't know if it was a sales pitch or not, but his words were working. If I was to use this skill, would people know that it's a skill from your clan or the demonic faction, same with this other skill? Reyes asked. At the moment, I doubt it, Dame explained. You see, our clan members haven't fought against anyone for years, and there aren't many that know these skills. It's the same with any clans. Unless it's someone of age that has gone against the demonic faction, I doubt they would know what either of these are. In short, it meant, although he could use these skills in front of students, it was likely that the academy principal and perhaps the examiners would know of these skills. Well, it's not like it's illegal to use other faction skills, just frowned upon within factions, Reyes thought. A no-name like me using skills belonging to the demonic faction shouldn't sound so surprising. This next book. It's a sword skill, but I've never used a sword in my life, Reyes questioned. And had you ever really thrown a fist before? Dame asked. He knew the answer after seeing Reyes throw a fist with Kai from before. Swords, spears, staffs, blades, gauntlets, and yada yada yada. They are frequently used in the world of Pagna, and the sword is the most common and for good reason. It is one of the easiest to learn, but also one of the hardest to master. If mastered, you will be able to rule the world, some say. Just like with the steps, I have chosen a skill that will grow with you. Although not as impressive, there are 3 formations to the sword skill. However, combine it with the steps. You will have a number of different combinations that you can use that your opponent won't be able to handle. Reyes wasn't just thinking that, if he combined it with his magic as well, possibly, he would be one of the strongest magic swordsmen that existed. He couldn't wait to give it all a try. And how many formations do you know of the sword technique? Reyes asked. Me, Dame pointed to himself. I don't use swords. Swords are for wise people, and I'm not very wise, so I prefer to just use my fists. Once again, Reyes was getting an odd feeling that he might just be getting scammed. But for him, even simple techniques might be able to create something extremely powerful, just like his dark strike. I have something to show you as well, Reyes said. He held out his hand, and soon dropped onto the table one by one the dark blue-colored Kai pills, and they were 10 in total. Seeing them, Dame tilted his head. He had never seen such colored Kai pills before, and he noticed the marking on them. This is the order that you asked for. I decided to make it in a style that is more suitable to this world's taste, Reyes explained. They're smaller and more compact as well, but they have the same effect. Picking it up off the table, sparkles were coming out of Dame's eyes. This right here, is this your marking? Is this so you know that it's your creation? Dame seemed to catch on quickly. There's more than just that, Reyes said as he dropped 3 more Kai pills, each one of them a slightly different color, all with the DM marking on them. All of these pills here each have a different effect that would be beneficial for a Pagna warrior. So what do you think? Do you think these will sell or do well here? Reyes hadn't even explained what each of the pills did, but Dame's imagination was already running wild, which was why he had come to the decision right there and then as he blurted out his next words. I want to go into business with you, and I want to spread the name of you and your product, so everyone will come to us in order to get the dark Magus products. If Dame didn't make the suggestion, then Reyes was going to anyway, so he was happy to see one of them had brought it up. It was why he had gone ahead and showed his new product to the other. He had purposely not told the effects either, as the mystery of what they could do was quite compelling to a person. I see you think that they would sell well here then. I am quite pleased, Reyes said. If you want my items and wish to become my business partner, then don't you think we should agree on some terms? When Reyes had first come to Pagna and discovered he could still get his hands on power stones, he had been wanting to do something like this from day one. Acquiring wealth in Pagna would make him a powerful figure. If he was able to build up his own merchant company, he would have his own network of sorts. In turn, he could gather information as well as items. With money, one could buy anything, and it would be his quickest route into growing stronger and finding a way back to Alterian. However, his first attempt at just selling a power stone had ended in failure and the death of 2 people. He then later found out that Alter forbade things like this, which was why he needed a middleman. I'm surprised you agreed so fast. Was this your intention all along? Dame rubbed his hands. I will pay for the costs of all the items that you need. That includes power stones. In turn for doing this, we would be the sole seller of items belonging to the Dark Magus. The problem I have honestly is what to give you. I was going to suggest to split the profits 30/70 on your end. I know without you, this deal doesn't exist, but I'm also one of the few people you can trust with your secret of the fact that you are from another world, and for our work with clients and putting fees up front, we deserve something. But won't coins be useless to you? Payment in coins will be fine. I like to be in control, and if I have coins, I can then do what I wish with them. Whether I want to buy higher-tier power stones or not will be completely up to me. There is just one thing I would like to add. If people ask who made these pills, you can inform them that it was by me, the Dark Magus. The name Dark Magus was just an alias in the first place, but the more people chased after the name Dark Magus, the more Rays Cromwell could move about, and he was hoping to attract the right kind of attention by doing this. Then it's a deal, Dame said, putting his hand out. Rays looked at it for a moment and just shook his head, to which Dame just laughed and placed it back. Words are good enough. We will continue our weekly meetups, and you bring whatever it is you wish for us to sell. At the same time, I will bring you the coin that has been earned, Dame explained. It was a shame that the only place the two could really meet was through the dimension owned by the Light faction, but it was the only thing they could do right now. You can bring me whatever supplies you want today or tomorrow. I don't plan on leaving so soon. I wish to learn part of the skill books before going. Back, Ray said. He meant it as well. He couldn't head back to the academy and have the same thing happen again. He wanted to change the special status he had obtained and at least learn skills to defend himself before that. Before Dame could answer, there was a knock at the door again. Dame, are you there? The voice called. Is that you, Fixtine? Hearing the response, Fixtine opened the door. It was still unlocked from when Dame had entered. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have an important message. Your father would like to meet with you, Fixtine explained. It was a rarity being called by his father. And if it was a summons like this, it usually meant that rather than a meeting between son and father, it was more of a meeting between disciple and clan master. I'm sorry to cut our meeting short, but I'll be back with what we need as soon as possible, Dame said, giving a respectful bow and leaving the room. When the door shut, Rays could only think of one thing. He seemed nervous. Are he and his father on bad terms? Heading back to the Neverfall clan base, to the abyssal pinnacle, Dame had descended down the large spiraling staircase, going deeper and deeper until he had reached almost the bottom floor. There was an extreme heat that was unbearable for most. And the Pagna warriors, the disciples on the first floor, wouldn't even be able to withstand the heat that flowed down here. Pushing 2 large double doors, Dame had entered a room where the first thing one saw was a large path. It went straight ahead to a circular area, where he could see a man sitting down cross-legged with a large wide back filled with scars as he bore no shirt. This was the leader of the Neverfall clan, Belil Narfus. As Dame entered, the doors closed behind him and he knelt down onto the ground. Reports have come in, Belil said, his voice bouncing off the walls, coming from every direction. If a regular person stayed in the room, they would have gone mad with just a single word. One had to really focus as they listened to the words. That the Light faction is invading and planning a small attack, Belil continued. It doesn't appear as if it will just be a small scuffle either, as there are reports that Beatrix Highborn from the Dawnblade clan will be leading the assault. Dame's heart was starting to beat uncontrollably after hearing those words. She is coming with a force of 50 strong. And I would like you to deal with the matter, my 4th son. Take the first floor disciples, 50 of them, and deal with the situation. Me, Dame shouted back. But Beatrix is the hope of the Light faction. I already lost to her during the martial arts gathering. I'm sure she won't be coming with just any members of the Light faction either. If I head out there with those from the first floor, it will practically be a suicide mission. The floor on the ground started to shake after hearing Dame's words, and he couldn't help but gulp. Did you think I did not know that you are the one that caused this problem in the first place for us? It is your duty to fix it. Feel free to take those that you call your friends, but if you fail this task, then you won't be allowed back in the clan, and I will personally rip off those useless limbs of yours. There was no more debating the matter. Dame knew that, so he stood up instead and bowed down again. As you wish, master. The moment Dame turned around, he started to grind his teeth as he pushed the door open, leaving the room. When the doors closed behind him, he could finally let out a big breath. Crap, is this how he wants me gone? How he wants to kick me out of the clan? I stand no chance against Beatrix with an army so weak. It will be impossible for me to win. At that moment, a certain name had popped up in his head. The Dark Magus. Could I ask him for help? Gunther had searched the grounds up and down. He had combed through the forest, but there was no luck and no sign of Rays anywhere. In the end, he had to give up. Pincer, as well as the other students, didn't seem to be so concerned, but regardless, he had decided to tell the other two who were somewhat stuck to the white-haired boy like glue. Because of it, it was quite a tough night for Safa and Simeon to sleep. They had been shown to their rooms, which were just one large public building with several floors, each with doors leading to individual rooms. The rooms themselves were even more basic than what they had at the temple, with only a single mattress on the floor, a pillow, and a bedsheet. It was a place designed so they would have no distractions. Just before going to sleep, Simeon called out to Safa by her door. Hey, don't worry too much about Rays. I know that teacher said he couldn't find him, but in my eyes, that's a good thing. It means that they couldn't find Ray's body, which doesn't mean he's dead. Although this was true, the edge of the forest was a complete cliffside. No one knew how far down it went, and the area was covered with fog. The examiners nor those of the dark faction explored the place. In many ways, if a death did happen, it was the perfect place to hide one as well. Still, Safa was thankful for this and nodded as the two went to get some rest. The next day arrived, and the sound of a loud gong vibrated through the halls, immediately alerting everyone. Students quickly rushed out of their rooms, opening the doors, wondering where the loud sound was coming from. All new students are to appear in the courtyard, a voice shouted. Those who aren't there in the next 5 minutes will be kicked out. Immediately, there was a rush from the students as they quickly got fully dressed and started to rush out of the rooms. The hallways weren't the largest, and the students were squashed up against the walls, pushing against each other. Safa, Simeon called out as he tried to look for her among the chaos. Safa. Other students had bumped into Simeon, but as they did, one of them fell back down to the floor. What the? Did I hit a rock or something? The student saw that it was the no name from before. Kissing his teeth, he got up and hurried outside. That's when Simeon could see Safa was struggling. She was being pushed up against the wall, with no regard whatsoever. Safa, Simeon shouted as he rushed forward. His shoulders hit several of the other students but knocked them away as he did. Then, when he met with Safa, he grabbed her hand. Just stay behind me. Pushing through, Simeon managed to bulldoze his way through the crowd of people with his strong body, and Safa stayed behind him. Although her brother wasn't here at the moment, it looked like there was still someone that she could rely on. The students were now out in the courtyard. Some of them tardy with their clothing. A couple hadn't even worn anything on the top half of their bodies at all. They had come out in such a rush. That's when they could see Pincer out in front, and along with him, several other older males dressed in dark purple uniforms and a headband above their heads. There were 3 of them in total. However, the headbands that they wore were completely different colors compared to the rest. From the right side, there was a dark blue, in the center, a yellow headband, and at the very end, a red headband. In front of them, there was a table laid out, and multiple headbands were laid out on the table. In front of you all are the teachers of this academy, Pincer shouted. They will be the ones that will pay special attention as they focus on you first years. As you may know, the academy is a 2-year course. After today, you will join up with your second-year students. If you look off into the distance, you will notice that on the plaque of buildings, there is a stripe of paint with the same colors you see in front of you. The students looked off into the distance, and they could see it was true. The large building to the left only had a red stripe of paint next to its sign just above the door, another yellow and the last blue. On top of that, there was the main building that contained the cafeteria, the library, among other things, and this had all three colors on the signs. This is important. Based on what headband you are assigned today, you will have access to these different buildings. A student that is caught in the building that does not correspond to the same color without permission will be severely punished. Now please wait for your number to be called by the following teacher. Gunther had explained to Reyes before that those who got through the second stage were already in the academy, and the third stage was to determine just their ranking, and this is what he meant by that. It was clear that they were planning to split the groups according to strength. It was a common thing to do in regular schools as well. It allowed the talented to learn quicker as they could progress with advanced teaching, while the lower students that needed help could have more time to be guided and not feel lost. Although some might have thought it was a way to create a divide and caste, it was for the benefit of the entire academy as a whole. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just kicked out the other students in the first place. The first numbers to be called were the 5 main disciples, and they had been called by the teacher with the red headband. They had collected the most power stones, so it was quite clear that those with the red headbands would be considered the best students. A few names were called out, and in total, there were only 15 students with a red headband on their heads. All of the students were from the top clans in the dark faction. There were a couple of outliers that people hadn't seen before, but with the rough look on their faces and eyes, they looked just as menacing as others. Next, the teacher with the yellow headband started to call out names. Based on what they had seen so far, Simeon was waiting for their numbers to be called. After all, many students had given 0 power stones, but due to Richter, the 2 of them had handed in 1 power stone each. However, as the names went on, and a total of around 100 more numbers were called, theirs wasn't one of them. SHT, Simeon clenched his fist hard. Why did I get my hopes up? Did I really think that we would get treated fairly in this place? Kron already warned us about something like this happening, just as expected. The blue teacher called out around 100 more names, and Safa and Simeon were on that list. If you feel self-conscious about the color on your headband, then train and work hard on improving yourself, Pincer shouted. There will be assessments that regularly occur. At the time, any color headband can challenge another, and if you win or lose, the 2 of you are to exchange headbands. Do not become complacent with your position, because there will always be someone after it. After Pincer's announcements, the students followed their teachers into their respective buildings, where they would go on to learn more about what they would be doing at the academy and how things would work. When all of the students eventually disappeared, Gunther appeared by Pincer's side. What is going on? Gunther asked. What do you mean you have eyeballs, don't you? The students are going to start their first day, Pincer replied. Not that, Gunther replied. I'm talking about the 2 no-name students. They handed in 1 power stone each. So shouldn't they at least be in the yellow group? Oh that, yes, I did find that a bit strange, but it's not our call, Pincer explained. The results were passed on to the administrator, and someone insisted they were in the blue group. Gunther didn't push Pincer anymore on the matter because it genuinely felt like he didn't know the reason for it. The academy had no names before. Although it was rare, there had been the odd occasion, but the academy didn't discriminate. If they did well on the assessment, they would be placed in the appropriate group, which was why even those that had survived during the second assessment, against the overwhelming power of the main disciples, were placed in the yellow group regardless if they got a power stone or not. If anything, because they are no names, they should be caring about them even less. So why would someone have paid so much attention to the 2 of them that they placed them in the blue group? More so than that, who has that much power in the academy to do that? With Dame's disappearance, Reyes was now waiting for him to return with either the materials or at least the money to buy. The materials. While they were getting a few things, he would be on the lookout again for items that had an affinity for magic. This was one of the reasons why Reyes had decided not to enchant the statue he had found. If he received some compensation for his work, he could use a level 2 power stone to enchant the statue, giving it a greater effect. Still, Reyes wasn't just going to sit down and do nothing. There was a reason for him being here in the first place, and that was to increase his strength. He was ready to start his daily routine. He had been using the dark essence cultivation technique to increase his dark magic attribute. As he sat on the floor cross-legged, he was ready. That was until a thought came into his head. Wait, in the academy, I won't be able to rely on my magic so much, especially if the eyes of the others are on me. It would be better for me to focus on my Pagna warrior skills. If that's the case, then I should be focusing on the demonic faction cultivation technique instead. The cycle of life and death. The cultivation technique was one that was best to be used in an area where many lives started or many ended. In theory, Reyes believed that surely the faction that had created the technique was best to be used in its own territory, so he thought, what better time than to give it a go now? Sitting down, Reyes thought back to the contents of the book. Due to all his training with magic, he was quite a quick learner because magic was far more complex than the cultivation techniques he had learned so far. It was easy for him to remember the important points and to go through the motions. With his eyes closed, he instantly was able to concentrate. He could feel all of the lives that had been born in the surrounding areas. Imagining all of the births in the rooms. The happiness around. It was quite a large amount, as Reyes could feel the energy entering his danchan and pushing it to grow stronger than before. There's so much energy here with all of this. Will I be able to become a second stage warrior, and one so soon? However, with the cultivation technique, one wasn't just meant to think of the first part of the cycle, they needed to gather energy from both parts. And when it went to the cycle of death, something strange started to occur. What is all of this? This noise, the sound of distant screams, was going off all around him. They weren't regular screams, but ones as if a person was in pain. The energy was now rapidly entering his stomach, and it felt almost overwhelming. His stomach felt like it was ready to burst, and a large amount of pain was felt in his head. With his eyes closed, the imagery he had in his head, what he had imagined, it was starting to feel real. The vague images that were almost like a dream were becoming solid. For a moment, he thought he might have transmigrated again to another world. He could feel the heat on his skin, the sounds around him, and even what was below. His body was on a battlefield. He was higher up compared to everyone else, able to overlook everything, but as for where he was sitting on a hill. But this one was made from a pile of the dead. The field was full of broken swords and weapons on the ground. The dead bodies had fresh wounds, and the smell of iron was thick. What is all of this? Is this the demonic faction before it was built? Is this all of the lives that had been lost in the past? Reyes thought. The energy was still pouring into him, and he felt like he needed to put it to a stop, to try and put this whole thing to a stop. He was in too deep in this trance-like state. As he closed his eyes again, he tried to break out of it. He then felt something brush against his cheek, gliding across it ever so slightly. The touch, it was cold. Opening his eyes, Reyes was taking a look at what it was, thinking he would see the room or break out of the imagery he was imagining at the moment, to catch someone touching him in the real room. Instead, he could see the imagery that was in his head as if he was actually there. Reaching out from the gap of the soaking dead bodies, a long stretched-out arm was visible. It was pale and thin, almost only bone, but there was visible skin. Its entire hand was dyed in red blood, leaving traces of it on Rey's face. It had appeared from the ground and was gently stroking him constantly. "Oh, you have a stronger desire than even him. I like you," the voice whispered. Reyes wanted to move. He wanted to grab the cold hand from his face, but it wasn't working. "Why do you have so much anger inside you, and why have you seen so many lives?" "Oh, I really like you." The voice was a sinister whisper that made one's hairs on the back of their neck stand up straight. "I guess I will take you then, and help you get what I want, out of nowhere." From the air, a second bloody hand appeared and went to stroke the other side of Rey's face. But before it could, Reyes had lifted his right arm completely covered in black magic. "I don't like it when people touch me. And that includes some damn spirit who hasn't even washed its hands," shoving the hand and flinging it to the side. Reyes gathered the magic in the palm of his hand again, dark pulse. The beam of energy fired right through the hand and the pile of bodies. And the whole world that was around him started to shatter. It was breaking apart and disappearing. But the voice had one last word to say. "Oh, I really like you now," it whispered. Blinking a few times, Reyes could see that he was back in the room in the inn again. But there had been a big change because in the floorboards underneath, a giant hole had been ripped through to the restaurant below. Am I still hearing those screams? Reyes thought. It wasn't the screams in his mind, though. It was the screams from below. The dark pulse strike had gone through the floor and had hit below. It had hit a person that was enjoying a drink. A hole was now in the top of his head, as he lay there dead on the table. "Ah, SHT," Ray said to himself as he went to touch the cheek that still felt slightly cold from earlier. Slowly, he pulled his hands away and looked at his fingers, which were faintly covered in red. For a moment, Ray's was taken aback by what was on his fingers because there was no doubt in his mind. The consistency he had felt before, it was blood. He was in his room all on his own. He hadn't left it, but he was unsure if anyone had entered, yet there was blood on his cheek. Was that illusion I saw while I was cultivating not really an illusion? Ray started to wonder. No one could have come inside. The door was locked, and it would be crazy to think someone would just enter and place blood on my face. So what was that? Continued screams were heard from down below. By now, a group of men in various kinds of clothing with swords and weapons at their hips had surrounded the dead man on the table. This must have been done by a Pagna warrior. But why would they just kill an ordinary civilian out of the blue? The man was just enjoying a drink. He didn't offend anyone or bump into others. Maybe he messed with the wrong person and bore a grudge. The people below were having a deep discussion until one of them looked up and could see the hooded figure looking down at them. It must have been him. That uniform isn't from any of the clans I recognize. Me either. We should bring him in before he causes more chaos in the city. The men seemed to agree. Despite their different clothing and clan affiliations, they were ready to act together. They were strangers who had been enjoying a drink and staying at the same inn today, but seeing someone causing a disturbance in their territory made them act. The men jumped on top of the table and with a push managed to jump through the hole that was created. It was a bit small, so the man swung his sword, slicing it apart before he landed inside the room. Rays took a step back and soon saw 4 more men enter the room, drawing their swords. "It would be best if you came with us peacefully and let one of the clans deal with you." Rays was conflicted as he moved back, unsure of what to do in this situation. "I did kill a stranger I had no relation to, but in the situation I am in, I can't get caught," Rays thought. "Do I attempt to run away? No, with their skills, they all seem to be beyond a first-stage Pagna warrior. They would catch me in an instant." Fighting back didn't seem like much of an option for Rays. He would lose just as he had done before, and it would attract the attention of other Pagna warriors in the entire city. "Wait," a voice shouted as the door was slammed open, crashing into the wall. In his long, robe-like clothes, Dame had entered the room with a fierce look on his face. "All of you, leave him be. I will compensate the family greatly for what has happened today, and I will punish the man appropriately." At first, it looked as if the other warriors weren't going to care about what this interrupter had said, but when they took a second look at him, they started to notice who he was. "Isn't that Dame Narfus?" one of them whispered. "If the Neverfall clan is involved in this, then it is best we leave it up to them." Each of the men then bowed down at that moment. "We will leave this to the young master." As easily as that, they lifted their heads and disappeared back down to the restaurant. Down below, Dame and his group were actually clearing up what had happened and were even discussing with the owner of the place how to make up for all the mess. The way they handled everything so smoothly made it seem like it wasn't the first time they had gotten into trouble before. The matter was quickly resolved, but to avoid attracting too much attention, Dame had booked another in a few streets down for Rays to set up shop in. They didn't talk much while all of this was going on. It seemed as if both individuals had a lot on their minds. But when they were finally checked in, it gave both of them time to talk again. Instead of in the room, this time they were in a corner of the downstairs restaurant and had ordered a couple of drinks. "Hey, don't worry about what happened back there," Dame said as he took a swig of his drink while Rays remained untouched. "These things happen all the time here. It's not a problem. You're lucky that the one who got hit was a no-name." "No name," Rays replied. He had heard this mentioned before. "Oh right, you probably don't know." "How much?" Rays interrupted. "How much coin did you give to that family, to the no-name? What was the cost of his life in this world?" Dame could see the mood was getting a little serious, which wasn't a good sign for him. 10 gold coins. It will be enough for him and his family to live happily. Look, this might not make sense to you, or it might not be the right thing to say, but his life was worth a lot less than 10 coins. Even if he worked his entire lifetime, he would have never been able to amass that much wealth. In fact, if you offered a total of 20 silvers, his family would have willingly sold him to work for another clan. The divide in this world between those that matter and everyone else, well, no names are essentially just animals. As I said, whether it's right or wrong is a different story, but I just wanted to ease your worries a bit. Reyes had killed people before, he didn't have a problem with that, but it was always to move forward toward his goal. Killing an innocent bystander who was just in the wrong place at the wrong time didn't sit well with him. She was just at the wrong place at the wrong time, a voice played in Rey's head, a memory from the past. What's with the blood on your face anyway? Shouldn't you have washed that off? It's dried a bit now as well, Dame asked. I mean, it's a good look if you don't want anyone to mess with you. The blood, Reyes touched his cheek again. That's right, the cultivation technique you taught me, the cycle of life and death. When performing it, are there any side effects? Like seeing illusions and such, or does it summon anything? The subject made Dame a bit uneasy as he turned to look left and right. Side effects, it's what I told you somewhat before. If you're not careful with the technique, it can drive you to go mad and turn you into a literal demon. Some of them, before turning into one, see many illusions. It's one of the side effects before turning. Don't tell me. No, Reyes answered. I was just curious. Dame took a big swig and gave Reyes the side eye. It was hard to read his facial expression with the hood covering his eyes, so he didn't know if he was lying or not. That was not an illusion, Reyes thought. I wonder, though, if only illusions are part of the cultivation technique's bad effects, that might not even be something related to the demonic faction. There is something strange surrounding this boy's original body in the first place. Could it be related to that, or maybe even the mysterious transmigration book I used? The spells and items that could be obtained through these dimensions that gave one god-like powers. Perhaps there was a reason why Alter was trying their best to stop people from using them. Actually, I came here to talk to you because I need your help, Dame asked. Do you remember that woman who attacked you in that dimension from before? Well, it turns out that she has a bit of a grudge and is trying to attack the demonic faction. Rey's eyebrows were raised. An attack wasn't this a big deal? But everyone seemed so calm about the matter, apart from Dame, who was tense for the first time. Even his fingers were constantly tapping the table. I've been asked to lead an attack to defend the demonic faction on my own. Well, not on my own, but they have practically sent me on a suicide mission. Beatrix is one of the strongest in the light faction, and they are sending me with no support. If I go out there with no kind of help, I will die. Which is why I'm asking, is there any way you can help me win this battle? For the first time since the conversation began, Reyes picked up the alcoholic drink in front of him. His body was a bit too young to handle it, but it had been a long time since he treated himself to the bitter and cold taste. Taking down nearly half the drink in one go, he slammed it on the table. The image of the dead man and the blood on his face flashed through his mind. Nothing has changed, everything is still the same. These words was something Reyes had repeated to himself many times, as he did unthinkable things. As the dark magus, it was sometimes the only thing that kept him going, and he was using them now to flush out the memories. I can help you, and I can help you defeat Beatrix. But it's going to cost you. After hearing Dame's plea, Reyes was quick to answer. After all, he didn't want his newfound business partner to disappear just like that. A lot of time and effort were put into this relationship, and he wasn't so sure he could work with someone like Dame again. He certainly was a unique character. Not only that, but Reyes noticed something from before. When he was in trouble, the other members in their demonic faction seemed to have recognized him and put a halt to their attack rather quickly. Reyes knew Dame was quite strong to hold off Beatrix, but it seemed he had power with the people as well, which was a good sign of his business moving forward in the future. High cost, huh? Dame nervously laughed. I know we just agreed to go into business together, but it looks like your first customer in all of this is going to be me. I was thinking if we used those pills you handed me before, that if I gave it to the people fighting alongside me, they would have a chance. But even then, I need something that can help me beat Beatrix. Is there anything you have that can do that? Although the cursed mana pill was strong and could restore his Kai, in Dame's mind, the difference was too large, because with every strike she would overpower him, and skillfully as well. She would cut off his head before he even had a chance to use all of his Kai in the first place. Dame was hoping for something more, or maybe even for Reyes himself to join the battle. However, he had no idea that Reyes had no intention to join the battlefield that would put him at risk for no reason. "You helped me out of the situation from before," Reyes said. "I don't like owing favors, so I will make the pills for those that will travel with you for free. You, of course, will supply me with all the materials I need. I hope you can afford it." The sides of Dame's mouth started to rise. He knew Reyes was a tricky person and was surprised to hear such a good deal would come of it. "Making so many pills at once, it will require a lot of stones, and I will have to use a few mana potions myself. The main thing I will have to be careful to avoid is mana sickness if my body takes in too many potions. As for the second favor, a way to help you defeat Beatrix, I think there might be something. I can't guarantee how it would work, but there might be quite a bit you have to sacrifice to win the battle at this point." Dame didn't care. He would take anything over his father, ripping his own arms off. "Of course, just let me know." First, Ray said, "I would like to go to a place where you have high-quality items. They can be weapons or armaments, anything of the kind, and I would like to select one item from there. Second, I would then like 2 level 2 power stones." Great pain had struck Dame right in the heart. He had a relatively small fortune being the clan leader's son, but it wasn't infinite. This whole battle was going to cost him everything he had. Level 2 Power Stone would have been easier for him to just get from some beast, but with restrictions on portals and time not on his side, he would have to use his funds to buy them. "For yourself, I need you to bring a weapon of your choice and a level 2 Power Stone," Reyes stated. With him being a 2-star mage, he could only do enchantments at the second level, so a higher level stone would be useless. "What are we waiting for?" Dame stood up and wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his shirt. "Let's go." Dame had decided to keep up his end of the bargain first before even getting anything off Reyes. 2 level 2 power stones had been given to him. One of them had the earth attribute, while the other had no attribute. It was a shame that they both didn't have an attribute. But Reyes decided not to make much of a fuss in the first place, because he could see that Dame had tried his best to haggle on the prices, and he could assume that he would be quite low on funds. The next place, rather than a market stall, the two of them had visited the inside of a shop. It looked a bit like the pawn shop that Reyes had visited before on the inside, just that it was more focused on weapons rather than tools. "All right, you can pick whatever you want that's in this room," Dame said, standing blocking the way to a door that led to another room. He assumed that the more expensive items were in the other room. It was okay because Reyes wasn't looking for a weapon. He was just looking for something that had a high affinity with magic. Hovering his hand over the items, magic flowed out of his hands, hitting them one by one. "Oh, this is a first. Nearly everything in here is reacting to the magic. I guess these items are quite a bit better, surprisingly." Though the item that reacted the most and vibrated the strongest was of all things, a mask. There were several metallic masks that were placed in a barrel. They were made of pure metal, with only small slits for one's eyes to see through. "Oh, those are working masks. They're quite useless for a Pagna warrior, but popular among workers who do hard labor all day since it protects the face," Dame explained. "And not the eyes," Reyes replied back, thinking it was quite the poor design. Poor or not, it had the strongest reaction. "I'll just take this." Hearing those words, it was at that point that Dame felt like Reyes was a saint. Was he being considerate because he knew how much money he needed to spend, that he had bought the cheapest thing in the shop? More and more, he was seeing him in a new light. With that done, the two of them had returned to the inn, where they could see Fixteen waiting for them in the room. He was carrying something under his arm wrapped in an old cloth. "The most important thing is helping me beat Beatrix, so I thought we could deal with that first," Dame said and looked at Fixteen. Out on the table, he placed the item wrapped in cloth and unraveled it, revealing a pair of black gauntlets and a level 2 power stone. The gauntlets looked impressive. They weren't large like some. These were relatively small, almost the perfect fit over Dame's hands. It made them look not too bulky when placed on him. The fingers were pointed like claws, and it had a strange pattern on it that would make it look like they were scales. "All right," Ray said as he sat down. Unlike the times before, he didn't immediately start drawing the magic circle because he had to think about what type of enchantment to do. He had already decided that he would use dark magic. With this, the level of enchantment would be higher, giving it the effects of a rare or elite item. If he used wind magic, it would only become an uncommon rarity item. Although, there was also always the chance of it becoming a sealed item, which, when unsealed, would act like a lottery as to what type of item it would be. Why Reyes was thinking was because he was looking through his memory for what type of enchantment to put on the gauntlets. Just like his items before, even with dark magic, there was always the aim of enchantment that Reyes was going for. With the cloak, he wanted the storage ability. With the dark ring, he wanted the tracking ability to sense his dark magic. When an item was sealed, though, nearly everything went out the window, and it didn't really matter what enchantment Reyes had cast. With weapon enchantments, things worked rather differently as well. Mages, in the first place, didn't use many weapons apart from a select few, such as battle mages or magic swordsmen. Reyes wasn't one of these two, so he didn't know many weapon enchantments, nor had he memorized recipes for them. Oh wait, wouldn't that work? Although it's a pretty basic enchantment, it might be quite useful for a Pagna warrior, Reyes thought. With the onlookers there, he proceeded to go ahead and draw the circle. He didn't mind the other two watching him because he knew they would have no idea what he was doing. On top of that, this formation, since it was a Tier 2 enchantment, would take a rather long time for him to draw. Around 40 or so minutes later, he was done. Reyes came over and placed the gauntlets on the ground, along with the crystal. "All right, here it goes," Reyes said as he emitted black magic from his hands, and it hit the magic circle. The two, Fixteen and Dame, couldn't help but stare in amazement at what was happening. They didn't understand it, but the ground was lighting up from just a few drawings, and the crystal was disappearing. Finally, when the crystal had disappeared, the gauntlets were the only thing left on the ground. "Did it work? Is it good enough?" Dame asked. "Show me your effects," Reyes whispered, and the black magic started to fill the air. Elite grade cursed Morin gauntlets. It was a good sign already, with the gauntlets being at the elite grade level, and it wasn't a sealed item. Skill Kai Blast. This skill allows the user to blast Kai out from their fists. This was the effect that Reyes was going for. A user that could only use their fists was at a disadvantage at range, but with this, anyone could be more versatile. This enchantment was a simple one that allowed one to use their mana in a ball attack, but for Pagna warriors, it was surely something impressive. Now though, with it being an elite item, it would have a couple of greater effects. Skill Homing. All Kai blasts will home towards the selected target. The target must be marked by physically scratching the intended target with the gauntlets. Multiple targets cannot be selected. Skill Hidden. The gauntlets can be hidden by the user when worn. It will show the natural skin and clothing unless being used in combat. The extra effects were great, but now it was time for the downside. Curse. If the user performs sexual activities, all effects of the gauntlets will be lost. This one is truly a curse. When using dark magic to enchant items, it would allow the item to be enchanted 1 to 2 levels above the original enchantment that had been used. It was what made dark magic so great, but it was a gamble, and perhaps that gamble was what made the nature of the magic relatively addicting as well. The gamble was what type of curse would be placed on the item itself. The types of curses ranged as well. It wasn't always something that would affect the body, but could be conditions like the one that had been placed on the gauntlets. One item to use could take away one's ability to talk. Perhaps an incredibly strong item would take away a sense every time you used it. The sealed curse was also quite the ordeal that the one Simeon had to go through in order to get his item. No one could predict what type of curses would be placed on the item. Reyes proceeded to tell Dame about the effects. He informed him about the good news first, telling him what it could do, and he was filled with excitement. "This is perfect. I've never heard of weapons doing such a thing before. This is almost like a sacred item," Dame said, eager to put the gauntlets on and try them straight away. Due to the effects the item gave, he knew that it wouldn't just be something that would be useful for him now, but also in the future as he grew stronger as a Pagna warrior. Surely, the stronger Kai he had inside him, the stronger blasts he could produce, and many more of them as well. It was best that he didn't tell anyone about these skills. Otherwise, nearly everyone, even his own clan, would attempt to get their hands on them. "Wait," Reyes said, his hand held out over the items, stopping Dame from touching them. "You remember what I said before about there being a great cost?" Dame paused for a second. "Is he saying that he's going to charge me more? I already gave him what he asked for." But I guess what I have received in return is something more than I imagined, so it's only fair that I give him more. Just tell me what you want. Dame said, he just wanted to put the gauntlets on now if you wear these gauntlets. They will curse you, Reyes explained, the curse. Although you will obtain the powers I told you about before, it states if you ever perform sexual activities again, all of the powers you gained will be lost. Dame stopped dead in his tracks at that moment. The bottom of his jaw was left hanging wide open. Suddenly, the treasured item that was in front of him didn't seem to be so treasured anymore. Were you sent by my father or something? Dame eventually asked. Pardon, Ray said, confused. Clearly he wasn't sent by your father, Fixteen commented. But I can see why you would think that. You see, Dark Magus, this man here is well known as an incredible playboy because of this. His father, no, his whole family tends to not look at him in the best light. There have been many that have tried to correct his ways in the past, but they eventually gave up. So forgive him for speaking his mind. Now that he had heard Fixteen say these words, he knew how ridiculous it was to think such a thing. He was sure Fixteen was there to say such words in case he was to offend him. Forgive me, Dame said, bowing down. But is what you said true? I mean, how can it be? How could an item even know if I was to perform sexual activities or not? And does it count for a kiss, a hug, and like a little bit of golden sh? Fixteen cleared his throat rather loudly to stop Dame from saying any more. It was clear he was still in a shocked state. I'm serious, Reyes answered. I wouldn't lie about such a thing. And although you are free to test it out, if you activate the curse, then the weapon will never work the same way again. Even if I were to do the same enchantment, the effects might be lesser than this one. Dame was battling inside, his desire to win this battle or his desire to be free to do as he wished and please himself. I guess the worst case is I will just have to control myself until after the battle with Beatrix. Dame walked past and picked up the gauntlets. With determination, he placed them on both of his hands, and he could feel a state of zen coming over him. I hear those from the light faction do this quite frequently, so if they can do this, then so can I, Dame said. Fixteen, looking at this brave sight, was just shaking his head. Can that foolish man really not control himself for just a couple of days? He is acting like he has become some type of ancient monk. Dame and Fixteen had left to purchase the supplies that were needed to ask for the pills, and soon had returned to the Dark Magus. The first thing Reyes had done was take a mana potion, as the enchantment had taken quite a lot out of him after that. Dame stated he couldn't stay long. He wanted to practice out his new weapon and its uses, so he could use it well against Beatrix. He would then be back for the pills tomorrow, where he would meet with his small army of men to take on Beatrix. And they had returned. Reyes got to work making enchantment after enchantment. He had only been given 55 power stones, so he had decided to make 50 pills for the 50 men that were meant to be going to battle along with Dame. The other 5 would be used for potions for himself, to restore his mana to make enchantments. He made a mix of different pills, but mainly stuck to the cursed uncommon mana potions. When finally done, Reyes almost collapsed on his bed. Lying down. Finally, I'm done, Reyes said. I'm exhausted, and even my head is starting to have quite the mental toll on it. What came as a surprise is, this body can consume more mana potions than I thought without suffering from mana sickness. I wonder if my body continues to grow and I reach higher stages, it will be less of a problem for me. With all the pills, Reyes had placed them in a bottle all together, and then placed the bottle in his robe. It was much easier to carry the Kai pills compared to potion bottles. It's a shame that enchanting doesn't increase attribute points no matter how many times it's done. This is as laborious as factory work. Putting the pills to the side, Reyes had decided to get some shut-eye. When the next day arrived, he was fully restored. Dame had said that he would most likely come in the evening to give Reyes time to make the pills, unaware that he would be done fairly quickly. Since I'm doing the same enchantment over and over, there's no need to change the magic circle, Reyes thought. I guess I have time to learn the gifts Dame gave me. I can't just get rich and have influence, I need to have power as well. That same day, training in one of the many caves in the Neverfall clan, Dame had the gauntlets on. The whole cave had grown in size, nearly double what it was before, and it was all because of the new weapons that were on his hands. That Dark Magus, at first I thought with him, I could change the world, but I think he might have the power to change this world on his own, Dame said out loud. I guess that means you like the weapons, Fixteen said. The Dark Magus seems to be a good person. You think, Dame replied. The look in his eyes at times. I don't think he is exactly a good person. I mean, did you forget he blasted that man's head? Fixteen's cheeks went a little red. He is a person that cares for himself first, just like most Pagna warriors, which I don't think is a bad thing, but think about it. If he's willing to give away weapons as powerful as this, then what weapons does he have that he isn't willing to give away? Whatever we do, we should probably never get on his bad side. But doesn't the Crimson Cane want him? Are you willing to go up against Alba? Fixteen asked. At that moment, Dame felt defeated. He had no chance to go up against her and their clan. At least not with his own power. Well, we will just have to see how long we can keep those two apart for. Leaving the inn, Reyes had decided to exit the city. He wanted an area to practice where others wouldn't see him. Nor could they get hurt by what he would do. He didn't want the same thing that had occurred last time. Walking through the city, the demonic faction was an interesting place. There were fights that were breaking out on the street, and some would just watch. There would always be someone of a high level nearby that would interfere, stopping it before it got too serious. For a demonic faction, there seemed to be quite a lot of people who would just. On the outside, it perhaps looked like a less connected community compared to the town from the dark faction he was in, but on closer inspection, it looked as if everyone in the demonic faction was more closely connected. I wonder though, there has to be a reason why Alter had trouble infiltrating this place. Is it because of the clans around here? Focused on the people, Reyes had walked right past a bulletin board. It had several wanted posters nailed to it, as well as many requests for strong warriors to help out here and there. On one poster, though, it was looking for a particular person. Looking for information on the Dark Magus. After exiting out of the gates, he looked around the area and decided to climb up high. It felt like he was ascending a hill, but there was hardly any greenery around and instead just a pile of rocks. As he looked around, though, he had entered a type of grove of the hill, and now he was in a wide, empty land that was covered from all sides and the eyes of others. Stretching his hand out, the first book appeared in his hand. What was this called? The 10 Descending Steps, right? Reyes flicked through the book and started to break down each of the movements. For the first step, there was a lot of explanation. So it seems like the right amount of Kai needs to be placed in each step. The reason why all of the movements are difficult is that each of the steps requires an exact amount of Kai to be used. One has to remember the movements, and then focus on the right amount of Kai that is placed in each of them. The flowing of the descending steps and the right amount of Kai worked like a jigsaw, allowing them to combine together, making the next step stronger than the last. Right, Reyes said, pushing the book away and propping it up against a rock. He had it open on the illustration of the first step. This doesn't seem so hard. Focusing, Reyes got in a fighting stance and copied the illustration in the book. He lifted up his right foot and stomped down on the ground. This was the first step of the 10 and required the most amount of Kai. The Kai needed to be focused from the dantian and flow through the body and expand out right as the foot hit the ground. Bashing it against the floor as follows, Kai bursted out the sides, and a foot imprint was left on the ground. When he moved his foot, he could see the imprint clearly there. I guess was that it, did I do it? Reyes could see nothing wrong with what he had done, so he had to have completed the right step, right? But was it meant to be so easy? Using his wind magic, Reyes flicked to the next page. The second step was a flick with the back foot to dash forward. Dame had explained that each step could be used individually or together or combined with other skills. This time, though, where the Kai needed to be gathered and in which part of the body were different, but the instructions were clear in the book, and Reyes followed along. And a flick of the back foot. Reyes shouted. His toes pushed against the ground, and he was chucked around 5 meters forward in the air. Immediately, he could see how effective this would be. This move covered a lot more distance than the two-step shift did, but it had an issue that one could only move directly forward. Wait, did I just do the second step again? Didn't Dame say this was hard? He said it was really hard, right? I must have done something wrong, but everything felt right, just to make sure. Reyes did the step again. He powered with his Kai and flicked the back of his foot, and he dashed over doing the second descending step, covering the same distance back. According to the book, failure would result in one tripping over oneself. due to the uneven Chi distribution in one's body. When achieving the movement and the right amount of Chi, the movement should be what Reyes had produced. I guess I did manage to do it then, Reyes said, scratching his head. After going through the first movement a few times, and then the second movement, all doubt in his mind that he had been doing the moves wrong was erased because they were working as the book had described. The first move was used to reinforce one's stance, and if an enemy was unprepared, the blast of Chi outward could unbalance the opponent. While they were unbalanced, that's when the second move was to come in. Maybe this is where the hard part comes in, Reyes thought, combining the moves together. The Chi from each move needs to flow, so the Chi that was moved into one foot needs to flow back into the Danshin, and then out the foot again, and I have to use the right amount as I have been doing. Reyes had intense focus. And he took a deep breath out. He then slammed his foot on the ground perfectly. The foot imprint was left as Chi blasted out, then moving it in his body. He flicked his back leg, and he could feel it. The power from the first movement was being added to the second. As he flicked his back foot, almost twice the amount of power was used in the move, sending him across even faster. Standing there for a moment, Reyes felt a satisfying feeling coming all over his body. As everything was connected, there was a tingling sensation. He knew he had gotten it right. I did it. I combined the two movements. At this rate, I might be able to learn all 10 of the descending steps and learn to combine them all. But if it's this easy, is it really such an impressive skill? Dame said he could only do 6 of the steps. Did I get scammed? Reyes hadn't been scammed at all. Dame was truthful when talking about the 10 descending steps. What Reyes didn't know was that his years of experience in finally controlling magic, to do such enchantments, to do various spells, and a combination of spells, was also able to be transferred into controlling Chi. Chi and Mana shared many similarities. In some ways, a deity-ranked Pagna warrior's control over Chi was just as fine as a 9-star mage. Because of this, what would take others many years to learn, Reyes was learning in a matter of hours. At the academy, students were settling into their new facilities. Both Safa and Simeon were in the dark blue headband group. As stated by the academy, they were to wear it at all times or at least have it on them while around the academy. Of course, there were some exceptions, such as when they would go to clean themselves and when sleeping at night. The dorm they were in was fairly large in size and was nice inside, considering it was the lowest colored headband group. There were 2 floors, with a large open area in the middle. Here, there were sofas and tables, but there didn't seem to be anything worth doing in the area. If anything, it just seemed more like a place for them to mingle when they were allowed to rest. The rooms were then dotted around in a rectangular shape, with hallways going along the center, with more rooms branching off. From top to bottom, the place would look a bit like a maze. What was important to note was that the first-year students were on the first floor, while the second-year students were on the second floor. The instructor had called for a meeting for the first-year students and told them all to gather in the main hall. The 100 students had lined up with their headbands on and stood straight. They looked up as they could see the second-year students staring at them from the balcony. Quite a few of the second years were smirking, while some of them had eyes that looked like they were ready to quit, to just get out of this place. We instructors will regularly instruct you and help you with your progress as you grow as a Pagna warrior. At times, we will call you for assessments, whether that's training, tasks, or entering another dimension. However, a lot of the time, you will be expected to self-study and progress on your own. Which brings me to your first task. We will be visiting the Academy's library, here. You will select one technique book of your choosing. Remember to stick to the areas that are marked with the same headband. After selecting a skill book of your choice, you will have 1 month to memorize and learn the skill. Make note, I did not say to perfect the skill. Every month, you will be able to enter the library again and select a new skill book. That is 12 Dark Faction skill books a year. You may think the skills of your clan are superior to what you find inside, but I assure you that there is no broadening of your knowledge, and who knows what you will find. Simeon was pumping his fist. He was determined. He wanted to grow stronger. He was finally getting to be what he wanted to be, a Pagna warrior. Since he came from no clan, this was really the only way he could learn skills, so he was ready to give it everything he had. Before you go, 2 more instructors came from the side, pulling crates into the main room. They were filled with sacks, and as they opened up the sacks, the eyes of the students started to sparkle at what they could see. "It's Kai pills, and look how many they have." The students couldn't help but speak out. Their clans would have given most of them Kai pills already, but perhaps one every 6 months or so to help with their development. But here they were seeing them as if they were candy. "As you are part of the blue headband group, each student is entitled to 2 pills each week. This is more compared to the yellow headband group and the red headband. I'm sure you know by now that you guys are considered the weakest. Which is why, being in this group, we will help you grow as much as we can. These 10-year Kai pills are useless on those that are already on the 2nd stage, or close to it anyway. So it's much better in your hands, use this wisely." The students came up one by one and grabbed the Kai pills. When Safa went up, she noticed that there was another boy by her side. He had red spiky hair and placed the band on its side. What was most notable, though, was the eye patch on his left eye. When he and Safa looked at each other, he winked. "If you didn't know, that was a wink, not a blink. It's hard to tell with the one eye," Liam joked. After getting his crystals, he walked up to Safa and then flicked one of the balls in the air. Almost instinctively, Safa caught it. "That one is for you, pretty lady." "I hope your brother doesn't mind," Liam said, looking at Simeon, whose face was turning a little red. "I'm sorry, bro, I don't like sausages, otherwise I would have given you one as well," Liam said as he turned away and walked back to the others. Simeon was somewhat just standing there in disbelief. He wasn't quite sure what had just happened. "He doesn't like sausages. What does that even mean?" Rushing forward, he stood on Safa's side with his body blocking the way of who Simeon would now deem as the perv, Liam. The students were off, and there was no time to use the Kai pills yet. Instead, they were being directed to the library. They were following in a single line, walking around the giant courtyard. There were multiple large buildings, and it was hard to think that they all were related to the academy in some way. As they were walking, they could see the other headband instructors, and following behind them were their students as well. Everyone somewhat glanced at each other. That was until they had finally reached the library. It was a large round building like a pagoda, but was incredibly wide, to the point they could just see the edge. There were 5 floors as well, so it wasn't as high, but still impressive. All students have 1 hour to select a skill book of their choice. The books that you are able to look through the shelves are colored with the same color as your headbands. There are other instructors inside, so if you are caught looking at other books that don't respond to your color, you will be punished. You might think that this isn't fair, but skills are separated for a reason. This is to help in your own development. Some require more Kai, some require advanced Kai control, and so on. If you think you have been wronged, then challenge a different colored headband student at the assessment. Entering, he now knew that was impossible. With that said, the doors to the library were opened, and immediately everyone rushed inside. At first, Simeon had planned to stay by Safa's side, especially with a perv on the loose, but after entering, he now knew that was impossible. On the first floor alone, there had to be at least 10,000 books, maybe even more. It was impossible for them to go through each and every book in an hour to see what's best for them, so the only thing they could do was split up. "We're in the academy, so things should be okay. Just wait for me when the hour's up at the entrance, okay?" Simeon said, to which Safa nodded. With the 2 of them split up, Simeon went around in search of a book that would help him. He remembered Ray's advice that he would need a technique that was related to a metal element, whatever that was. The only thing Simeon could really go by as he searched was the name of the skill books on the spine. He could see some other pupils had already picked up a few books and were reading through them to see if they matched. "I guess they have no clue what type of book they are going for, but I have some idea of what I want," Simeon thought. He scanned, walking side by side, searching for what he needed. So focused, he soon realized he had bumped into another student. "Oh, sorry," Simeon said. He noticed from before that his body was harder than others, so when he knocked into others, they would usually fall over, but this student hadn't done so. "It's okay, I don't mind if it's you," Richter said with a smile, his tall self overlooking him. Simeon's heart started to thump louder, as a mix of emotions were coming over him from seeing this person. "I was actually looking for you," Richter said with a smile. "You did a good job last time, which is why I wanted to give you another task. You see, I heard that the blue headbands get 2 Kai pills each. But we only get 1, which isn't really fair, is it? So I was wondering if you could convince the other blue headbands to hand over their Kai pills to us. If you can't, I won't be very happy, and I might need to do something else to cheer me up," Richter said as he started to touch the bottom of his crotch. What is wrong with this guy? From morning till midday, Reyes had been practicing the 10 descending steps. Although he had only reached the 4th step, he noticed that the other steps were getting a bit more complicated for him to learn. He was covered in sweat, and even his back was drenched. His Kai was starting to run out, so he felt like it was best to put a stop to learning the steps for now. I can perform 3 of the steps in one motion together, and I can perform 4 of the steps on their own, Reyes thought as he looked at the scene around him. There were several footprints all over the area, imprinted in the stone. The area was even sunken in more, as Reyes had destroyed a few layers of rock already. The whole area was perhaps 5 inches lower down than it was before. I thought I might get to learn all 10 steps, but at the rate this is going, it might take me a week or even longer, Reyes thought. While resting, he felt like he needed a way to gather back his Kai. He could have taken one of the pills, but that was part of his promise to give to Dame, and he didn't want to go back on his word. Looking up at the position of the sun, he could see it was about midday, so he still had a few more hours before he needed to meet with Dame. Sitting down with his legs crossed on top of a rock, he thought out, should I try the cultivation of life and death again, immediately? The hairs on the back of Rey's neck as well as on his arms stood up strong. It was a reaction from his body at just the thought of going back there. I thought I had seen everything. Nothing that I could be afraid of. I even faced countless high-level beasts and have been on the brink of death many times. So why does that voice scare me? It sounded like a woman's, shaking his head. Reyes decided it was best not to try that again. Even though he was away from the city. Although he had managed to attack it, or maybe he didn't even, it didn't seem hurt either. I guess until I learn how to defeat a ghost, I shouldn't try to cultivate, at least not in the demonic faction. Instead, Reyes decided to use the Dark Essence technique, which increased his magic core rather than his dantian. It was better than doing nothing. After resting for about an hour, he was now able to at least do something, standing up. Rather than going through the 10 steps again, Reyes had switched books, and this time he wanted to go through the sword formations. But he realized he had made one fatal mistake. I don't have a sword, Reyes said to himself. I guess step 1 in learning sword techniques should be to have a sword. Reyes tapped his index finger on the bottom of his chin, until eventually another image came to him. It was of the battle mages. Getting in a stance, Reyes held both his hands out and imagined that there was a sword in his hand. He held it at the bottom of the hilt, then his magic started to swirl around his hand. As he lifted both hands above his head and swung it down, a slash of wind came out, but it had done nothing, apart from blowing some of the leaves in the area. I guess I don't have enough wind attribute or mana to fully condense a sword out of wind magic. Still, it does make me wonder. If I had a sword and learned the techniques, couldn't I add wind magic to my attacks? Would that make it even more powerful compared to before? Thinking about combining his magic along with the Pagna martial arts reminded Reyes of the Dark Faction's founder. He wondered if he had ever done such a thing, which was why he rose to the position he was, or was Reyes a first for it all either way. Since Reyes had no sword, he would have to practice properly another day. After heading back, it wasn't long until Reyes had met Dame again and had passed on all the pills in a bottle. Dame looked at it in admiration, holding it up. Thank you for this. I'm confident that I'll win this battle no matter what, Dame said. When do you head out? Reyes asked. Tomorrow, Dame replied in a serious tone as he threw the bottle over to Fixteen. I meet those that will be going with me tonight. The Light Faction, being who they are, claiming to be honorable people, have politely set a date for our little battle. Hearing this reminded Reyes of his first meeting with Beatrix, who had called out her name before they fought. The Light Faction members certainly did seem to have an odd, righteous culture about them. With all the help you have provided us, though, I'm sure we might not fail maybe. Dame's confidence was wavering, and he had every right to be since it was Beatrix Highborn they were talking about. An uneasy feeling was felt in his stomach. Pagna battles don't last long, so you'll hear back from us in a couple of days, Dame said, waving away. Yeah, and if you don't, we'll be dead, Fixteen commented, to which received a hard slap on the back of his head. Seeing the two of them head off, a thought did occur to Ray's. Should I follow them and head to the fight tomorrow? I could stay a far distance and support him if needed. It would also be good to see a fight between two high-level Pagna warriors. The risks, though, were still incredibly high, so before he would be able to even make his decision, Ray's pulled out the warrior statue and the metal mask he had obtained, along with the level 2 power stones. It's time I make some strong items for myself, Ray's smiled. Having successfully collected the pill, Dame still couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. He had every reason to be uneasy because a tough battle lay ahead. His father had essentially sent him on a suicide mission, and nobody expected him to survive this ordeal. Now he was about to meet the individuals who had reluctantly agreed to join him. On the highest floor of the Neverfall clan base, where the lowest-ranked warriors of the clan resided, 50 of them had gathered in a dark cavern. Strange glass orbs powered by light were attached to the walls, providing self-sufficient illumination, since using fire in such an area was relatively dangerous. Dame stood before them all, accompanied by Fixteen, Carlson, and Kirk, 3 individuals who stuck by him despite his reputation as the troublesome young master. When Dame looked into the eyes of those in front of him, he could sense their skepticism and frustration, even though they held back their words. I know what you are all thinking, Dame spoke aloud, breaking the tension in the air. All of you are wondering why it was me who got chosen and why I'm here with you. If it were one of my brothers, maybe we'd have a better chance, or you'd have more confidence. At this moment, I have to admit that no one believes in us. But I'm telling you all now, you may know me as a fool, a playboy or whatever, but one thing is for sure, I don't plan to die, and neither should you. With a nod to Fixteen, he handed out the pills one by one, going from person to person. For his own group, each of them would be using the uncommon cursed mana pills originally intended for the Crimson Crane and their group. Given the dire situation, he decided to use half of them and make up excuses for the rest. The Kai pills I've given you aren't your average Kai pills, Dame proclaimed. If you look at the markings on them, you'll see they've been created by none other than the Dark Magus. The clan members examined the Kai pills, noting the imprints on them. It was quite remarkable because the markings were not merely scratched in but an integral part of the pill, something they had never seen before. The color of the pills matched as well. But what truly puzzled them was the name. Wait, Dark Magus, I've heard that name before. Isn't that who the Crimson Crane clan is looking for? Yeah, I saw the poster too. Aren't they offering a level 5 power stone for information about that person? Wait, what? They're offering such a huge reward. Does that mean this person is a big deal or something? Then what are these pills? A sly smirk appeared on Dame's face. This was part of his plan. Alba had already put up posters and spread information to search for the Dark Magus, so his name had somewhat become known. However, they still didn't know why. Right now, Dame was also thinking about the future. These pills were effective, and if they used them in battle and they were the reason for their survival, then these warriors would likely become loyal customers in the future. They would do everything they could to obtain the products of the Dark Magus. The differently colored pills have different effects. The blue pills will restore your Kai, the red pills your vitality, and the green ones increase your speed. In the upcoming battle, all of you should use them wisely. All of us will be needed for this battle coming up, and I have used everything I could to obtain these from the Dark Magus. As I said before, I don't plan to die. Now Dame could see the change in the people's expressions. There was hope in their eyes that the situation could turn around. Now all that remained was to proceed with the actual battle tomorrow. He had done everything he could. Back in his room, Reyes had finally decided on an enchantment to cast on the warrior statue. It had been a headache for him, trying to find an enchantment that would be worthwhile for an item he couldn't carry with him into battle. It wasn't as if he could use the statue as a weapon. So instead, he opted for something that could enhance strength in a certain area. He placed the regular level 2 power stone on the ground along with the enchantment. Honestly, I thought about turning this into a 20-year Kai pill and advancing my Danshan to see if it would bring me to the second stage, or perhaps using it to increase the strength of my magic core and get closer to becoming a 3-star mage. But items are more useful, especially with dark magic giving them a chance to become high-tier items. Activating his dark magic, Reyes infused the statue with energy. The item floated in the air momentarily as the energy surged through it, then it gently floated back down. "Show me the effects," Ray said, and slowly the information began to appear in front of his eyes. A sealed cursed warrior statue. A sealed item. Did I just manage to hit the jackpot again? Now that it was a sealed item, his enchantment would have no effect, and the item's power could be anything. But sealed items were likely to be of an even higher grade. To break the seal, the item requires the drop of blood from 5 different people, not including your own. Those whose blood has been used will lose a part of themselves that will never be returned. Lose a part of themselves. Does the item have to be so vague? Anyway, considering it's a cursed item, it won't be good to use it on my allies. But wait a second. Aren't there 5 disciples I need to return the favor to? Oh yes, I think I've already found my sacrifices. Ray smiled. Satisfied with the results, he put the item away. However, he decided not to risk it with the second power stone, which was of the earth element. Instead of absorbing it into his magic core to gain earth magic, he used it to create an enchantment that would work well for him in his current situation. He drew the magic circle and placed the mask with the enchantment. This time, he used regular magic rather than dark magic. The mask had been created. An uncommon face change mask allows the user to change their own face into another. The mask must be placed on person A's face first, then when the mask is placed on person B, it will change person B's face to person A's face. The mask can only be used to store one person's face, but it is not bound to a single user. There were higher tier masks that could be used multiple times and change into many different faces. These types of masks often caused difficulty and was something Rays had used to cause mask confusion in Alterian. For now, though, this would have to do. Since it's an uncommon item, its effects are limited. But this is perfect. Now with this, I guess I can watch the battle a bit more up close. But before that, I should learn some sword skills. Word had already spread throughout the demonic faction about the impending attack. The demonic faction was at the center of many disputes involving the dark faction and light faction. Frequent scuffles erupted here, especially along the borders, yet they never escalated into full-scale wars, and there were a few reasons for this. Firstly, a justified reason was required for an attack. This was because, in a way, through taxes, protection fees, and other means, the general populace funded the clans to fight in the first place. The general public needed to be on their side when a scuffle occurred because the last thing they wanted was a fight within their ranks as well. The other reason was to avoid involving the empire and surrounding kingdoms. Although they had agreed to stay out of Pagna affairs, if one faction acted in a way that frightened them, they would intervene with their large armies and weaponry. The reason why the attack was significant this time was because Beatrix Highborn, a renowned name throughout the continent, was taking part in it, making it the first of its kind. In Repton, people on the streets were already discussing what was about to happen that day. Isn't this going to be an embarrassment for the demonic faction? They sent out Dame Narfus. It's going to be a complete loss, and what if it turns into a war because of how weak they think we are? That won't happen, another bystander said. Rumors have it that the sun was the reason for this fight happening in the first place. That's why the Neverfall clan is dealing with the matter and not one of the others. They are, in a way, quelling the anger of the Light faction by sending him off for an execution. The real people we need to feel sorry for are those who are going along with him. One of the other reasons for why word had already spread throughout the entire city of Repton was because many of the Neverfall clan members' families lived in the city. Although they weren't the clan in charge of the city, the Neverfall clan only allowed Pagna warriors to stay there. It was a place strictly for practicing martial arts and Pagna-related discussions, focusing solely on strength. At the moment, many of the members were stopping by the city to talk to their family members just before heading into battle. After saying their goodbyes, the clan's men started to walk through the city, heading for one of the exits. Here, Dame was waiting for them with his small gang. "All right, everyone, we're off," Dame shouted, and immediately he started to run down the path at a casual pace, followed by the others. The running would serve as a little warm-up for them before the big battle. As the group rushed down the path, not long after, another group set off after them, dressed in dark blue clothing, swords at their sides. A young man with an unremarkable face and relatively short black hair, which was typical for those in the demonic faction. The uniform he wore was the same as those who had just set off. In the morning, Reyes was searching for a sword to use, going around the marketplace, looking not to spend too much money, and honestly, he didn't know much about swords to begin with. While he was in the marketplace, he heard the sounds of sobs and crying. A young warrior was saying goodbye to his grandmother, who was loudly cursing Dame's name and expressing her reluctance for him to go off to battle. At that point, Ray saw an opportunity, offering to take his place. All he needed was for him to lend his clothes and close his eyes for a few moments. Most wouldn't trust a stranger in this particular situation, but for the young warrior, it was a way out of a fight they were sure to lose. The scene with his grandmother allowed him to think clearly. He didn't want to lose his life when he knew someone would be saddened by his loss. Following from behind, it didn't take long for Reyes to catch up with the group, but for now, he would remain at the back. From what I can tell, most of these warriors are at the first stage, and some at the second stage. I still have no idea what stage Dame and his friends are at, but it must mean that at least the enemy is around similar strength, right? If that's the case, I should be okay staying at the back. If things look tough, I'll take the green Kai pill and get out of the area as soon as I can. But I have a feeling Dame will shock everyone with his new weapons. Ray smiled. Let's see how effective items from Alterian are in this world. As they continued to run, it didn't take long for them to see the battlefield up ahead. It was in the same area that Reyes had passed through last time, a wasteland covered in dark orange-colored rocks on the floor, with a large mountain ahead where snow could be seen falling on one side. It was where the battle was to take place, but now, on the hard-colored ground at the base of the mountain, they could see a large group of 50 men and women in white-colored clothing, each with a sword at their side. Standing in front of them all was none other than the woman Reyes had met once before, Beatrix Highborn. Her sword was still sheathed, but her hand was on its hilt, ready for anything. "I see someone in the demonic faction has a level head," Beatrix shouted out. "It's a shame we can't say the same for you," Fixteen said, as he and the people behind him stopped dead. Both groups stared straight ahead at each other, tense, expecting something to happen at any moment. "You have instigated this attack against the demonic faction," Fixteen shouted. "We have no choice but to protect ourselves, so whatever happens today, no one will say it's our fault." Beatrix let out a loud laugh. "I guess the demonic faction isn't full of idiots, but the ones in front of me are. I saw all of your faces that time in a portal belonging to the Light faction. That was already enough reason for us to attack. But you had to go and continue to enter, summoning the Dimension Boss, causing the death of an entire squad. They were just beginners. Yet now they won't live to see another day, because of your selfish desire to use the dimension. Portal behind us." "Wait a moment," Reyes thought, overhearing everything that had occurred. "Dimension Boss, I heard about that when learning about the portals. That shaking form before we left, could it be, was this due to me? Is this fight happening now actually because of me?" Beatrix then drew her sword, and so did those from her clan. In response, those of the Neverfall clan did the same. "We, from the Dawnblade clan, will avenge those who lost their lives, and we will make sure to deal with those responsible," Beatrix announced, and the Dawnblade clan members from behind immediately started to rush forward. The Neverfall clan, trying not to show fear, ran forward as well, along with Fixteen and the others. Lastly, both Dame and Beatrix were running straight ahead, ready for a clash. This is a real battle in the Pagna world, Reyes thought, looking at the scene unfolding before his eyes. The fight was quick to start, as the Pagna warriors were fast on their feet, and the sound of clashing swords was instant. They roared like a thunderstorm. Large swings from each other's weapons were bashing into each other. Two of the warriors' swords clashed as they used techniques from their clans that they had tried to perfect, the moves that they had practiced over and over again. Some were using fist techniques, others were using a wide range of weapons. A member of the Dawnblade clan swung their glowing sword above their head, but a Pagna warrior was able to shift to the side using his footwork and went right in for the attack, only to be blocked by another sword from a clan member. Everything was moving fast as the warriors continued to clash and use up their Kai in their attacks. "This is completely different from a battle between mages. It's hard for me to even keep up," Reyes thought as he stayed near the back. He was just on the edge, not having thrown out an attack, but always moving around the edge of the battlefield, attempting to avoid the conflict as much as possible and staying on the side of the Neverfall clan. Their teamwork when fighting together is impressive. Everyone is covering each other. And although blood has been spilt, the groups are both skillful to the point where no one has died yet. What he was also observing was the might of Beatrix, a Pagna warrior at the peak of the initial stage, a stage 6 warrior. Dame's group were all focusing on her. All of them using a range of fist techniques. Kirk, Fixteen, and Carlson had gone in at the same time, with Kai-powered techniques, but with a single sweeping motion of her glowing sword, she had hit all of their hands and deflected them away. A wave of energy had followed her strike, the Kai with it. It had pushed them back, but one person had gotten through, and that was Dame. As he planted his feet into the ground, he closed the distance instantly, almost disappearing from where he was. He reappeared right by Beatrix's side, throwing out a fist, but she too held up the sword by the side of her head, blocking the strike. The sword started to light up, and the energy flashed outward, pushing Dame across the ground. It seems you haven't really gotten any better since the tournament. Even with the help of your friends, there is no chance that you can beat me. Beatrix rushed forward, and she could see Dame's friends getting up off the ground. Swinging her sword in their direction, the strike itself looked to have extended from her sword. The slash appeared, and all of them had to quickly move out of the way to avoid it. When they did, it had hit some of the warriors behind them, leaving large, bloody wounds on their bodies. It wasn't quite projectile Kai. This was an attack of the Dawnblade clan who could strike in such a way with Kai that it would create a sharp wind current, hurting the user as if the blade had hit itself. When Beatrix got close again, she then thrust the sword forward, and this time lifting both hands. Dame had blocked the attack, but was pushed back across the ground once again. I wonder why he isn't using the effects of the gauntlets. Is he waiting for something? Ray's thought. It certainly did appear that way, because Dame and his friends were being more defensive in their attacks. Meanwhile, the rest of the clan members were striking with everything they had. In truth, the majority of the warriors that Beatrix had brought were better skilled than those they were going against, but the demonic faction was fighting rather widely. The fighting continued between the two groups for a while, until Fixteen raised his hand in the air. In that moment, nearly all of the demonic faction members took a step back, creating distance between those they were fighting against. What is this? I guess I must have missed the briefing, Ray's thought. He soon understood though, because in the hands of every member in the clan, they had a Kai pill. Instantly, every one of them gulped it down, and they could feel their bodies reacting to the pills almost instantly. Feeling the change in their bodies, they went back to attack. Those that were sore and injured felt some of their wounds, healing, allowing them to fight better. Some suddenly got slightly faster in their attacks, slashing their enemies down with the increase in their speed. While others, they swung their swords like they had just regained all their Kai back, overpowering their opponent. In that instant, the whole battlefield had changed. It was becoming extremely one-sided. What just happened? How could so much have changed? What even were those pills? Beatrix thought. She couldn't quite understand, but it was clear that there was a sudden change. You and your damn demonic faction and your crafty ways. The pills were extremely effective, but there was also something else going on. There was a placebo effect. The words spoken of how great they were, and the energy they felt when taking the pills, were giving the demonic faction confidence, something that they didn't have much of at the start of the fight. They somewhat believed Dame's words, but how were they meant to trust that these pills would be so effective without having taken them before? Beatrix dashed to the side to help a fellow clan member, to stop one from being killed right in front of her. As she took a step through from the side, she could see a ball of energy heading right for her. She had no choice but to stop and slash down with her sword, cutting through the explosive Kai energy. She was looking at where it had come from, whether there was someone close to her or not, but she could only see Dame with his fist out, around 10 or so meters away. How did you strike me from that far? But that's impossible, Beatrix shouted. Your clan has no such technique, and projectile Kai can only be achieved at the deity stage, which you are not. Oh really? Dame smiled. He rushed in again, and then when he was close, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was still around 5 meters away from Beatrix. He threw out 2 quick fists, sending out 2 fists of Kai heading right for Beatrix. She struck at them both, but right after, Dame was already right by her side. With a fist, he struck her directly in her side, sending her across the floor. She tumbled a few times before she eventually stood up from the ground and touched her side. Crap, Beatrix took in a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Fist techniques are some of the strongest techniques out there in terms of power. But one loses their reach compared to a sword. But now he can fire out Kai from his fists. Just how? How is he able to do this? Beatrix was left confused. A fight that was meant to be a sure win for her was suddenly proving incredibly difficult, with that hit as well. "You're locked on now," Dame softly said to himself. "Oh, Dark Magus, I wish you were here in person to see how effective your new weapon is." Dame had been waiting for this moment. For the group to face the light faction, with everything they had without the help of the items around them, it made the situation quite clear. If they had never had the Dark Magus items to begin with, they would have already lost this fight. However, the main reason why Dame had come up with this strategy, or more rightly, Fixteen had, was because of the homing effect the gauntlets had. In order to use them, Dame needed to land a perfect hit on his target first. Although the two of them were the same Pagna warrior rank, Beatrix was just far too skillful for him to land a hit normally. Even with the external Kai punches, it would be something difficult for him, which was why they had to use the tactic of surprise. The Light faction was worried about every single member of their faction, and Beatrix was no different. Seeing her people suddenly being overwhelmed, she would lose focus, and that was the time to hit her with everything they had. "Now let's see if this thing really works." Dame ran forward, and then when he was close, he threw out a fist to the side. Beatrix was confused by this. She saw the Kai leave his gauntlets up in the air and then swing around. It was coming straight for her. Making a quick judgment, she decided to dash forward and head toward Dame. She wasn't going to run away. "All I need to do is time it perfectly so I can deal with both of you." As she got close to Dame, she jumped up in the air and spun her body. Her sword broke through the Kai blast, and before she landed, still swinging her sword, it clashed into the black gauntlets, swinging Dame's fists to the side. Quickly, he retreated back and threw out a couple more fists toward her. She's incredibly skillful and can adapt to the situation extremely fast. No wonder she's known as the hope of the Light faction. Now that Dame had used the power of his gauntlets, Fixteen, Carlson, and Kirk were now helping out the others, since the effect of the pills would only work for so long in the first place, however. They were all stage 4 Pagna warriors. The main issue was Beatrix, which usually meant that all of them would be needed to keep her busy, but since Dame was able to at least hold her off, they could help out in the rest of the battle. One of the Light faction members thrust his sword into Kirk's large round belly. The sword was swallowed whole, and then when extended out, it pushed the warrior back. Fixteen had leapt in the air, punching the person straight in the head, sending him to the ground so he couldn't get back again. Carlson had managed to also come in time as he went and axe-kicked a sword down from above. When the sword and his heel clashed, the sword had broken in half. This was the large difference between stages in Pagna warriors that was hard for them to overcome with skill alone. The three of them were doing quick work as they took out warrior after warrior, but that's when they could see something happening off at the back. The fighting had been going on for a while now. So it had spread, and that meant there were warriors all over the place, and they had reached the back. Two of the more skilled Light faction warriors had slashed down two of the Dark faction members, cutting across their waist and kicking them to the side. And now they had set their eyes on a person who had been at the back this entire time. You are a shame even to your own clan," the Light faction member shouted. "We have been watching as you have been running around avoiding confrontation while your fellow teammates fall. You are scum that doesn't even deserve to be called warrior." The person in question that they were talking about and that they were pointing to was Ray's. "I thought they would have finished this whole thing up already, but it looks like Pagna warrior fights go on a lot longer than mage battles due to their strong bodies and skillful techniques." Fixteen could see what was about to happen. "Crap, that young one won't stand a chance dealing with two of them on his own. We have to help." But the three were far away. They had been looking around the area to help those that most needed it. And this young warrior certainly needed help. The three of them charged ahead, trying to get to the young one. "I just hope he can hold them long enough for us to get there in time." The young one, seeing the two of them approach, instead of running away or retreating, had gotten into a stance. He then lifted his front foot up and slammed it onto the ground. The moment he did, a large amount of Kai was displaced in front of him. For a moment, the two Light faction warriors felt uneasy as they felt the wave touch them and displace their next step. "Wait. That can't be. Is that the, before Fixteen could finish his thought, the second step was cast, pushing off, flowing smoothly into the second step. The Kai from the first had flowed perfectly, and the warrior had burst through the air with his sword. He slashed it with his strength and power, cutting right through the other's blade and right at the neck of the other warrior without hesitation. Blood spurted out before the light faction body fell to the floor. The movements weren't over yet, though, not stopping. The warrior then proceeded with the third step, pushing both legs together, and went ahead to thrust right into the other light faction member's stomach. He had managed to block the strike with his sword, but a crack had been made. There's no doubt about it, Fixteen thought, watching it all. That's the descending steps, and he just used 3 of them in one motion. Ah, crap. Ray's thought as he saw his sword had been stopped. I thought I could get them both by surprise. These steps worked out better than I thought, but because I don't know how to use a sword, my actions might seem obvious. Oh well. It doesn't matter. Ray's then lifted his foot again, reproducing the first step. As the wave of Kai accurately disrupted the warrior, Ray's went to use the 2-step shift and punch the guy in the stomach before following up with swinging the sword to the back of his head. The 2 light faction warriors who were at the same stage as Ray's were dealt with without him even being harmed. This achievement was a great one, but to Ray's, he simply thought those that he had fought against had to be weak. Fixteen had stopped just short of the young warrior in disbelief. We had a warrior on the first floor that was this skillful, someone who could perform 3 of the descending steps in succession. Is that even possible? The fastest in the clan's history was Dame. He had learned 3 of the steps by the time he was a 3rd-stage warrior. Is he really a first-floor warrior? After killing the Pagna warriors, dark mist that only Rays could see rose from their bodies and entered into Ray's magic core. Soon after, his ring had activated as well. I see, so these Pagna warriors increased the darkness attribute a lot more than those dog beasts did. Regardless, I'm happy with the results of the new steps. If I combine the steps I learned with the swordsmanship, I can get results at the academy now, seeing how effective the steps were here. If he was to learn the rest, Rays could see himself winning, even if he didn't use his magic, but he always had that as a backup. He still probably couldn't take on all 5 of the main disciples at once, but with the other examiners watching and them being actually in the academy, it was unlikely a task that he would have to do. Before I head back, though, I'll try to learn the rest of the 10 steps, Rays thought to himself. Fixteen was still left in disbelief at the young warrior. All those from the first floor were first-stage warriors. For first-stage warriors, the descending steps were practically useless. That was because the step wasn't so effective on its own. The skill could disrupt low-level warriors, but would do next to nothing against those strong. Even if it did work against low-level warriors, without the second step, by the time a warrior reacted, they would have recovered in time to act. In a way, of all the footworks out there, the first step of the descending steps was useless because it didn't move the person forward. It didn't do what footwork was designed to do. Yet right in front of Fixteen, there was a warrior that could not just do 1 but 3 of the steps. We need to keep that one alive. It would be handy if he joined our group and became a part of our power and loyal to us, rather than that of the Neverfall clan, Fixteen thought. Dame was still fighting against Beatrix, and he realized something during his fight. Even with the gauntlets he had obtained from the Dark Magus, he was unable to win the battle, so he decided to opt for another tactic instead. He kept his distance away and continued to throw out punches that would home toward Beatrix no matter what. The only option she had was to slash and attack through the Kai strikes coming at her. He's attacking rapidly, but he knows this isn't effective, so what's his plan? If he continues on like this, won't he run out of Kai? Her train of thought was right. Dame's Kai wasn't strong enough to do damage. Using it like so, he was running out fast, but he did have an ace up his sleeve. Pulling out one of the pills, Dame went ahead and swallowed it whole. In that instant, he could feel his power returning to him, and he started to swing his arms in a flurry, sending all sorts of strikes toward Beatrix. They flew in the air, and Beatrix blocked each one. As they hit her, she was being pushed back through the field. What is this? How does he have so much Kai? He hasn't reached the middle stages, so this should be impossible. It has to be that weird pill again. What is it that he took? Just like the others, while looking at the others, she noticed that quite a few of the light faction had died. This wasn't how it was meant to be. The losses weren't this heavy, and with these strange pills I have no idea what other tricks he'll have. Beatrix didn't want to do it, but she was afraid. Afraid that as the fight went on she would suffer more losses. She bit her lip as she made the decision, retreat. Beatrix shouted. Everyone retreat now, this is an order. It didn't take long for them to listen, as they jumped back away from those they were fighting with. They continued to do so. Beatrix pointed her sword at anyone that was to attempt to follow. Don't think this is the end, dame, Beatrix said. I will be back to take your head. With those words she was off, and not a single member of the demonic faction gave chase, and it was for a good reason. All of them were exhausted. The effects of the pills had actually worn off a long time ago, and they were just fighting on willpower alone. If it wasn't for the help of Dame's friends, maybe all of them would have been eliminated, and it wasn't just the whole group, it was Dame as well. He had exhausted his Kai, and the effect of the pill had worn off. He looked behind him at the field, and he could see dead warriors on the floor. In total, around 15 men had died, leaving 35 of them alive. It was perhaps more than they had expected, but it felt a little strange for Dame to think that this was a result. Hey, we did it, Kirk said, placing his hand on Dame's shoulder. You're right, Dame answered, but our victory today wouldn't have been achievable if it wasn't for the Dark Magus. I'm starting to feel like our debt with him is piling up already, and we haven't even gone into business yet. Hey, didn't you pay him back already? Kirk punched his shoulder. Everyone, we shall carry the dead back with us and make sure they have a proper burial, Dame shouted. Those that died today will celebrate with us as we return victorious. The other warriors, hearing Dame's strong words, couldn't help but cheer loudly into the open air above. The warriors got to work as they wrapped the dead, not just those from their faction but for the others as well. This was to make sure they wouldn't get picked or eaten by other beasts, and so the light faction could collect their own men for burial as well. Ah, Dame, Fixteen said as he quickly came over. I wanted to talk to you about something. There's a talented warrior in this group. We should speak to him. Fixteen's voice started to trail off because as he looked around, he was unable to find the young warrior. Where did he go? Did he run away? Fixteen scratched his head. Why would he do that? As Reyes was making his way back to the city, he took off the mask from his face, and it started to revert back to what it once was. Dark magic had then covered his body, and the robe was placed back on him, while the uniform was placed inside the robe. The clothing from the clan can only just fit in here, but it might come in use in the future, Reyes thought. Either way, the skills have proven useful. With just the two-step shift before, I wouldn't have been able to beat those Pagna warriors. They may be weaker than the main disciples, but the gap between us won't be so big anymore. After learning a bit more from the skill books, it'll be time I head back to the academy. The small group that had gone out early in the morning was returning through the gates of Repton, much to the shock and surprise of the people. They could see that Dame was left intact. His clothes were a little torn, but there were no serious injuries. Not only that, but he had come back with other Pagna warriors with smiles on their faces. Nearly everyone who laid eyes on them had to stop for a moment as they took a second look. Hey, they're back. Did they not run into the light faction? A bystander asked. Of course they did. Can't you see the others? They've been hurt, and they are even carrying the dead who died. Be respectful. The dead. But if they really did run into Beatrix, then why are so many of them still alive? It didn't take long for the news to spread of what had really occurred. After all, many bystanders had asked the warriors, and they happily replied that they had won against the light faction. It was an achievement for them, to be able to protect the demonic faction and show their strength, so they said these words proudly. But how did you manage to beat Beatrix Highborn? How is that possible? A bystander asked. Two of the warriors looked at each other. That was because of Dame, of course. He is more reliable than the rumors tell. The general public was starting to see him in a new light. But one of the other warriors corrected him. It wasn't just Dame, it was thanks to those Kai pills we had earlier as well. They were really effective. The warrior said, I think he said they were made by that Dark Magus person. Ah, you're right, they were amazing. I've never heard of him before, though. The news of Dame being able to go head-to-head was more widespread throughout the city than the news of the Dark Magus, but details did start to appear here and there. Even some members of the Crimson Cane, who were still in the city of Repton, had heard of the news. Man dressed in all black, a mask across his face, and 2 daggers by his side had overheard the conversation about the battle against the light faction. He was just casually sitting outside, enjoying his meal outside one of the many establishments. The Dark Magus had supported Dame and his group then. It seems that the relationship between the two might not be on the surface level, but rather much deeper. If he managed to support them, doesn't that mean the Dark Magus is in this city? I should inform Alba about this as soon as possible, rather than heading straight to the Neverfall clan. Dame and his group had decided that it was best for them to head to a restaurant for some drinks and food. It was well deserved, and he would be sure to make the clan pay for this. Surely even his father would reward him and the others of the clan for the upset victory. The group was busy drinking away, and Dame had his arm around one of his teammates' shoulders. "Hey, young master," one of the young warriors called out, red-faced, "we've earned it. Do you think we should head to the brothel for a bit of fun? I heard that it feels different after one has been to battle with their life on the line." Dame started to smirk right away, and his face was turning red as he already imagined how much fun he would have. Usually, he would mess around whenever he got the chance, but to actually reward himself after so much hard work for the first time, he was already imagining how satisfying it would all feel. Wait, Dame slapped the top of his forehead and looked at his hands. Even right now, the gauntlets they were on, but due to the skill, they were being hidden or kept away. I can't. In the end, the times were extremely helpful. Dame could already imagine how much stronger they would get as he increased as a Pagna warrior. If he could hold out for one day, then he should be able to hold out for several more. It was just doing the same thing over and over again. Kirk, who had heard the words come out of the young master's mouth, had nearly dropped his drink. "Young master, he's finally matured." Kirk nearly shed a tear. A short while after, Fixteen had entered the establishment. He looked around, and it didn't take him long to discover where exactly he needed to go. All he had to do was follow the noise. It seemed the warriors had also gotten some of the locals to join in on their shenanigans. Pushing through, Fixteen eventually got to Dame and knelt down, whispering in his ear. "I went to the Dark Magus room, but it appears as if he's not there," Fixteen informed. "It doesn't look like he's left either, as he hasn't checked out and paid the fee for another night at the place." There was something else that Fixteen didn't say either. He had tried to look into the young warrior he had seen before, but when he had met with him, the news that he had learned of what had happened disturbed him a little. Was it the young master's father? He might have sent a high-tier warrior to help him without him knowing about it. To turn the tide of the fight if something went wrong, that's the most likely answer right now. "I have another message for you. It appears your father wishes to meet you," and now Fixteen stated, almost immediately. The smile had disappeared right from Dame's face. He had almost sobered up in an instant and stood up from his seat. The others were having far too good of a time to even notice as the two of them went away. After returning back from the little battle, Reyes had entered his room, took a little break before heading out again. He didn't want to waste any time, as he wanted to learn more of the sword skills. Exiting out of the city, he had gone to the same spot as he had done before. He had been practicing the sword formations for a while now and had managed to learn 2 of them. He perfected the forms first. This took the longest time. Then with the forms, but in the right amount of Kai. Then finally, he added the 2 things together and was striking a rather large rock in front of him. Doing the move correctly, Reyes had managed to make a groove in the rock. It was clearly a powerful strike, but it made him think. Maybe it will work now that I know one of the formations, Reyes thought. Holding the sword with both hands above his head, Reyes focused. Magic started to swirl around his arm and then coated over the sword. It had a similar appearance to when one would use Sword Kai, but this wasn't Sword Kai. It was wind magic added onto the sword. The devil's first formation, Blood Fall, Reyes said to himself as he took a step forward and swung down. The moment the Kai went through his body and the strike, it had magnified the force of the wind magic as well, making it grow in size and color. It slashed right into the rock. Now looking at it, Reyes' sword hadn't just made a simple groove, it had cut right through it and stopped around halfway. The magic on the sword, it got stronger when Kai was added to the formation. I didn't even use any more mana, it was the Kai that supplied the magic, making it an even stronger attack. Magic and Kai working together like this is a lot more effective than I thought. Reyes smiled, looking at his hand and clenched his fist. He took the sword out of the rock and got into the same stance again. He then held the sword up above his head, and magic started to swirl around his hand and swirl around the sword, but it wasn't wind magic. This time, it was dark magic. Magic and martial arts combining together, they work in harmony. Just what type of cheat is this? Ray smiled as he swung his sword down. Dame was back at the clan base again. On one of the lowest floors in the room filled with intense heat, and a path leading directly to the clan head, his father. Just like before, he was seated on his own in the same position, facing away, while Dame sat on top of his feet and calves. I assume you have an idea of why I called you here, the clan master stated. You have done a good job. If I'm honest, you managed to complete a task I never expected you to complete. Dame felt like if it were anyone else, maybe they would have taken this as an insult, and in a way it was. But he was fine with it, as long as he could keep his father off his back and stop using him as a sacrificial lamb. As he had done before. It appears that I was wrong. I thought that you might not be suited for the next position as clan head, but after your performance, being able to perform miracles, I am considering you for the position again. There's a good chance that you may be able to do something for the clan after all. It was a complete change of heart for the clan master. Clenching his fist, Dame wasn't happy with the result. If he was going to be considered for the head, that would mean he would need to be involved in more tasks surrounding the clan as well. When in reality, he wanted nothing to do with the clan. But how could one of the clan leader's sons just up and leave? It would be an embarrassment to the family, and he would rather have his son die in war than leave on his own free will. I have also heard that you have managed to acquire quite the talented alchemist, this dark magus person. The clan leader said, you have a gift for attracting certain people to you, I will give you that. I just hope you don't upset this person. Bring them in close to you and welcome them into the clan if you can. You may go and expect to hear from me soon. Walking away and out of the room, Dame was hoping that he wouldn't. The next day, Dame had trouble sleeping, thinking about what his father had said, but he tried to ignore that as he looked forward to the future and everything else he needed to do. One of them was a meeting he had scheduled with Alba. It was at the same place as before, right outside the three-tiered red restaurant. Dame had met with Fixteen and entered the building. They headed to the private room, where Alba was already waiting, and she had another person with her, with a black mask covering his face, standing at the back of the room on her side. Don't mind Jax, Alba said. He's just here to keep me company, and he gave me some interesting news saying that people have been talking about the dark magus, about my dark magus. She winked. Sitting down, Fixteen placed the bottle of pills on the table. It was hardly full because there were only 6 pills left, since each of them had taken a pill during the battle. Yes, we had met up with him recently. He had brought the pills you asked for, and had even prepared some for me. I'm sure you heard about my success on the battlefield, Dame answered. He had learned from Fixteen that word had somewhat spread through the city about the pills from Dark Magus, which was the aim in the first place, so he knew what was on Alba's mind. I have no further information on him, other than the fact that we will continue to meet up exclusively once in a while. After that, Dame didn't really stay for chit-chat like he usually would have done. Neither did he have a drink. He stood up and bowed as if he was already ready to go. Hey, wait, what is this? I asked for 10 pills and you're just going to leave like this? Alba asked. I wanted to talk more about this guy. I'm sorry, Dame said. I have important matters to deal with now, and we might have to meet less often now. The serious look on Dame's face made it so Alba wouldn't press anymore. It was a face she had hardly seen on the young man, so she would take the 6 pills and leave it at that. I want 10 more of these things, Alba shouted, and the 4 that you took yourself. I'll deliver the money to the usual place. There was a reason why Dame had decided to leave early. That was because he wanted to meet with the Dark Magus again. Having missed him yesterday, he had somewhat felt like he might not see him for a while again. Although he said he would try to learn the skills for a while before he went, he will soon realize that those skills will take years to learn and decide to head back. So I should try to grow my relationship with him more, heading to the inn. A knock was given on the door, and he and Fixteen were called in. When they entered, they could see the young man in a robe, starting to draw something on the floor. Are you making something else? Dame asked. Did we interrupt you? Actually, Ray said as he stood up and dusted the excess chalk off his hands. I had decided to head back and just finish. For some reason, Dame felt a little saddened about his new partner leaving so soon. Perhaps it was because working with him was a large distraction from everything else he had to deal with. It's a shame you have to go so soon, but I knew that you would need to leave sooner or later. At least we can say goodbye here, Dame said. And I have to say, thank you for everything you have done to help. Ray's, he didn't feel saddened by his leaving. Instead, he felt more determined and confident. He had now learned 5 of the 10 descending steps and how to connect 4 of them together. He had also learned 3 formation of the sword techniques, which would be enough to get him through the academy. We will meet again. Although we might have to find a new meeting spot for now, let's just try to meet in the same place, Ray's said. Ray's had drawn the magic formation he had formed in his head, which was written by the former Dark Faction leader. He assumed it was what would send one back to the cave. He was confident, but wasn't 100% sure. However, going to the portal the same way he had come would be rather risky. Using some of the gold coins, Ray's had purchased some regular power stones and placed one on the ground. Activating his magic, the circle lit up, and right above, a dimension had opened in front of them. He really can just open up a dimension from anywhere. These guys must be way ahead of what we can do, Dame said out loud, and Fixteen couldn't keep his eyes off the portal either. I will see you all, Ray said, stepping through. Stepping through the portal, Ray's was zapped in and zapped out. When he landed on the cold ground and could feel the chilly air, he felt like he was in the right place. Looking ahead, he could see the entrance of the cave and the mist that covered the entire area. It looks like it worked and I'm back after all, Ray said to himself. Oh, so this is the world that you're from. It looks different to what I expected. Hearing a familiar voice, Ray's heart sank. He slowly turned his head around to see the handsome young man with curious eyes looking around the area. He stared at the man in front of him for a while, hoping that eventually he would disappear into the mist. It would all just be a figment of his imagination. Instead, the man known as Dame Narfus, one of the sons of the top clans in the demonic faction, was there right in front of him. The portal stays open for a few seconds after I enter it, but I never thought he would follow me, Ray's thought. From my interactions with him, sure, he had a bit of a wild side, but he seemed like a sensible person. Why would he take such a big risk and even hop into the portal? Who knew the dangers of the world I was going to? If I really was heading back to Alterian, there is a good chance that he could be trapped there. And can martial arts really stand up to magic? Just thinking about the whole situation was tiring for Ray's. He eventually placed his hand on the top of his head. Sorry to jump on you like this. Dame said, I brought you to my world. And you learned a lot. I guess you could say curiosity got the better of me after I saw what you could do. So I wanted to do the same. Dame started to look around and placed his hand on the wall. He could see the carvings and the writings in the cave. Yet he didn't understand a single word of it, which brewed even more excitement inside him. What do I even do? Ray's thought. Once we leave this cave, he will quickly learn that it's not the world of Alterian, that is if we can even get out of here somehow. I can't subdue him. This man is a high-stage Pagna warrior. Even with all my skills, I would be at complete loss, with everything said and done. Ray's couldn't even stop Dame from following him if he wanted to, so he felt like the only choice he had was to come clean. Using the effect of his robe, he started to put it away. There was no longer any need for him to keep his face hidden either, especially now he was back in the world of Pagna. Not that he had ever left. You aren't going to like what you are about to hear, Ray stated. But I promise I had no intentions of tricking you, and I fully was planning to commit to our deal regardless. Now Dame really was raising an eyebrow. He was even looking past Ray's into the mist. A world filled with those like Ray's, he just imagined it would look quite different to this. When you asked if I am from another world, you are correct. I am not from the world of Pagna, Ray said with a deep breath. However, where we are now, and where I have been for a while now, is still the world of Pagna. Not the world of Pagna, Ray's continued. Right now, we have returned to where I was before I met you in the demonic faction. We are in the dark faction right now. There was silence from Dame for a few moments. The dark faction? They had entered a dimension portal and had traveled from the demonic faction to the dark faction. I'm in enemy territory, Dame shouted. No, that can't be. I mean, what the heck are you even doing here? Are you making deals with them as well? Have you been two-timing me? Ray shook his head. trying to figure out a way to explain his situation. Usually, Dame would have been beyond furious about this, but just like how Ray's was cautious of Dame's strength, he was cautious of Ray's as well, since there were many things he could do. He was afraid that he might be incredibly powerful. Ray's went on to tell a grand lie. He told a tale of how he had entered a dimension portal in his world one day and had ended up in the world of Pagna, not just anywhere but in the Dark Faction. He didn't mention the fact that he was part of Alter now. There were groups of other people that had also come into this world. But he did state that he currently knew no way back to Alterian, which was his home. Yet, when making dimensions and trying to go back, he had entered the dimension the two of them had met. "I see you have been in quite the tricky situation yourself, I see," Dame said. "Honestly, I can't even blame or be angry with you for what you did. You were just trying to better your position. Hey, I guess it's a good thing that you met me in the end. So I understand that you were in the Dark Faction for a while, so where exactly is here? Where are we?" "The Dark Faction's Pagna Academy." Dame let out a loud "duh" sound from his mouth. It was so unbelievable, not only in enemy territory but in their academy, it was quite the problem. "I guess you've been learning your martial arts. If I had known, I would have never given you the demonic cultivation technique. It could cause some problems for you," Dame said. "The biggest issue is my face. I'm not the most popular man from the demonic faction, and I'm sure there will be those that recognize me here." Thinking of that, Ray's did have a solution. "I could send you back. I can open up a portal from before. It will take us to the other dimension, and you can find the portal leading to the demonic faction." "I'll be honest, right now I don't want to go back. There are some things going on with me as well," Dame stated. "Don't worry, I'm not saying to go back on our deal. Fixteen was dealing with all those matters anyway, and when it's our meeting time, I'll make sure to talk to him. But I kinda wonder if I can use this as an excuse to get away from the demonic faction." "I don't care," Ray said. The reply came as quite a shock to Dame, who looked at him in disbelief. "I mean, I don't care about your family troubles. I can only care about what troubles you'll bring me. I'm guessing you were planning on tagging along with me. If you follow me with that face of yours, then everyone will make me a target." "Well, isn't there something you can do with your special powers?" Dame asked. Ray's wanted to deny there was something he could do, but he paused and hesitated. "I guess that means there is something, huh? Come on, help me out. Think about it. If I join you in the academy, I can help out as well. I can protect you from any bullies. I'm a 6th-stage Pagna warrior. I'm probably on the same level as the top teachers at the academy. Of course, I would play dumb and tone down my skills here and there." Thinking about it, having an ally in the academy as strong as Dame by his side might be a large plus after all. And no doubt Dame would be loyal to him. It was his only way out of the place without causing trouble. "All right, but you owe me another level 2 power stone when we get back," Ray said, and a mask appeared in his hand. "If you wear this, it will give you the appearance of a completely different person." "Seriously?" Dame said, taking the mask and holding it up to his face. Slowly, its magnetic force was pulling it toward him. After lighting up, all of Dame's features had completely changed. He now looked like the young warrior whom Ray's had taken up as a disguise. "This shouldn't be a problem. Only Fixteen and the others saw what I looked like on the battlefield." Dame was too busy fighting. Ray's nodded and started to walk out into the mist. "Now we have 2 other problems we need to solve. What to say about who you are and what happened to us. And how do we get out of here? Did you fall from up there?" "Then the answer's easy. I'll climb us up." "Come on, it's been a long time since I joined an academy. This is getting a little exciting." A surprising meeting had occurred for Simeon in the library. After saying what he wanted to say, Richter had quickly gone off, leaving him on his own. Simeon just stayed there in place for a while, staring straight ahead. Several students passed him, even turning their heads around, trying to look at the books that he was blocking. In any other situation, the others would have wondered or asked if something was wrong. In this case, they were too focused on trying to find the right skill book for themselves. "Is this how life is going to be for me in the academy now?" Simeon thought to himself. "First at the temple, I was made a target by Gren. But I managed to stay out of his way, and now it's Richter. Is this just my fate? Am I not able to escape this? What if Simeon said no? What if he refused to do the young master's bidding? What would happen then?" Images flashed in his mind of the possibilities. Richter was certainly a strange one. What was even worse was the fact that he had threatened Safa as well. Not just him. If all I need to do is become the bad guy in front of the others, then I guess I can do that, but Raze, I can't help but wonder, if you were here, what would you do? Is that why you're not here now? Did you attempt to fight back? A lot of time had been wasted over the internal dilemma that Simeon was facing. He was on the search again through the library. Students were already exiting, having chosen their books in many cases. There was only one skill book, so there was also the chance that another could have taken the book that they were aiming for in the end. He had finally picked a book. Exiting out of the library doors, he was one of the last few out as the doors were closed behind him. With the book held in his hand, he was huffing and panting. The students were talking amongst each other, asking what type of books they had chosen. Meanwhile, Simeon rushed over to Safa before a certain eye-patch boy would come over. Safa pointed at her book and then pointed at Simeon's. "You want to know what I got?" Simeon lifted the book up. "It's a refining book. It has methods of how one can improve strength from within. I thought it would suit me well," Simeon said. He wasn't sure if the book was related to a metal element in any way, but he didn't have much time to look at the book properly. Safa started to tilt her head. She noticed that his hand was blocking some words that was somewhat dusty on the corner. As she went to gently move his fingers, she started to gasp, staring at the book with her eyes wide open. "What's wrong?" Simeon asked as he turned the book around. He had almost dropped it to the ground. "Strongest refining methods for weapons. What? Why is a book like this even in there? I thought they were only martial arts based, not blacksmith books." Simeon had felt like he had chosen a dud. At least for now, he could always choose another book the next month. When he thought his luck was on the up, it felt like it was heavily going on the down. "What did you pick?" Simeon asked, to which Safa held up her book for him to see. "The 8-shift spear technique." Simeon placed his finger on his bottom lip. "But I've never seen you fight with a spear. Can you even use one? Why would you choose something you've never used before?" Safa's eyes started to shift around the open space until they finally landed on the blue headband teacher. The older-looking man with a rough beard, but what he did have was a spear on his back. Safa always seems to make the most interesting of choices. Since our current teacher is a spear user, he will be more inclined to mentor her closely and would be able to give the best tips. While for others, they would be able to learn general guidance. To be honest, for someone like her, who is pretty much a blank canvas, it's not so much of a bad idea. Looking at the headband teacher, he could see that the other teachers had gathered around, and the three of them were having a little talk with each other. "Do you think the Pointed Head clan see any talented scruff among all of these?" one of the teachers stated. "I hear if new talent isn't found soon, your clan might cease to exist." "We have students, Lee," the blue headband teacher replied. "Even though the number of students the clan has currently is not the same as it was in the past, there are still plenty of talented ones." "Didn't only 2 of your students pass, and aren't they in my group?" the yellow headband teacher claimed. "Once they start learning from me, they might even try to leave and join our clan. I think you should start looking for some worthy members to join your clan, but good luck with that out of the blue group." The Pagna Academy was also a place for one to make connections with other clans. At times, the students would come out deciding to leave and join with others, or find martial arts more suited to their taste. Many would also head back to their clan to learn more. For the teachers, the lessons were a way to show them how great they were and prompt strength in their clan, but the blue headband teacher, Lee, had been struggling. It was hard because the best way to show their skills were effective was through teaching their students and showing them that they could beat the other colors that were above them, but that was a tall task. "Everyone, let's head back," Lee shouted and let out a big sigh afterwards. Looking up, Raze was trying to see the top of the cliff, but there was no chance. The fog was too thick, and he remembered well from when he had fallen just how long it took him to reach the bottom. "I told you there's only one solution. Now climb on my back." Dame gestured behind his knees and facing away. Raze really didn't want to. One, he was relying on another's power, and the second reason was the fact that he would have to touch someone else. "I'm touching him, he's not touching me," Raze thought as he took a deep breath and jumped on, holding his legs, giving him somewhat of a piggyback. Dame leapt up and kicked off the cliff. He continued to run along the side of the cliff as if it was vertical and flat ground. "Admit it, you're quite impressed," Dame said, as he continued to run and the wind blowing their hair and clothes. You know middle-stage warriors, they can even control Kai in their foot to the point where it's almost like they're flying. But of course, middle-stage warriors are extremely rare. Even in an entire city, there might not be a single middle-stage warrior. It made Reyes think just how rare deity-stage warriors were then, and it went to show just how powerful the Academy principal was if he was the closest to reaching that stage. The running had taken even longer than Dame had thought, but he didn't tire, and he could see the thing up ahead. Giving it one last push, they had made it over and onto the other side. They had made it on land. Looking to his right, Reyes could see the area where he had fallen off from. What kind of academy builds this stuff in such a dangerous place? Dame shouted, brushing his hands. Ignoring it, Reyes started to walk back through the forest toward the academy. While they walked, Dame continued to ask questions about what happened, and the gist of the story was told. So these main disciples of the main clans are the ones that caused you so much trouble, Dame said. Man, I guess since you can't use your magic and could only fight with your skills, you ended up going down that cliff. They probably think you're dead right now. You know, if you wanted to, I could introduce you to the demonic academy. You could go under the Neverfall clan, and this stuff wouldn't happen. Although Dame said this, he was starting to think about the time when he was at the academy. He would have been one of these young masters from the Mage clans of the demonic faction. Did I ever treat someone like crap like that? It really bugs me that I'm not really sure. It's okay. I'll deal with the current situation myself, and there's no need for you to step in, Reyes replied, stubborn. Dame replied, look, it seems like you want to beat them at their own game, you want to best them in martial arts, but I don't think that's going to be possible. You see those skills I gave you. Although they're strong, they're not suited for beginners. They will take years to learn and be effective. It's more of a foundation to build on. Hey, I know there should be a library. I can show you what the best skills are that you can use. I can be like your super cheat. One of the words had caught Reyes' attention in the conversation. Years to learn, Reyes repeated. Will the last 5 steps really take years to learn? Haha, Dame laughed. Yeah, right, like you really learned 5 steps. If you did, then you would have no trouble taking care of any student at this academy. After receiving their skill books from the academy, it was time for all of them to engage in a bit of self-learning. It was free time for the students to do as they wished, but in theory, it was meant to be used for learning the new skill books they had obtained. There was a private courtyard at the back of the living area for the blue headbands. It was larger than the others because the blue headbands usually had a larger group of people. The courtyard was filled with various things. Basic swords lined up on racks, dummies made of cloth and sand scattered around the area, and even large totems with poles sticking out of them. The idea was to strike one part while blocking another. The harder you hit one part of the totem, the faster it would spin around, increasing the chance of getting hit. All of this was for the students to use. Right now, all of them were practicing, except for Simeon, who sat cross-legged, staring at the book on the floor. What am I even supposed to do? Simeon said to himself. I've gone through this thing from top to bottom, and it really is a book for weapon refining. A material must be able to withstand a large amount of heat. Then the weapon must be strengthened through different processes. Over and over, being placed in a mold, and repeating the process with other minerals to get stronger and stronger. Leaning back, he lifted his head into the sky and thought about his luck. Maybe I could just observe the others and see if there's a skill that suits me. I tried to choose something that suited my body, but learning any skill should be fine, right? In other areas, Safa was diligently reading the book she had obtained, while others had immediately started following formations and trying to imitate the images or perform the steps. Safa was carefully reading the book from front to back. Finally, when she was ready and had memorized what she needed, she left the book open on the first page and headed to the weapon rack, grabbing a spear. Teacher Lee, who was observing all of the students, noticed this because she was the only one who had picked up a spear. She's one of the no-names. I was told that she had done quite well in the assessment from Gunther. I wonder why he spoke so highly of the no-name. In turn, this caused Teacher Lee to glance to the side from time to time. He saw that she was practicing the first formation of her spear technique, a thrust. She took things slowly, focusing on where she needed to place her hands on the spear. She adjusted it to her own size and the weapon itself, changing her positioning until the balance was perfect. This was one of the tips written in the book that copying the images directly might not yield the same results. Since everyone's body was different in terms of weight and size, the way to use the technique would vary. This is already a good sign. She is a diligent person who misses no steps. I don't think I've ever seen someone follow a book so diligently. With all of this, Teacher Lee started to walk over and saw her practicing a thrust. She threw it out strongly, but the pole at the end was vibrating and wavering a little. The strength in your muscles is a little weak at the moment, Teacher Lee commented. You can increase your physical strength through training, or you can try to supplement it with Kai, but you have to make sure to use the perfect amount so your strike is straight and clear. Safa nodded and repeated the steps again, thrusting her fist forward. She did it again and again, and Teacher Lee found it hard to contain his large smile. She's great, she's more than great, and if she's a no-name, she can have affiliations with any clan. But because she's a no-name, anyone will be able to snatch her up if they want. She has no protection. If she loses at the next assessment, then her confidence will be shattered before she even becomes a capable warrior. But this might be the chance I've been looking for. Teacher Lee continued to watch the students, paying particular attention to Safa and offering her tips in more detail compared to the rest, until free time was just about over. All right, students, now is the best time for you guys to absorb your Kai pills that I have given you. When your body is exhausted of Kai, it will allow you to absorb things a lot easier. Since you have 2 pills, one will be used to restore your Kai energy. The remainder will be used to try and break down your Kai core and refine it so you can get closer to breaking through to the next stage. Teacher Lee was supposed to oversee the others as they did this, but when he looked behind them, on the rooftop of the main building, he saw a man standing there in a black uniform with 2 tied-up ponytails that went down to his waist. He hadn't appeared at the opening ceremony. He was mainly in charge of the second-year students. The vice principal Amir. What is he doing here? When Teacher Lee made eye contact, there was a slight nod, as if he had something to inform them. Leaving the students be, he thought they would be fine for a few moments, not that he needed to do anything anyway. Leaving the rest to their own devices, everyone pulled out their Kai pills, ready to cultivate. At that point, Simeon, who had been doing next to nothing, jumped up and went over to the student closest to him, grabbing his hand that held the Kai pill. Stop, Simeon said. Everyone, your Kai pills, I need you to give them to me. It's an order on behalf of someone you really don't want to mess with. What the heck, why is a no-name grabbing onto me like he's some hotshot? The student tried to twist Simeon's arm, but it did nothing. Even the skin on his arm was difficult to move. Do you really think I would be doing this on my own, being a no-name? Simeon asked. You guys should think about it. Unless I was confident that the person who asked me to do this couldn't deal with you guys, then I wouldn't be asking this in the first place. If you want to risk it, though, then be my guest. There was a worry in the back of all the students' minds that they wouldn't like to admit. But they had heard what had happened to the other no-name. They heard that the main disciples had made him their target, and now he had disappeared. In their minds, it was clear that the main disciples had dealt with him, so if they didn't comply, what would happen to them? It felt like Simeon was doing their bidding, so even if caught, it would be his own downfall. Reluctantly, the students handed over the pills. Life felt unfair to all of them at that moment as Simeon went from student to student until he reached Liam with the eye patch. I'm sorry, man, but I'm all out. I gave it all to the pretty girls in the academy, and there are a lot of pretty girls, Liam commented. I saw you gave one to Safa, you should still have one. Please, you know I'm not doing it for myself. Just hand it over so we both don't get in trouble, Simeon asked. Hey, if you want a small ball so badly, then you can suck on mine, Liam commented. But you ain't getting any other round-shaped objects. Other than that, and if the other guy wants to do something, he can suck on them too. Tensing his fist while the teacher was away, Simeon thought about hitting the guy in front of him and forcing him to give up the pill. That would be a good excuse. I mean, this perv was talking to Safa, I need to keep him away. No way, a student shouted, turning his head toward the courtyard gate that separated the dark blue headband living area from the rest of the academy grounds. He was pointing, and his hand was shaking. That's the other no-name. He's here, I mean he's alive. That white-haired guy's alive. Both Rays and Dame had reached the large double doors. that led into the academy from the back. It had been a long time since Reyes felt this way, but he could tell he was a little nervous. The palms of his hands were a little sweaty, and his heart was beating slightly louder than it usually would. The main reason was the conversation he had with Dame just before the two of them arrived. The two needed to be on the same wavelength to get their story straight. If there was anyone as sharp as Himi, it would mean a lot of trouble for both of them. However, when asked about it, Dame casually replied, "It's okay, I'll deal with it." Taking a deep breath, Reyes stepped forward and pushed at the door. It was a little heavy. In fact, he realized that the floor was very heavy, but he seemed to remember Gunther and Pincer opening it with ease. It had only budged slightly, and Reyes was using all his strength. "Here, let me help a bit," Dame said as he placed his hands above Reyes and pushed. The door felt as light as a feather and moved to open. It was a reminder of the difference between the two of them. "Hey, stop. Who are you two?" Immediately, one of the several guards working for the academy had noticed the door opening. Entering inside, Dame raised his hands, and Reyes decided to do the same as he entered. "I am a student here," Reyes shouted to them. "Would you please call Gunther and tell him that the students from the last assessment are here?" The guards exchanged side-eye glances as if they were deciding what to do. As they contemplated it further, it would have been impossible for anyone to enter through the back entrance. The cliff went off into a valley of mist that seemed to stretch endlessly until it reached some mountains. Eventually, one of the guards in a higher position nodded slightly and gestured with his hand. The other guard went off to find Gunther. Reyes had specifically asked for Gunther because he thought, based on their few interactions, he was the least likely to try and cover things up. Reyes could already imagine a disaster happening, someone from the main clans attempting to conceal the misdeeds of the disciples and finish the job they couldn't. There was also something interesting said between him and Mada during their final confrontation, the fact that they were brothers, and one was extremely jealous of the other. A short while later, Gunther arrived. Originally, he seemed quite displeased, wearing his usual frowning face with folded arms. He was somewhat kicking the floor as he walked, like a child who had just been scolded. When his eyes caught sight of the white-haired boy, his eyes almost lit up, and he rushed over to Reyes, causing dust to stir up underneath his feet. Almost immediately, Reyes took a step back as Gunther inspected him from head to toe. "Judging by that reaction, it really is you, but I searched everywhere for you. How are you?" "Alive," Reyes said. His eyes shifted to the other guards who were listening into their conversation. As if he understood what Reyes was getting at, Gunther decided to change his tone. "Why don't we talk somewhere else? We can head to the main building," Gunther suggested, "and maybe we can talk a bit about your new friend who's with you as well." Judging by the reaction and everything Gunther was doing, Reyes felt like he had made the right call so far. The two passed several other buildings, including the other living areas, and avoided the other students. They needed to get back into the academy first. They continued until they reached the main building. An incredibly wide structure with 3 tiers and dark blue tiles hinting at gold accents. It was the most luxurious-looking building in the area compared to the rest. Heading inside, more guards saw them, but upon seeing Gunther, they ignored him until they eventually reached a small room. It was large but incredibly empty, with just a desk inside. "This is my private office that they have given me," Gunther explained. "But I don't plan to stay at the academy for long, so I didn't move anything in here. I would tell the two of you to take a seat. But as you can see, I have no chairs." Gunther sat in the only chair on the other side of the table. Both Reyes and Dame moved closer inward. "All right, Reyes, you have to tell me, how in Pagna are you still alive? How are you here and what happened to you?" Gunther asked. Reyes had thought about what to say in his head, considering all the possibilities of how things worked out. In the end, he made a choice. His matters were his own to deal with. "I fell off the cliff edge," Reyes answered. "I was chasing after one of the hot bunnies and it was injured. It leaped off the cliff, and I reached out to grab it. But I lost my footing and fell down. I don't know how, but I managed to survive the fall with few injuries. Down there is where I met him, Pink." Dame immediately turned his head and tapped Rey's shin with his leg. Of course, they couldn't use his real name, but Pink, what kind of name was that? It was all due to Rey's annoyance at the lack of planning coming into this. If Reyes was the one doing all the talking, he would give a nickname of whatever he wanted. Pink was in the mist as well. He had been living and surviving there for a while. The area is impossible to see even a meter ahead. But Pink had managed to find sources of water and food through the mist and shared them. When we were both well, we decided to venture up the cliff, no matter how long it took. Reyes was hoping for few things. Based on the state of the cave and the words written by the previous Dark Faction leader, the current Dark Faction knew next to nothing about what resided on the other side of the cliff. They didn't know how deep it was or whether there was a way up or not, nor would they bother to check if their claims were true or not. So if you were down there, does that mean you were a student as well from a previous assessment, Pink? Gunther asked. Dame nodded his head in response, still not quite used to the new nickname that had been given to him. That's correct, although trouble had occurred and I was unable to take the assessment. I had actually fallen into the cliffside before the first assessment even began, so I was unable to make my presence known, but I am the last and only disciple of the Noctis clan. Instantly, Gunther froze. It was a bigger reaction than when he had seen the return of Reyes. What is this Noctis clan, and did he say last disciple? What kind of lie did he just tell? Are you able to perform the Noctis clan's techniques? Gunther asked. I am. But don't worry, I don't plan to use those skills unless absolutely necessary. I just wish to get through the academy. Dame answered. Gunther was constantly nodding, as if he agreed that this was the right choice, but it just led Reyes to have many more questions about Dame. How did he know about a clan in the Dark Faction that no one would have questions about? Why did he have to be careful about it as well? And was that really enough to convince Gunther? Reyes knew he was lax, but to be this lax. Was this a man who truly didn't care about his job? All right, Gunther said, clapping his hands. I've decided that the two of you will join the academy. I'm sure everyone will be surprised by both of you coming here, but Reyes, I do have a bit of a warning for you. I looked into your background a bit. I felt bad about what happened and was wondering if I could help out your family in any way, Gunther explained. I found out about your family's death. I'm sorry about that. When prying, though, I found out in your town there were several deaths that were taking place. I should tell you that you aren't the first this has happened to. I heard a case next to the city of mine where the same thing was taking place. I just wanted to inform you that those who didn't die or managed to escape like you, in the end, they ended up dead no matter where they were. Reyes had heard in his town there were no survivors, and it was the reason why he had been made into a prime suspect in the case. The deaths were also the reason why Alter had headed to the town in the first place. Now he was hearing that this matter had happened in other places. Is there really a link to the original body and these deaths? If there was a way to talk to him, it would be great, or maybe even the sister might know something. In the academy, I would say you were in one of the safest places, but perhaps not. A particular person is. I don't know what they're doing. For you and the other no-names that came in, they are either looking out for you or trying to get you. So be careful of everyone you meet in the academy. Standing up, Gunther seemed to be done with the conversation. All right, let's get ready for your return to the academy. Return, it was a word Reyes felt like he had heard a little too much recently. Gunther had begun making preparations for the return of the two. There was some paperwork and a note that would need to be sent to the higher-ups, and it didn't take long to get approval, especially given Gunther's position. Essentially, they just needed a stamp for everything to work out, and no one would really check the documents, or so he thought. The news of the return of the no-name had managed to reach those above. Information was compiled, and a note was sent out to the blue headband teacher to await their arrival. All right, so it looks like I've done everything I can, Gunther said, smiling. The three of them had already left the main base and were walking across the large courtyard. I do have some bad news for you, Gunther explained. Due to what has occurred, both of you have entered the academy as if you had recovered 0 power stones, so the two of you will be admitted to the dark blue headband group. Gunther pointed as they came in sight of the large gate, a massive archway with a plaque on top, and a stripe of dark blue on the board. If you had come a bit sooner, then you would have been able to enter the library as well. But for now, it has been closed, and you will have to enter next month. This does mean that you'll be a bit behind the other students. Just as he was finishing up his conversation, he could see that Teacher Lee, the head of the blue headband teachers, was already making his way over to where they were. With that, he gave the two a wave and headed back to the main base of the academy. I wish you two good luck. I will be keeping an eye on you. The two waited while they watched Lee walking towards them. "Ah, it's a shame we can't enter the library," Dame lamented. "I was going to help you pick the best book that would have allowed you to beat down anyone who got in your way." "Sure," Reyes replied. "If there was such a book, surely others would have picked it already." Maybe there was some truth to Dame's words, since he was practically an expert compared to the rest of the students. "Hey, don't be too down. I can still teach you some neutral techniques myself," Dame stated. "You don't need a library when you have a library right by your side." Teacher Lee reached the two students. He had been informed a little of what he was to do beforehand by the Vincent principal, about how two new students would be joining them. "The two of you will be under my care," Teacher Lee stated. "I have heard you have been through a lot to get here. But the hardships will not end there. If you need a shoulder to lean on, as long as I see you trying your hardest, then I will be that shoulder to lean on. Please follow me." Both Dame and Reyes gave a small bow as they followed the teacher across the main courtyard. They soon entered under the large arch above them and onto the smaller courtyard, where all the students were resting and ready to take their Kai pills. There seemed to be a bit of commotion before they arrived, but as soon as they entered, all the attention turned to them. That's that white-haired kid, it's the no-name. He's still alive. It's been a few days, I thought he would have been dead by now." Reyes and Dame continued to walk in, and more students were mumbling about him. "Who's the tall one next to him as well? He wasn't at the assessment, but he's been given a blue headband. Does that mean he's in our group? Hey, wait, does this mean the main disciples did nothing? They really didn't kill him?" Dame couldn't help but laugh. Although the students were whispering, they were talking so loudly that the two of them could hear every word that was coming out of their mouths. While walking over Simeon and Safa, they both froze in place as they looked at Reyes. "Hey, I knew it, I knew you were alive. I totally didn't think you were dead or that your body was eaten by bunnies," Simeon said. Liam noticed that Simeon had placed his handful of Kai pills behind his back. Is he ashamed to show this other no-name what he's done? He must think highly of them, but he is just a leader of a no-name group. Safa ran over with tears in her eyes, but when she got a meter away, she stopped and started to hug the air, as if she was holding onto Reyes. It was clear she was imitating a hug, but wasn't touching him at all. This was because she was accommodating to Reyes, who she knew didn't like to be touched. "Is this your girlfriend? Why is she so strange?" Dame asked. At that moment, Reyes realized that he hadn't come up with an excuse for who she was. Dame already knew he was from another world, but if he found out his sister wasn't as well, then he would need to explain a bit more, how he was currently in a body that wasn't even his either. "Girlfriend? Of course not," Simeon said, following from behind. "That's his sister." Almost immediately, Dame turned to look at Reyes with wide eyes, trying to figure out the situation. Reyes just shook his head slightly, hoping that his words of "not now" would somehow transmit into Dame's mind. "And who the heck are you? Why are you with Reyes?" Simeon asked. For some reason, seeing how casual Dame was talking to Reyes and standing close to him by his side annoyed Simeon. "Me, I'm Pink," Dame answered, reluctantly sticking to the story he had told before. "Pink, suddenly I feel better." "What is that supposed to even mean?" Dame shouted back, interrupting their little scuffle. There was a loud clap in the air that vibrated and itched everyone's earlobes. Nearly everyone turned to see Teacher Lee. "All right, listen up, everyone. There is something important that I need to inform you all, something that you need to decide among yourselves," Teacher Lee said. "Firstly, there are no guards on the grounds of the campus at night, sometimes even during the day. As stated before, your first assignment is just to learn the skill books that you have selected from the library. However, there is one more thing. Something different that the blue headbands need to deal with compared to the other groups." Teacher Lee looked at all their faces, imagining what was going to happen next. Compared to the yellow headband group and the red headband group, the blue headbands have far more members than them. At the end of the month assessment, students are able to challenge the other colors in exchange for exchanging headbands. However, due to the sheer number of you, not everyone will be able to send out a challenge. This is why among yourselves, you need to decide which 20 of you will be taking part in the assessment. With that news, I will leave you be, and remember, I won't be watching, but killing each other is forbidden in the academy. With those words said, Teacher Lee left the place and left the students to their own devices. As soon as they saw he was quite a distance away, Nearly everyone was shifting, looking at each other. They were wondering if the person by their side would make a move or not. Only 20 can get through. Are they basically asking us to determine who is the strongest among all of us? So they want us to fight each other like right now, or wait, or what? I don't quite understand. No one quite knew what to do. Nor did they know what was the best strategy. Should they wait until they learned more skills, or get a head start? There was also the tactic of fear. If one of them was willing to take a fight now, wouldn't it show how strong they were as well? This was especially true for one of the students. If he fought against someone today, he could perhaps avoid other fights and continue to grow as others feared him. You, the blue headband student shouted. New guy, you weak piece of crap, I'm going to show everyone that I'm the best. The student was already running and had jumped up in the air. Dame pointed at himself. Mage, a brazen student, was trying to jump the gun. In the situation they were currently in, it would either work out really well for them or really badly. Successfully beating another would somewhat signify that they were in the upper half. The student was trying to play mind games with the other. While the rest of you are playing with sticks, I'll be playing with trees, the student smugly said to himself. His target was none other than the new student who had just arrived. Being new, wearing the blue headband, and the fact that he was launching a surprise attack, he knew he had the upper hand in this situation. In fact, the student was confident that anyone with a blue headband in this situation right now would suffer a defeat. Getting close, he leapt into the air, his body tilted, and all of his kai focused on his leg for a head kick. I'll knock him out in a single hit. Dame was shocked. He was incredibly surprised because something like this had never happened to him before. Everyone in the demonic faction knew who he was. Even when he was at the academy himself before, due to him being a young master, no one would even dare lay a finger on him, closing in. Dame moved his head to the side, causing the kick to completely miss his head. Then with an open palm, he swung his own hand. It landed right on the side of the student's face, making a loud bang noise. It was a slap that echoed throughout the entire area. It was one of those moments where everyone watching felt like they could feel the sting through the student. Immediately, he fell to the side, his head hitting the ground with the rest of his body. His eyes had rolled back in his head as he passed out, lying there on the ground. Dame stood there, looking at his own hand. Crap, did I just hit him too hard? Dame thought. Did he just slap that student and make him pass out? I guess we can't just judge people's strength. This fighting is going to be hard. Rather than being shocked by Dame's strength, nearly all of the students were more concerned about what they should do next. What was the best choice in terms of determining the order of strength among them? If anything, nearly all of the students were disheartened after seeing one of them get knocked out so easily. It was embarrassing, and the last thing they wanted was to be embarrassed in front of the others. I guess we'll just find other ways to challenge each other, or we'll challenge each other in secret or something. And he thought that this was the best choice, and they began to head back to their rooms. Just before they did, though, Liam, the boy with the eye patch, approached the group. You should be careful of this one. He'll betray you all in a heartbeat, Liam claimed. If you stick with him, you'll make enemies with the whole academy for sure. Liam walked off, leaving Simeon with nothing to say in response. He wanted to argue and say it wasn't true, but right now, it did feel like that. Due to his association with him. Everyone in the blue headband group would hate him, while the others would be at risk. Don't worry about him, Ray said. Remember what I said, you are part of the Cromwell family now. I trust you for now at least. Rays walked and headed inside the building along with the rest, with Dame at the back of the group. Wait a moment, does that mean you do trust him or you don't? Don't confuse the poor kid, Dame shouted. Entering the inside of the academy, rooms had been sorted out for both Rays and Dame already. It seemed like they wanted to keep the no-names close, as two people were moved into different rooms, allowing the two to be next to Simeon and Safa. Some of the students headed straight into their rooms, either resting up for the night, continuing their studies, or even absorbing the Kai pills that they still had. Simeon hadn't gotten the chance to collect the Kai pills from the rest of the class. Meanwhile, their group had decided to stay in the lobby, as there was a lot of talking and catching up for them to do. While in there, the other students passing by would glare. They would look at Rays and Dame for a few seconds. But most of the stares were directed at Simeon, as if they were trying to pierce him with their eyes. There were also some rumors being spread around as well. I wonder what clan that guy is from. Can you stop making a big deal? That kick was telegraphed so much I think a sloth would have been able to avoid it. Really? You really think you could? All right, but surely he has to be from a clan, right? Unless you're saying he's a no-name. That would be 4 no-names, and he didn't even get through the assessment. A lot of the students had the same question on their minds. Just from one display, it was hard to tell how skilled Dame was. Yet all of them were too scared to ask, and he seemed to be sticking to the white-haired no-name quite a bit. So what happened back in the assessment? Was it the main clan's disciples? Simeon whispered. Reyes nodded. You should have guessed. All of them had played a part in trying to take me out, but the main one causing trouble among them all was Mada. I managed to find Pink here and got out of the situation all right, but don't worry, I plan to sort the situation out myself. Simeon wanted to ask more, but gathered that if Reyes had decided to give that much information, then for now, that was all he was going to get. What about you? Why is everyone trying to kill you with their stares? What happened? Simeon was still debating whether to say something or not. He looked at Safa, who didn't quite understand what had happened either. She looked almost disconnected from him, with her eyes drooping slightly. In the end, he held out his hand and dropped around 8 Kai pills onto the table. All of the blue headband students received 2 10-year Kai pills, each in order to help them catch up in terms of Kai compared to the others. Richter, one of the main disciples, met with me and asked me to gather the pills on his behalf. I didn't want to, but at the same time, I had no clue what to do. If I turned him down, I feel like he would have continued to target me, and after he had already gotten rid of you, I didn't want him to do the same to Safa. I promised not just to protect you and give you my life, but Safa as well. What they needed to do, though, was figure out what to do from here. Hey, this is perfect, right? Dame said with a smile. Why don't you just continue collecting pills on behalf of that Richter guy and take them for yourself? The fact that they gave you pills means that they believe what you said and are scared of you. What? Then I'm worse than him, and even if I did do that, Richter would find out and attack us, Simeon replied back. I thought you said you knew the Reyes very well, Dame corrected himself. Do you think he'd give any of those crystals to Richter? When those disciples find out he's alive, will they just idly let him stand by? Right now you have a great opportunity for all of you to grow. The world of Pagna is unfair. Surely you should have seen that by now. It's your job to do what you can to make it fair. Simeon knew Dame was right. With Reyes' return, he most likely would become the main disciple's target again, and he wouldn't do the others' bidding. So what would they do now? The pills taken from the other students were handed to Reyes, 4 of them in total. Dame didn't need them. They wouldn't do anything for him, so all the pills he would receive from then on he would just hand to Reyes. With the day coming to an end, and not really knowing what to expect for tomorrow, they had all decided to head to their rooms. I wonder if the same enchantment that works on power stones would work on Kai pills as well, Reyes thought. If I were to take 2 10-year pills and use the power of another pill, would I be able to create a 20-year pill? It could be what I need to break through to become a second-stage warrior. The chances are low, but with a surplus of Kai pills, I might as well give it a go, especially if 10-year Kai pills aren't going to do anything for me. Reyes didn't feel bad in the slightest that he was using the Kai pills from others. It was clearly a system that the Academy allowed. And in this world, everyone played by the same rules. If they were strong or cunning enough, they would do the same thing. He needed to play the cards he had. Heading into the room, Reyes noticed that something had been left on his bed. Picking it up, he saw it was a piece of paper with a message written on it. Come to the back of the sleeping quarters today. This is in your best interest, at the bottom of the letter. There was one more thing that was signed off. Reyes turned the piece of paper over to see if there was anything else written on it, but he found nothing. The only thing he noticed was that the paper seemed fairly new, and it was written in Pagna. When did they have the time to put a letter like this in my room? Reyes thought. I only just joined the academy, and we were outside for around 30 minutes after being shown our room. Which means the only ones that would even know this is my room are the students that were with me or the teachers in this academy. It doesn't really narrow down the suspects, other than the ones that would be in the other academies. Although it did concern him when the letter was put. There was also the question of why it was put. The letter stated that it was someone from Alter, an organization with two purposes: to gather those who didn't belong in the other world and to store and protect items that could be used against the world. The thing was, not all of those in Alter were otherworlders. They also had field agents, which technically Safa and Simeon were a part of as well. They did state that Alter had eyes everywhere, including that in the academy. Does that mean they saw everything, including me falling down the cliffside? No, that's impossible. No one knew about that matter, and they only chose to contact me now. Still, they would at least know the context of what happened, but then why call me for a meeting? Do they wish to meet me and discuss what I've done? Or is it because they have a mission to give me? It was debatable what Reyes should do, although he had agreed to work for them. He had already done many things against their rules under the name Dark Magus. Other than the brief meeting with Hemi, he still had yet to understand the large scope of the organization and just how powerful it was. Either, for some reason, thinking of this, a thought entered his head that made all the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. That message from the Dark Faction leader. They have even infiltrated the Dark Faction now. The Dark Faction didn't trust whoever these guys were, and he might very well be talking about Alter. In all honesty, Reyes didn't want to look into Alter too much. He was much more concerned about his growth in terms of strength. Get strong and head back to Alterian somehow to defeat the Supreme Magus. Once he made them suffer through the same things he had done, he didn't care what would happen to him after. With how things were going, if Alter really did run things behind the scenes, he might need to do more research into what exactly had happened to the previous Dark Faction leader. Taking a step out the front door, Reyes had ended up back in the main hall and could see other students relaxing in the area, talking. No one he particularly recognized. They gave him a stare or two and then went to whispering so he wouldn't be able to hear them. Should I inform Dame about this? If it gets dangerous, then he could have my back covered as well. He has more reason to keep me alive than not at the moment. Reyes also still had the pills on him. He hadn't had time to go through what he had planned in combining the pills. However, now that there were eyes on him, if he did such a thing, then it could get him in even more trouble. It's best not to explain more to Dame either for now. It seems like he is also keeping a bunch of secrets. What's with people these days? Reyes sighed as he exited the academy. The night moon was out, and it looked to be rather round and glowing. It reminded Reyes of Alterian. During this time, there would be festivals taking place, where mages would come together and put on a night show for the children in the air. He had snuck away from home when he was younger and had witnessed the spectacles more than once. It was what originally made him wish to be a mage, hoping he could do something similar by putting smiles on other people's faces. What a naive kid I was when I was younger, Reyes thought. Magic being used for events like that is useless. Heading around the back, Reyes was anticipating who he would see, who would be waiting for him. Turning the corner, he could see someone. A young student with the blue headband on his head, allowing his spiky hair to be on show, with an eye patch covering one eye. "Oh," Liam said as he got up off the wall, "fancy meeting you here." "Yes," Reyes replied, "but I did already inform you that I would be at the academy." "Inform me?" Liam replied with a raised eyebrow. "I mean, I guess, but everyone thought you were dead." The two stood looking at each other in silence for a while, until they both asked their questions at the same time. "What's your relation to Alter?" "You're Safa's brother, right?" Something was strange. Why would a student ask him whether or not Safa was related to him? Reyes thought. Was this due to another matter? Was it something to do with the past? "Alter, like the thing you put stuff on." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Liam replied. "Are you playing stupid?" Reyes replied. "Aren't you the one that called me here with that letter?" "Called you here? I was just relaxing here until you showed up," Liam replied. Reyes still wasn't sure. Was he actually playing stupid? Was this some type of test that Alter set up, or was it true? Was he already here? Maybe whoever had written that letter didn't expect there to be another student here and had decided to abandon their original plan. "Anyway, so I'm right, correct? You're Safa's brother?" Liam asked again. Reyes didn't care for this and was much more concerned about who had written the letter. He wanted to turn away, but the pang in his chest when his sister was mentioned was hitting at him again, causing him to stay put and eventually ask the question. "What do you want with my sister?" Reyes asked. A smile appeared on Liam's face when he said this. "I am quite the gentleman, you see." I wouldn't just pursue a lady without the permission of those around her. It seems I have already ruffled a few feathers of those around her, and I wouldn't want to do the same. So you ask me for permission. I am not in control of her life just because I'm family, Reyes replied. Ah yes, but there are quite a few of those that are quite doting on their family members, and sometimes their words and actions don't mix, which is why I propose something. We need to decide a pecking order anyway. Soon the students will be challenging each other to duels in private. So we might as well get our fight out of the way. But let's do so with a condition. If I win, then you don't get in the way of my pursuit of Safa. I have your blessing if you will. If you lose then, well, you need to keep the ones causing me trouble away. Reyes wasn't particularly interested in the deal itself, but he thought this might be a chance. He had learned a few skills, and he needed to see how they would match up against those of the main disciples. With that, Reyes reached for the sword he had around his waist and drew it. He knew he needed to be careful because there was a good chance that Alter was watching him even now, or the person in front of him was from Alter. This wasn't a fight to the death, so he wouldn't be using his magic in this fight. Oh, I see you've decided to accept my deal. I think I should let you know, Liam stated. I'm quite strong. By my predictions, I'll be ending up in first place on that list. Reyes smiled when he heard these words and didn't say anything. He just held his sword firmly as the two of them stood 10 meters apart from each other. The shuffling of Liam's feet could be seen, and he soon rushed forward. Reyes started to remember the conversation he had with Dame back in the forest. If he had mastered 6 of the 10 descending steps, then it meant he would be the strongest in the academy. The words at the time, they felt like it was a joke, but what if they were true? Was Dame really not joking? Was there something unique to Reyes that somehow made it so he could be stronger than others? Thinking this, he had asked at the time whether it was true or not, and Dame had replied, "It's true. The only people who have mastered the 10 steps have all been able to reach the middle stages. I wasn't lying when I said I gave you a valuable skill. I just thought you would have more time to learn it in your world, rather than needing it straight away like this. If you were able to mix the 10 descending steps with the Devil's Sword formation, I think you would be able to beat warriors that were even 2 stages above you. But as I said, that's impossible. Someone with that great of Kai control would be a higher stage warrior." These were Dame's words, the words of a stage 6 Pagna warrior. "You should be thankful," Reyes smiled, lifting his feet, and then slamming it down into the ground. The whole area shook, and the Kai had hit Liam, causing him to have an uneasy feeling. When he took his next step, it felt as if he was going to fall over. "Because you're the first person who gets to witness and experience my new strength," Reyes said, lifting the sword above his head. When fighting against the light faction, Reyes was able to test out his footwork, but he lacked skills in the sword department at the time. Dame had always stated that footwork was just the basis of martial arts. It was designed to be used with other techniques. After having performed the first step against Liam, it was time for the second descending step. It flung Reyes forward as he flicked his foot, and at the same time, the sword was held above his head with both hands. The power drawing from the second step was mixing in and flowing through his body. The Devil's Waterfall first formation, Reyes whispered to himself. Calling out the magic spells was somewhat essential for mages to form the magic circle in their mind, but for Reyes, it had become a habit to whisper the name of the technique being used as he envisioned his body going through the motions. He swung down the sword from above with the might of his Kai added to it. Liam raised his sword, but an immense amount of strength and Kai had hit him. It pushed his feet and legs into the ground, and he had no choice but to grit his teeth. He could see part of his sword starting to crack. "The Kai, it's internally entered my body. Just what type of strike is this?" Liam's body was reacting as the taste of iron filled his mouth. Lifting the sword again, Reyes now had it by his side, as if he had stuck it back in his sheath. This isn't enough, he managed to block it. Reyes thought to himself, I guess I need to do more. Fourth descending step. Away with the wind, Reyes whispered, and his body moved from left to right, flowing outward. The fourth step was an evasive move and a handy one. As it was hard for a person to predict where they were going to be, the idea was to let their body flow like a leaf falling in the wind. All right, let's see you survive this. The fifth step, along with the second formation. Reyes didn't finish his sentence there, because he could see that Liam was already on the floor. His knees were already weak from the first attack, and no matter how hard he tried to fight it, he had eventually collapsed onto the floor. His teeth were dyed a little red, blood from his own body. You're a damned monster. Were you hiding your strength?" Liam grunted. Reyes walked up knowing it was the end of the fight. "A deal is a deal, if you know nothing about altar. Then leave me and Safa alone." Reyes continued to walk past while looking around to see if he could see anyone nearby, but there seemed to be no one. He would just have to meet the mysterious member from altar later. Entering his room, Reyes continued to search the entire area. There was only a small square letterbox window in his room. It wasn't large enough for anyone to ideally peep through. Just in case, though, Reyes had torn part of his bedsheet with his bare hands. He then covered the small little opening and pushed the cloth with his fingers. He carefully made sure the right amount of kai was in his fingertips to make a small indent through the concrete. Doing this for all four corners and sticking the cloth further in, it now would hang in place. Controlling my kai to the smaller parts of my body is getting easier, Reyes thought. I can't stabilize it to the point where I can write on the wall like that old man, but making a hole like this without blasting a hole completely shows I've made improvement. He had to thank the instructions of the book for that. The next step now was the kai pills themselves. A magic circle was drawn out on the ground, and all 3 pills were placed on the floor. It's a bit risky using it in the academy, but if a portal break does happen here, it's the one place where they should be able to handle the situation, right? Reyes thought. Regardless, it was a problem for them to solve if it did come to that. Going through the process the first time, Reyes was hopeful, but as the ingredients lit up and the glow faded away, it all crumbled to the ground. The combination of the kai pills into a 20-year one had failed. I can try one more time. I might as well since the kai pills are useless to me as a 10-year one, Reyes thought. With the remaining pills he had been given by Simeon, who had taken them from the others, he would try again, and if need be, he would wait a few days, and he could try again. Right now there was nothing to lose, so he attempted to try it again. The pills started to light up again. "Come on, I don't want to risk it by doing this every day, so just work. You stupid dumb pills," Reyes shouted in his mind. Not long after, a single pill fell to the ground. It looked just like it did before, yellow in color, but it was almost more radiant as he stared at it. "So this is it, huh? A 20-year kai pill. I guess it's time to cultivate it as well and try to break through to the second stage." The next morning, the students were up as soon as the sun rose. They exited their rooms, and some of them started to do some morning training, running around practicing their moves and so on. Nearly all of the students were used to some sort of routine that they had done in their clan before. However, there was something different this time, for one. They noticed a few more blue headband teachers that were in the area. Teacher Lee wasn't there. But it did seem like they were watching the students carefully. This caused them to work a bit harder to show off their skills. On top of that, there were also a few students who had some injuries on them here and there. It was clear they had gotten into fights away from the eyes of others. When Reyes got out of his room, he felt refreshed. He was stretching and was surprised to see in the courtyard, where there were those who would practice their skills, Dame was already out and was talking with Simeon. "Wait, are you serious?" Simeon said. "Are you saying this book actually might be useful for me?" "There's a chance, but you would have to practice certain arts and have a body with the foundation for one," Dame explained. In the past, there was a clan that focused on refining the body. They broke down their bodies, refining it again and again, just like a weapon. In turn, they had the strongest bodies Pagnas had ever come across. There's not many that practice it anymore because just having a strong body isn't necessarily flashy. But if we alter some of the things in the book that you received, as long as you have the right type of body for it, you could very well use this to your advantage. Simeon was in disbelief. He had lost all hope when he had selected a weapon refining technique book. However, with the earring, he had a body that others didn't have. So maybe he could do just as the clans in the past did. "You know what, you're not so bad after all," Simeon said with a smile. As Reyes walked over and was ready to butt into the conversation the others were having, one of the teachers clapped their hands using kai. It was the usual loud echo that told the students that they all needed to pay attention to what was happening next. "Everyone is to head to the banquet hall, where you will proceed to eat breakfast," the teacher announced. In response to this, Simeon gulped down. The banquet hall. It was an area where all colored headbands would meet. Walking toward the banquet hall, Simeon hadn't seen any of the main disciples, but could see some of the other colored headbands. It came as no surprise that many were pointing and talking about the return of a particular white-haired student. What the heck, he's here, how is that possible? Does that mean the teachers found him? But I thought the clan members dealt with him. Maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe he actually got lost or something. Many students didn't actually notice the addition of Dame. There were around 300 or so of them after all, and they wouldn't remember every face. It was just that Ray stood out due to his hair, and the fact that he was a no-name who had gone quite far in one of the assessments. When entering the banquet hall, the group could see that the main disciples were already seated, with their food in front of them. The entrance of Ray's had immediately caught the eyes of the others. Immediately, Mada had dropped his chopsticks onto the floor. That freaking ant, Mada said under his breath. How did he manage to survive? Just what is going on? The other clan members were also surprised, but they couldn't help but just smile and laugh at the situation. Now this is very interesting, Richter said, as he could feel the energy below his waist starting to rise. Trying to ignore all of their whispers and the rumors that they had heard before when they met with the others, they managed to get their food from the buffet line. They then sat on a long table that could fit around 30 students each. There were benches, so the students needed to sit together. Dame and Simeon sat on one side with Simeon on the edge of the bench, while Ray sat on the other with Safa by his side as well. They were all ready to dig in, but soon they could hear the sound of footsteps coming toward them. Liam had been staring over at Ray's for a while now, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Now this is going to be really, really interesting. Liam smiled, feeling a slight pain in his arm still. The other students that were about to sit on the same bench had quickly chosen to sit elsewhere, all due to the person coming toward them. It's nice to see you again. It's nice to see the trio back together, right, Simeon? Richter said. I believe you have some gifts for me, right? Simeon's heart was racing as he looked at the open palm of Richter. The words were spoken so casually and in front of everyone, as if he knew there were no consequences for his actions. In the end, Simeon had plucked up the courage and eventually spoke out. I don't have anything for you. I have nothing to give you, Simeon said. The smirk on Richter's face had gotten larger, to the point where his eyes couldn't be seen, and they just looked like upside-down moon crescents. And why's that? Richter asked, putting an emphasis at the end of his sentence and placing his hand on the edge of the table. Because he gave your gift to me, Ray's answered. Who was it that spoke those words? Richter thought, his teeth clenched. On the side of his head, a vein was starting to bulge and pulse slightly, all of this hidden under a smile. It was him again. Tensing his fist, Richter's knuckles started to go white, his eyes were locked onto Ray's, and he didn't look away for a moment. Being in this situation, Simeon's heart started to beat louder. How can I calm this situation down? There's no way, right? Ray's was always going to do as he wanted, and I really don't have the pills. No. Simeon eventually yelled. Ray's had nothing to do with this. I was the one who took the pills for myself. I used them to try to get ahead, so I could have an advantage in the upcoming assessment. The students in the dining hall had fallen silent. Almost everyone was able to hear what was being said, and although Simeon had made this claim, none of the students believed it for a moment. They could just tell by the situation, as one was intimidated by the other. They could tell all of this was Richter's doing, so what had actually happened to the pills? Haha, Richter chuckled. We all know that you aren't brave enough to disobey me. We can all tell. From the rebellious voice and the look in his eyes, it was this white-haired no-name right here. Hey, Ray's called out. I have a name and it's Ray's Cromwell. I was the one who took your pills, so tell me, what exactly do you plan to do about it then? Ray's could see the eyes of the teachers in the room looking around at the situation. It was a mix of teachers with different colored headbands, but still no teacher Lee. They hadn't intervened yet, which made Ray's unsure if they would interfere or not if something did happen. Ray's was more confident that he could catch him by surprise in this situation. Finally, though, Richter had broken eye contact, and he started to walk away. He wasn't walking back toward his own table, but instead, he walked to one of the other students on the same table and placed out an open hand. You should have been given 2 more Kai pills this morning. Hand them over, Richter said. What? The boy answered. I'm so sorry you want my Hand them over now, Richter asked again, changing the tone of his voice to be more aggressive. Almost immediately, the Kai pills were placed in his hand. Richter then went up to the next student, and this time he didn't even need to say anything. The Kai pills were handed over. Eventually, it looked like students were already getting the pills out of their pockets and placing them on the table. Richter stopped at this point and just started to laugh. Are you seeing this? Richter gestured toward the table. Did you really think that I needed you to do this work for me? I was always doing it for your benefit because I liked you, Simeon. I thought you had potential. For doing such a simple task like collecting these pills on my behalf, you were able to reap some rewards yourself by using my name. It's very simple, right? Yet for some reason, as soon as your no-name friend returns, you decided to rebel. The next person Richter had gone to was Safa, and instantly Reyes had reacted. He jumped from his seat and was going around to get to Richter, but standing in his way was Mada, who threw out a kick right towards Reyes' face. At the same time, Reyes shifted backward, almost sliding across the ground, avoiding the hit. He dodged my kick in that situation, Mada thought, but he couldn't do something like this last time. It wasn't just Mada who had reacted from the main clans, though. Lisa, Asep, and Sherry all rushed over, ready to pounce on the no-name for going against them. Sherry was the fastest of the group, and she reached out until a plate came flying and hit her right on her wrist. It smashed on impact and caused her arm to swing out. The others stopped as they saw a tall student standing in front of the group. I was going to let Reyes handle everything on his own, but I can't do that if you guys get involved. This is his business, so stay out of it, Dame warned. Sherry was still holding onto her wrist. It was throbbing with pain. I didn't even see the plate get thrown, and he accurately hit it while I was moving. Was it just luck, or is this someone special? In the end, Sherry saw the dark blue headbands and thought it was silly for her to even think otherwise. I will back down, Richter said, stepping away as a way to calm down the tension in the room. He walked out to an area between where the food was being served and the rest of the dining tables before turning around and looking at all of the students. But you should know that this little rebellion of yours is useless. Do you think others haven't tried? Richter started to speak. The 5 main clans have been the same for the last 100 years. All of the clans know this for a fact. All of the clans and students here, it's all just to serve under us, and everyone knows it. Did you see the teachers getting involved? No, because I am from one of the 5 main clans, the ones you serve under. Look at all of you wearing blue headbands. Is a single one of you from a notable clan? Did you think your weakness was a coincidence? You were born to be under us. You were born to be under our clans. So when I tell you to do a job, you better do it. Richter looked at Simeon while saying those words. When I tell you to go on your knees, you do it. Otherwise, your clan, your whole family, everything might no longer exist anymore. Richter seemed to be done with his speech as he walked back to eat with the others, but the expressions of those wearing blue headbands were filled with fury. Their hands were shaking, every cell in their bodies was shaking as adrenaline rushed through them. Pagna warriors had great respect for their clans that raised them, treated them well, showered them with discipline, and taught them how to live in their world. Some of them had nothing until they had been picked up by their clan and turned into a Pagna warrior, so it felt like they owed them a lot. The words from Richter felt like he had trampled over all their hard work, as if he had spat in their clan's faces. One of them was shaking so furiously he stood up from his seat. The assessment, the student shouted, huffing and panting. When looking at who it was, they could see it was the kid with the eye patch, Liam. You say that everyone here is from a worthless clan, that we were born weaker than you, lesser than you, so if we manage to beat you in the upcoming assessment, doesn't that discredit everything you said? I'll beat one of you red headbands and take it for myself. Simeon had a disliking for the perv Liam, but at this moment, along with many of the other blue headband students, they thought he was pretty brave because he spoke up and said what they all wished to say. Richter made a fist and held it up in the air. Do you know how many red headband students have lost their headbands in the history of the academy? Richter pushed up his fist higher. 0, not a single person has ever taken these red headbands from us. You won't change anything. The rest of the breakfast continued like normal, and the students split ways afterward. All of the different colored headband groups found it even harder to look at each other afterward. They were all meant to be from the same faction, but this was the dark faction. It wasn't the light faction where they believed in unity or fairness. When it came time for them all to train, the students had mixed reactions. Some felt like the training was somewhat pointless, as if it was impossible to change their fate, while others were fired up with anger. Arg, Liam screamed as he continued to stab his sword at a hay puppet. He stabbed right below on the puppet, on the man's jewels over and over again. Arg, that damned DCK. I'll slice his balls off and feed them to pigs, so he can't have any children. Liam continued to stab the same spot again and again, hitting it perfectly. If there was one thing the others learned, it was to not get on Liam's bad side, because they knew where he would aim. For Simeon and the others, they practiced their techniques, and Dame had decided to start to show Reyes a few different moves he could use. When nightfall came and the students were asleep, at the top of the Blue Headband quarters gate, they had a visitor jump up, looking at the base. That damned ant, Mada thought. He embarrassed me again, and in front of all those people. The other disciples are already blaming me for not getting rid of him the first time. I have no idea how he survived that fall, but I won't fail again. This time I will kill you. There was a reason for the recent absence of Teacher Lee. There had been a few troubles at the clan. There were communication devices that could be used at the academy, and Lee was currently using one of them. A square device that looked a bit like a small box was placed in front of him. Coming out of the top, there was an oval-shaped object attached. Pressing one button would play noise, and pressing the other would record. This was what would be used to speak with each other, so there were gaps between responses at times. But if the two were on the device at the same time, they could continuously press the buttons and wait to hear and listen to each other's messages. Lee pressed the button to his left side, and a message played. I wish I could send you a message harboring good news, but I'm afraid the situation is quite difficult for our clan at the moment, the voice said. There have been no registrations of new students. At the same time, work has trickled down to next to nothing. The Lethal Bite clan has taken up nearly all of the work. Just listening to the voice of the current elder, it pained Teacher Lee greatly. The situation at the Pointed Head clan was in rough shape before Lee left. He had done so hoping that he could somewhat showcase the talents of his clan and convince some students to move over. As for the reason for the current situation of the clan, it was all due to the Lethal Bite clan. Another dark faction clan, but not just any clan, it was one of the 5 main clans that made up the dark faction. Most of the issues stemmed from these 2 clans operating in the same city. With larger cities, it was quite common for there to be more than one clan. They would have their own territories that they covered. Due to the nature of Pagna warriors being quite competitive, they would often do something to the other clan to stop them from growing, thus keeping the balance. However, at some point during the clan's history, the Pointed Head clan fell while the Lethal Bite clan rose, becoming one of the 5 major clans. This meant that the Pointed Head clan no longer stood a chance. Year after year, the situation was worsening, and they were at the breaking point. I'm afraid if we don't see any results this year, our clan might no longer exist. The message ended there, with nothing else further being said on the situation. These messages keep getting shorter and shorter every time. Lee's head was sunk into his chest. He felt like the messages was similar to the time they had, which was also getting shorter. Standing up from his seat, he pressed the button on the right side. I will try my best, Teacher Lee answered and walked away. If he wanted to do something, he needed to do something now. Going through the vast amount of hallways in the main building, Teacher Lee was heading to a particular place. He eventually stopped just outside a grated door that was painted black. Inside the grain of wood was a white sheet of paper, allowing one to see shadows as they moved. I told you to come see me if you had troubles. I didn't expect to see you so fast, the voice said from the other side. You may come in. Sliding the door, Lee stepped in and bowed down. He then took a seat, sitting on top of his knees as he looked straight ahead at a man surrounded by several candle lights. The candles were placed on large black sticks in a circle formation, and in the center was the one known as the Vice Principal Amir. Has the reappearance of the no-name given you any trouble? Amir asked. No, sir. The blue headbands appear to be doing fine. Unfortunately, I have come here on a personal matter. Lee paused for a few seconds, waiting to hear a reply, but since none came, he continued. My clan is in need of help. The Lethal Bite clan has taken over all of the work in our city. They have used force in some cases with a long-time partner of ours. The only thing that was keeping us going was the funding we received from our students' parents, and even now, that has stopped. Allegedly, Amir replied, "You do know that saying such things without any proof can cause you a great deal of trouble." Lee, of course, knew that, but it was pretty common knowledge. There were merchants that owed great debts that had been paid, with blood to the pointed head clan. Yet they suddenly broke off contracts with an apology stating there was nothing they could do. It was quite obvious, but who could stand up to a main clan other than another main clan? "I will help you with your situation, but it comes with a condition." Amir lifted up one finger and blew out one of the candles to the side. "Your students, the blue headbands, in the upcoming assessments they are to show vast improvement. You see, for this event, I plan to invite along some guests. I won't divulge the details, but this will be your chance to save your clan." Lee was trying to think of the possibilities, but if these guests were the children's parents or something along those lines, then as long as he could pull this off, there was a chance that he could pull it all together. That same night, it was 3 in the morning. All of the lights were out in the entire academy, and only the moonlight was what was left lighting up the area. "I waited for this time. I waited until no one would dare to be awake. Also, I could get to you," Mada thought. His footsteps were silent as he walked across the outside of the building. The first thing he needed to do was locate what room Reyes was even in. He couldn't just slide each door open. "You keep making a fool out of me, and I can tell if I don't get rid of you, you'll just continue to haunt me. I know I can already beat you in a fight." When having this thought, he remembered the scene at the dining hall again, how Reyes had avoided the kick. When his foot passed his face, he could see Reyes' eyes carefully tracking it. "Since I know I can beat you. I know I can," Mada repeated to himself. "I will just kill you," jumping up. Mada grabbed onto the small ledge of the letterbox window each student would have. With a single arm, he would pull himself up and peek inside the room. It would be hard to see on the inside for a normal person. But Pagna warriors weren't normal people at each stage. Their senses were incredibly heightened, and Mada was proudly a stage 2 warrior with his eyes. He could make out the faces and quickly moved on to the next. He jumped up, checking room after room until eventually, he had come across a room where the letterbox-sized window opening was blocked. Using his other hand, he carefully gathered Kai and sliced through the cloth until he could see. "It's him, that's definitely him, but why would he have his window blocked out like this?" Mada thought. Ignoring it, Mada had counted how many rooms he had gone past because now he needed to do the hard part. Swiftly entering the base, Mada carefully treaded on the floorboards and finally found the right room. He lifted up the mask to cover his face, just in case he would get caught. He was fully disguised in just black clothing with no emblem of sorts. Sliding the door ever so gently, he closed the door behind him and could see Reyes right there. "I have finally," Mada thought to himself. Reaching behind, he pulled out a dagger and started to inch closer and closer. Now up close he noticed something though. Reyes' lips, they were quivering, and his body, he was covered in sweat. His bed sheets were a shade darker. "Is he sick?" Mada shook his head. "I can't care about that. I have to get rid of him. I have to get rid of him now." Sprinting in, Mada was aiming right for the neck. He was still a meter away when he felt something grab onto his wrist firmly. It was a tight grip. What stopped me?" Looking at the wrist, Mada could see long, slender fingers that were completely covered in blood. Droplets were dripping onto the wooden floor. "He's mine," a voice gently whispered, sending a chill into his ear and shivers through his whole body. The bloodied hand that was holding onto Mada's wrist looked as if it had come out of some type of nightmare. Its forearm was twice as long as a normal arm. Slowly, fear was creeping in. His heart was racing, and it felt like it was going to jump out of his throat and onto the cold floor. Mada was trying to move his head to look at who was touching him or what was touching him. A strong stench had entered his nose, nearly causing him to throw up on the spot. It felt like he was in a room full of rotting corpses. When he eventually looked at where the large arm was coming from, at the end of it, just a fog of mist was floating in the air. This thing, it has to be some type of monster. A beast from another dimension, but one that can speak. I've never heard of such a thing before, thought Mada. Mada tried to pull away, but as he did, the grip around his wrist had gotten tighter. Him, a stage 2 Pagna warrior, was losing in the battle of strength. All thoughts of getting rid of his target had escaped from his head at that point. Now he just wanted to do whatever he could to escape. Taking in a deep breath, Mada remembered one of the Flowing Force clan's techniques. It was a way to make one's body flexible like that of water, rather than rigid with one's bones. Taking in a breath, he performed the technique. And his arm slipped out. Almost instantly, the bloody hand went for him. Jumping back, the hand had missed swiping him, and his back had hit the door. Looking, the hand no longer tried to reach him. Instead, it just waved a long, dangling, gray-skinned finger in the air, like an adult scolding a child. Without turning his back, Mata reached for the door and pulled it open. He left the room without closing the door and just ran. He ran and ran without looking back, out of the blue headband courtyard and back to his room. He was pretty sure that night he wouldn't be getting any sleep. The next day when students woke up, a few had walked past an open door. Immediately, a strong smell hit their noses, and they had no choice but to cover their mouths as they did so. Freaking hell, did someone crap their pants or something, the students said. When they turned to look at whose room it was, they could see that it belonged to the white-haired no-name. I guess these guys don't clean themselves after they go to the toilet or bathe at all. Eventually, the commotion had reached the ears of Dame, Simeon, and Safa, who were already up. Dame decided to go check it out. As he ran and entered the room, he covered his mouth as well. "Raise, get up, you lazy bum," Dame shouted as he had to force himself to step into the room. Slowly, Raise was opening his eyes. As he did, he too was hit with the disgusting smell. Then he could see the state around him. When he pressed on the thin mattress on the floor, his hand was soaked. The water that had come off wasn't clean either. It had a mucky black tint to it. "Well, I'll have to say congratulations are in order," Dame said. "What do you mean?" Raise asked. "All of this. Don't you remember the first time you became a stage? One Pagna warrior, did you throw up some blood?" The memory hit Raise. He hadn't just thrown up some blood, he had thrown up a lot of it. "Well, this is the same thing again. Your body is getting rid of even more impurities deep within. You've become a second stage warrior," Dame explained. Raise was a bit confused, but as he focused, he could feel it was true. His dantian felt stronger, as if there was a second layer coating it now. But how was this possible? Raise had absorbed the 20-year Kai pill, and although it seemed to have an effect, it wasn't enough for him to break through. Another way was through cultivating energy through the techniques. But Raise had achieved this feat in his sleep, so just what was going on? "Please just clean yourself before I throw you into a river, and hurry," Dame shouted. The smell was sickening to Raise himself, so he quickly got up and rushed off to the washing facilities. With that done, Dame was ready to head out of the room until he noticed something on the ground. "Blood, this isn't Ray's blood, is it? It's too far from his mattress and the way it's dropped down. Did something happen last night?" Dame thought. After cleaning himself up, Rays went to join the others outside. Everyone went ahead and gathered the 2 Kai pills for the day. Some were unsure what to do, though. Were they meant to keep the Kai pills for Richter when he asked for them, or were they just to take them? Liam didn't care and started to cultivate the pills even before they went for breakfast. He wasn't going to give the other person any chance of taking them. Dame had handed his pills to Rays since he didn't need them. As they headed outside, they were surprised to see that Teacher Lee had returned, and he was standing at the gate with an announcement to make. "I have a message for you all," Lee shouted. "The pecking order will no longer be decided by you, the individual students. Instead, I will be working closely with our fellow teachers of the Blue Headband and run several assessments to see who is the best among you all. And who out of all of you has the most chance of taking down a yellow headband owner or even a red headband one," Lee claimed. Seeing the look in his eyes, Rays noticed that a big change had occurred. He could see that Lee was serious about this matter for some reason. "Learn your skills, cultivate your power, and follow your teacher's instructions. That is all." With that said, it was time for the students to head to the dining hall again, but on the way there, Lee had gone straight up to a certain student, a single black-haired girl. "Safa, I have decided to learn your name. If you accept me, I will be your personal instructor in guiding you on how to use the spear. If you show me the same determination and effort as you did the day before, then I am sure you will be able to join the yellow headbands," Lee claimed. "Do you accept my offer?" There was no hesitation as Safa nodded repeatedly and gave a small bow. This brought a smile to the man's face. "Very well, then after you finish, you shall stay with me in the teacher's dorms, and I will personally look over your development. It will be tough taking you away from your friends, but I promise you will be rewarded for it." Safa looked at Rays for a moment, somewhat regretting her decision because she would be away from him. Seeing this, he knew she wanted him to say something. "Just go," Ray said. "Live your own life, don't base your decisions around me." Thinking about it, someone had once done that before in Ray's life, and it didn't end well for them either. At breakfast, there was something noticeable that had occurred. That was that the 5 main disciples of the main clans weren't currently there. No one quite knew what was going on, but a meeting had been called. Currently, they were in the vice principal's room, all of them sitting side by side on their knees close to each other. "You all know about the assessment taking place, but this time it will be different compared to before," Amir explained. "This time, I will be inviting the heads to watch the assessment from each of the main clans." The 5 disciples looked at each other nervously. Why was there even a need to do such a thing? It wasn't the martial arts event, but just the first assessment of the month for them. For many, it would seem like a waste of time. "I have already asked, and your masters have accepted. The principal has been made aware of this as well," Amir explained. "The reason why I have called you here, though, is to pass on a message from him. No matter what, the 5 main clans must never lose their position. Don't embarrass yourselves." The words struck each of them strongly as they heard this. Losing would have already been a big embarrassment, but to lose in front of their masters. It was clear they wanted the 5 main disciples not just to win, but to have an overwhelming victory, to show the rest of the dark faction why they were the 5 main clans and why they needed to stay in their place. "Yes, sir," the students called out. However, there was one who hadn't answered the call. "I said, do you understand?" Amir asked again. "Yes, sir," they called out again, all but one. "Mada, is something wrong?" Amir asked. "No, sir, I will complete the task." "Yes, sir," Mada called out. After experiencing what he had gone through trying to get to Ray's, maybe there was someone they needed to worry about after all. Returning from their breakfast, the students were relatively pleased for 2 reasons. One, they didn't need to hand over their Kai pills due to the main clan disciples not being there. And 2, they were filled with energy at the prospect of being selected for the upcoming assessment. Fighting against each other, they felt it was a hard task, and it would take away from their development as they were focusing on who was the best overall. Now, with those watching them, they could show off their skills in other ways. While they were walking back, Safa had gone off with the teacher, Lee. From now on, presumably until the end of the month, they would do one-on-one training. It was a privilege that students wouldn't get in the academy, so she was a lucky one. There was a sad wave goodbye from Safa at the courtyard of the Blue Headbands, but Ray's didn't wave back. "Aren't you going to wave to your cute sister?" Dame asked. He still didn't know what the deal was between the 2 of them. Was she adopted, someone he just called his sister, or was she like Ray's, a person from another world? It didn't seem like an important matter for now. "You better hope that teacher isn't a creepy old man," she would have been safer with me, Liam commented, his arms stretched behind his head. "Don't say stuff like that," Ray's commented, "unless you want your other eye poked out." Walking away, Ray's could feel his heart beating, and for a moment, Dame had caught the corner of Ray's eye. They were slightly bloodshot and opened wide. What happened? He was fine before. Was it that comment about his sister? Dame thought. There were still a lot of mystery surrounding the Dark Magus, and the more he found out about him, the more he wanted to know. There were 2 blue headband teachers in the courtyard. They had a large bound notebook in their hands, along with an ink pen. They were watching the students carefully, and while observing, they were jotting notes down here and there. Everyone had caught on quickly. Since Teacher Lee wouldn't be observing them, these 2 teachers were the ones that they needed to impress in order to get on that list. While everyone was working, Ray's and Dame was sitting on the concrete steps leading up to the living quarters. They were watching Simeon in front of them, carrying a giant pot of water that was used for bathing. He set it up and placed some coal stones underneath, along with small pieces of wood for easy lighting. This was because Simeon was going to adjust the weapon refining techniques to his own body, doing the same thing a sword needed, but with his own body. "It might be hard with everything going on to go back, you know," Ray's commented while not looking away from Simeon. It was quite entertaining seeing him work away. He had lit the fire, and the bottom of the large pot was starting to heat up. When it reached close to the boiling point, that's when he would hop in. "Don't worry, I'm having fun here." "So you don't have to worry about that," Dame answered. "I understand the situation is difficult at the moment. You don't have to give me the promised goods. I mean, we're both being watched like a hawk at the moment, so it would be hard for even me to leave. Fixteen has a good head on his shoulders, and my father likes him, so everything will be okay, I think. Originally, Reyes was going to return weekly to the other dimension in order to build up his wealth. It would help him when he was out of the academy, but with the current assessment tasks and the troubles he had been facing, it was best for him to stay put for now. So, if you want to be at the top of that pecking order and face those 5 disciples for revenge, I should teach you a few things, right? After all, you have no skill book, and if you start to show off those demonic faction techniques, questions are going to start to rise. Watching Simeon get into the boiling pot with his clothes off and baking in it, Reyes thought he should do something as well as he stood up. I'll be happy to take you up on your offer, but first I want to see a few things, Reyes said, and with that he was off. He was off running of all things. Reyes started to jog around the large courtyard, and was doing so in large squares. There were a few students doing this as they were building up a foundation, and it looked like Reyes had gone to join them. It just seemed a bit random to suddenly start to run, but as he was doing this, Dame noticed that there was quite a big smile on his face. He wondered, why did he look so happy just running? The answer was fairly simple. For the longest time, it was hard for Reyes' body to do such a thing, and now he had become a second-stage warrior. He could feel his whole body thriving with energy and strength. He wanted to enjoy using his powerful body as he continued to run again and again. Reyes didn't stop. There were those that had stopped and others that joined in, and as he continued to run as minutes turned into hours, the students couldn't help but stare at him once in a while. What the? He's still going. Why is he just running of all things? Maybe it's because he doesn't know any techniques. I heard that they weren't able to go into the library. I see, so I guess he's just trying to build up his foundation strength, but he would need to do more than just running around the place, the student commented. What the student said was true. But Reyes didn't care about that. He just wished to run for as long as his body would let him, his heart beating, his legs feeling tired yet still full of power. This was an addictive feeling that he didn't want to let go of at this moment. I have to admit, I don't think I could do something like that, the student said. While Reyes was busy running, Dame had picked up the book that was on the floor in front of Simeon. He had gotten out of the boiling hot pot and was drying himself, looking at what the next best thing for him to do was, because he wasn't really sure if it was effective or not. All right, I've decided I'll help you out, Dame said. I'll read this book and come up with some things to make you stronger instead. As Reyes continued to run around, the teachers looked at him and were shaking their heads. What a useless thing to do, as expected of a no-name, the teacher thought, making a note down by his name. This person will clearly amount to nothing. When lunch came around, the students were told to stop practicing and head to the dining hall again, this time when they entered. The main disciples were present, however. They didn't really look over at the blue headbands, well, apart from one. The meal went off with next to no problems. Unlike the time before, but for Simeon, Dame, and Reyes. They had scarfed down their food and were already heading out the door to train some more. Damn it, Liam said, lifting his food tray up, the pieces of food sliding down and into his mouth. I'm not going to let them get ahead of me. He soon ran off after them as well. The students continued to eat, and it wasn't long after that someone had sat at their table, someone that made each of them feel uneasy. Don't worry, I'm not here to take your pills, Mada said. I have a job for you, one that would benefit us all. I need you to take care of Reyes, at least try to. And report back to me everything you find out. Attack him during the day, poison his food, call him names and get him angry, or even attack him at night. Do whatever you can to deal with him before the assessment. And if you can't, at least tell me what that guy is. Mada's heart was racing, with thoughts of what had happened that night. As soon as the group returned from lunch, it came as a surprise, or not really as a surprise, that they had witnessed Reyes running around the arena once again. It wasn't just his stamina that was impressive, but his mental fortitude to do the same task over and over again. Some of the students, a group of 5 who had been stopped by Mada before they left the hall, were quite nervous as they entered the courtyard. So what should we do? One of them asked. Well, Mada said we just have to deal with him before the assessment, right? Another replied. So let's just get this over with the straightforward way. The group nodded in agreement. They knew what they needed to do, but they were uncertain about how to do it in the first place. For a while, everyone continued their training, and there were some questionable screams coming from part of the courtyard. Whack, a ringing loud noise vibrated through the air. Arg, it was followed by a scream, but Simeon tried his best to hold it in. His skin was red and sore all over. We need to refine every part of your body. And the body grows stronger as it's broken down and repaired again. Dame explained as he pulled his hand back and slapped Simeon right on the back, creating another echoing sound throughout the place. I said I would help you, so I'm going to do my best. The other students found it hard to look, and the teachers who were witnessing such a thing thought the actions were barbaric. Even if the practice was effective for building up endurance, how would getting good at being hit allow one to win a battle? They shook their heads again as they gave another marking down below. While Reyes continued to run, one of the students had decided to join in. He kept up with Reyes since he wasn't sprinting at a fast pace, but made sure to stay behind him for a while. Stop him from getting to the assessment. There are more ways than just to beat him. The student was inching closer, and then, just when he was close enough, he dashed forward and reached out with his hand. He pulled on the piece of fabric on Reyes, tugging around his neck. Immediately, Reyes stopped in his tracks and pivoted around, staring at the person in front of him. It was an accident, bro, the student said, but when he looked in front of him, he could see Reyes with his fist already right next to his face. It slammed right down on his nose. A cracking sound was heard, and blood spilled from his nose as he almost did a complete backflip in the air before landing on the ground. What is going on? One of the teachers shouted as he came rushing over. There is no reason to fight anymore. Teacher Lee already stated that your position will be assessed by us, so fighting among each other is pointless. Then tell that to him who pulled on me, Reyes replied. The teacher looked at the student, rubbing his nose, and looked at Reyes, who had no marks on him. To him, it was clear who had been the aggressor out of the two. Do you think this whole courtyard belongs to you? You think no one else is allowed to run by your side? You should be thankful that someone like you is even allowed in the academy in the first place. Someone like me, huh? Reyes said. Right, someone who doesn't give a damn about what you say. Reyes lifted his hand and flicked his fingers out, gesturing for him to go away. You've ruined the good mood I was in. The assessor named Todd, who had been watching everything, couldn't believe how a student could act in such a way, and how one could talk to a teacher like that as well. Taking out the book, the teacher proceeded to mark it with several X marks. Walking back, Reyes had gone straight past both Simeon and Dame, who were now dipping their hands in heated sand over and over. The skin on Simeon's hands was now raw and red. You should be careful, you know, Dame said. If that teacher doesn't take a liking to you, then he might not recommend you for the top spots. You'll have to do well from now on. Reyes didn't reply, though, and he just continued to walk. As he did, his hand was trembling slightly. It's quite clear he doesn't like to be touched, and the words that were spoken to him about his sister. Did something happen to him in the past, something that happened in his world? Dame thought. Rather than continue with the training, Reyes had decided to head back into his room and rest up for the rest of the day to get his mind off things. Everyone continued their training, but a short while after, a group of 4 students had decided to call it a day as well. They too had entered back into the main living quarters. It didn't seem like a big deal. Some would enter, take a nap, and then come back out to train more. Everyone had their own routine they abided by. These students, though, were the ones working for Mada, and they saw no better opportunity than now for them to act. As they went inside, they looked around. Seeing no one in the area, they slid the door open and could see their target lying on the bed. What are you all playing at? Reyes asked. We're here to teach you why you shouldn't stay in the academy. The student rushed over, throwing out a fist. Responding, Reyes had jumped out of his bed and moved his head to the side, throwing out his own fist, hitting the student back in the face. I'm not in a good mood right now, Reyes answered. Grabbing the student's hand before he could fall back down, he pulled the student forward again and slammed his fist into his face a second time. Some time had passed, and it looked like Simeon had taken all the punishment he could handle for the day. So, calling it quits, the two of them had decided to head inside. Hey, should we check on Reyes? He seemed a bit out of it, Dame said. He could still remember vividly twice now the look he had. During the first meeting they had. At times Dame felt like he needed to tread eggshells around him. Thankfully, there had been no problems between the two. Simeon hadn't noticed since he was so focused on his own task. He felt a little bad for not noticing if Reyes was having trouble or not. He gave a slight nod, and the two were off heading towards his room. As they walked over, the first sign they could see wasn't good. Blood was dripping from under the door. The two of them rushed over. Worried that something might have happened while they were away, someone might have gone after Reyes. But they soon realized as they stepped by the doorway, Reyes wasn't the person they needed to worry about. Looking at the blood on the floor, the two of them immediately ran over, and when they stood outside the door, they stopped in their tracks at the sight in front of them. Reyes was standing there, his hands and clothes bloody, with splatters on his face. In the room itself, 4 students, blood pouring out of nearly every hole in their bodies, laid there in awkward positions on the ground, on the bed, and one with its head still smashed against the wall. Did these students try to pull a sneak attack on him? Dame thought. With him now being a stage 2 warrior, they stood no chance. It was true. It was hard to call it a fight. Reyes had a better feeling of sense. Even his brain processing power was faster. He was taking in the path of where they were going to hit, and was able to avoid their strikes. Not only were these stage 1 Pagna warriors, but they were all from lesser clans. The techniques they learned were abysmal, and most likely they would find better techniques in the Academy's library. Crap, 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 Simeon said as he looked around to see if there were any other students in the area. He quickly knelt down to one of the students who were on the floor and lifted his head. He could feel that he was still breathing, wheezing even. Dame did the same to one of the other students, pulling him by his hair and taking his face out from the wall. "They're not dead," Dame replied, "but I'm not sure they can survive with the state they are in at the moment. I know you didn't kill them, but the Academy isn't going to take this lightly." Reyes looked at his hands, where the blood was starting to dry on them. It was mostly on his knuckles than anything else. Images flashed of his hands soaked in blood. The scenery around him had changed. He was in a dark alleyway. Rain was heavily falling on him, but the blood still wasn't washing off from his hands. "Reyes," Dame called out. The image flashed back, and Reyes was back in the same room again. And now, looking at the students in the room, he could see the state they were in. "I was only meant to give them a small beating, but I didn't stop. It looks like you're finally back to us." Dame said, "Maybe we can solve this situation. Do you think you can create those red Kai pills from before? I think that will be good enough to return their condition, if their condition is good. Even if they go to complain, you can't get in trouble technically. It should be possible." A 10-year Kai pill was created with a power stone in the first place, so why couldn't they just use another Kai pill as the source of power? It might even create a more powerful potion. "Simeon, you get more pills from the other students. They're already scared of you, so it should be easy. Reyes, you can use my room and I'll stop anyone else from entering," Dame ordered. Simeon didn't like the plan, not at all, since he had to do something he disliked. But he needed to help Reyes however he could and rushed out to try and find other students. "Reyes, I know you might not want to help them. But if you get kicked out of the academy, how are you going to complete your revenge? Wasn't there a reason you came here in the first place?" Dame asked. It was true, Reyes wanted to get back at the 5 disciples, but more so improve his martial arts and use the portals that were placed at the academy to gather more crystals, allowing him to get back to being the 9-star mage he was in the past. "And what are you going to do about your sister and friends? If you get kicked out, how are they going to survive in this place, even if you don't see them as your friends? They are now your responsibility." In order to get Dame to stop talking, Reyes was walking out of the room and heading down to Dame's, but before he left, he had a few last words. "You know, for someone who's in the demonic faction, your thoughts aren't very demonic." Dame smiled at the response as he went to lay the 4 students down on the floor. Simeon had gone to the other students. He was nervous, but as he approached them, he reluctantly asked for their pills. "Damn, is Richter asking you to gather them again?" One of the students moaned. "That guy, what he said in the dining hall really got on my nerves." "Hey, but we have to listen right, otherwise, who knows what's going to happen to us? He seems to have a screw or 2 loose in the first place." Surprisingly, because they thought Simeon was collecting on behalf of Richter, students gave their pills up. Some had already used them, and some had only used one, but he only needed a few anyway. Returning to the others, Simeon had given the pills to Reyes, who shut the door. With the door shut, Reyes was ready to use his magic. He didn't want to do too much because of fear of what it could cause at the academy, but the situation was what it was. I didn't cause any scene at the demonic faction, so it should be okay here as well. A short while later, Reyes had returned with 4 red Kai pills in his hands. It was a success. And the pills were slightly more powerful than the last lot he had made, which was a good thing because the condition of the students was in a bad state. Dame took the pills and pushed them into the mouths of each of them one by one. He then grabbed a glass of water and poured it down. The reflex forced the students to gulp, swallowing the pills. Each one of them swallowed them fine, and after a few moments they were able to open their eyes fully. The markings on their bodies were disappearing, and the pain they felt all over was disappearing. When they got up, though, the first person they could see was Reyes. "Please don't kill us," the student said. "Hey," Dame said, slapping one of them right across the face. "Don't say those things. This guy here just saved your life. We gave up our Kai pills to restore your energy. You're lucky he didn't continue beating you when he did." The students were unsure of what Dame was saying because they could hardly remember the events fully. They just remembered attacking Reyes, losing in a fight, and suffering from a lot of pain after that. They were even unaware of how bad their condition was. "You guys were the ones that had started the attack, so you guys better scram before we report this to the teachers." One of the students was confused and was looking at the others. "I said get out of here," Dame shouted again. Getting up off the floor, they scurried out of the room. And as they did, they tried their best to avoid getting as close as possible to Reyes. "That's crisis over, right?" Simeon said. "They won't go and tell the teacher what happened." "I doubt it," Dame replied. "They're in good condition now, so it wouldn't make sense to, and the fear is still in their bodies. Although they can't quite remember what happened, their bodies can. Right now, they're probably more scared of Reyes." What Dame said seemed to be true, as there was no report that had been made to the teachers. The room had been cleaned up by all 3, and the dent in the wall was patched up with a piece of paper hanging on top of it. It wasn't as if the teachers came and inspected their rooms anyway, and accidents did happen when one was practicing. With that small event over and past, the 3 were getting ready to sleep, but before that, Reyes called out to him. "Wait," Reyes said. "First, thank you for helping me out today." "Hey, don't worry about it. You know, you making the special gauntlets of mine saved my life, so I owe you a lot," Dame answered. "All right," Reyes replied, "you do." For a second, Dame thought he could see a smirk on Reyes' face. It was quite crazy, the amount of emotions this kid went through. At times, it was quite worrying for Dame. "Since you owe me a lot of favors, I wanted to ask for one more before you go to sleep," Reyes said. "I'm going to cultivate the life and death technique again, and I wanted to ask if you could watch over me." Simeon had already left Reyes' room at this point. He had gone through a tough day with all the beating he had received from Dame. He was mentally at a breaking point after sorting out the issue that had occurred with Reyes. Now it was just Dame and Reyes in the room together when he had popped the question. "I'm going to cultivate the life and death technique again, and I wanted to ask if you could watch over me," Reyes asked. Ever since he had attempted to cultivate using this technique in the demonic faction, Reyes hadn't touched it since. For one, a person had been killed the last time he had performed it, and there was an uneasy feeling about everything he had seen at the time. "You want me to watch over you while you cultivate? You're already at the 2nd stage. You should have the hang of it, unless you're worried about going mad and crazy," Dame commented as if it was no big deal, even though it was a very real possibility. "Yes," Reyes answered honestly. "The last time something strange occurred, so I would like you to just look over me again and be ready for anything." The words sounded so dramatic from Reyes as he got into a seating position, so much so that even Dame was feeling tense. He stood by the door and carefully waited as Reyes went ahead and did his thing. Closing his eyes, he went through each of the steps in his mind as he started to forge imagery. "Will that red-blooded hand come again?" Reyes thought. First, Reyes started with the cycle of life, trying to sense all the energy from those who were born in the area. In this specific area, where the academy stood, there didn't seem to be much, but he could still draw some power into his dantian. Once he was done with that, the hard part came in, the second half of the cultivation technique: death. In the academy, one would suspect there not to be many deaths. But it also depended on the history of the place, what had happened here over the course of time. The sound of painful screams whispered into Ray's mind, and it wasn't just him who was being affected either. Dame could feel the whole room get slightly cooler, quite noticeable, as if a cube of ice was on his skin. What is this? Dame thought. I've never heard of this happening when someone is cultivating before. A rush of energy, voices in one's head and screams, but to affect the environment around them. Is this because of the magic he uses? The room hadn't gotten any colder. But Dame felt like he was suddenly being watched. His sixth sense as a warrior was activating. And he had a heavy feeling that something in the room was looking at him, getting off from the wall. Dame proceeded to walk around in a circle, twisting and turning his head, trying to find something in the room. He couldn't see anything. But the chilling feeling of being watched persisted. Who's there? Dame asked. He started to fortify the Kai in his body, externally glowing with power. There was no response, no answer. And Ray's was still sitting in the middle of the floor. Around an hour had passed, and the feeling still hadn't left Dame. Finally, Ray's opened his eyes again. He had stopped, and the chilling feeling had left the room, along with the sensation of being watched. What's wrong? Did you see something? Ray's asked, noticing that Dame's body was tensed up. Was I supposed to see something? Dame asked. Unlike before, Ray's wasn't brought into another world of imagery. He could only hear the screams and the energy of those who had passed away around him. There was no voice this time either, leading him to believe that everything had worked out until he saw the look on Dame's face. Just sometimes, strange images pop into my head when I use the technique. I thought it would happen this time, but nothing seemed to happen. Dame had his finger on his chin. He remembered Ray's saying something strange like this last time as well. He himself wasn't the right person to get to the bottom of this. A person who might know was his father, which was a hard person for him to talk to. Don't cultivate the demonic energy unless I'm with you next time, Dame said. I think you might be onto something. It's pretty dangerous. The conversation was left there, with Ray's being none the wiser about his situation. If Dame felt something, then it certainly was dangerous. As the days went by, each individual continued their training. Dame was helping not only Simeon, but was also helping Ray's as he showed him some neutral techniques that he could use. Once in a while, the teachers would ask the students to perform some of the skills they were working on, and that included Ray's. He had shown what Dame had taught him, a fist technique called boulder smash. It was basic, but in certain situations, it could be used well. And a fist technique was always handy to have if one were to lose their weapon. When demonstrating it, although Ray's had done it perfectly, the teacher Todd just shook his head. A skilled enemy would just slash your arm off before you could even use your fist, Todd commented and put another X by Ray's name. Days were passing by rather quickly, and the students no longer gave Ray's any trouble. It was simple, they were more afraid of him than they were of Mada, so why would they do his bidding? The group hadn't seen Safa either since she had been taken away, neither had teacher Lee, so they continued to work as hard as they could. Then finally, there was only 1 week left until the big day. Before the fight against the other students would take place, the two teachers had decided to give the blue headband students one more assessment. For this assessment, the blue headband students were taken to the back of the academy, the forest where the hot bunnies would live. It was an area that they knew well since it was part of the assessment that they had taken when joining the academy. You have all worked hard, Todd announced. You have trained to reach the position you are in now, and in order to defeat the yellow headbands. There was no mention of the red headbands. Perhaps the teachers thought that was a crazy goal, which angered Liam a little, who had also been working equally hard. But he didn't just want to take out a yellow headband, he wanted a red one. This will be the final test that will decide which 20 get through to the next stage of the assessment. You have 1 hour to hunt and bring back as many power stones as possible. A warning to you all, Todd said, looking at Ray's. Don't get lost again. Finally, it was a test where the teachers could have no bias, Ray's thought. He needed to do well because he had plans. Plans to fill his special statue with the blood of the main 5 disciples. The students had a few moments to prepare themselves before the assessment started. Thankfully, this time the assessment wouldn't involve the other students with other colored headbands, so it was unlikely that anyone here would give them any trouble. Hey, so what are we going to do? Are we going to team up like last time or what? Simeon asked. I'm sorry, Ray's replied. The teachers have something against me, so I need to do well on this assessment. "You are strong, but in this assessment, I need to give it everything I have." Simeon couldn't really argue against that. For the last month, he had been doing a strange set of training techniques designed to make his body stronger. Honestly, he wasn't sure if it was working or if he was getting used to the suffering. Other than the two-step shift, though, Simeon didn't know many techniques that would allow him to help in catching the hot bunnies. "All right, begin," Todd shouted, and the students rushed off, including Ray's, leaving only Simeon and Dame at the starting block along with the rest. "All right, do you have some type of plan that we can work together on?" Simeon asked me. "If I were to join in on this assessment, it wouldn't really be fair," Dame commented. Simeon didn't really understand what he meant by this. To him, he thought Dame was someone who had just stumbled upon Ray's. He had been fed the same story as the teachers, so Simeon knew no better. It was odd, though, now that he thought about it. This person seemed to know a lot about techniques, was always calm in high-tension situations, and was relatively lax about everything. What gave this person confidence in the first place? "Anyway, so the best thing I can do is stay out of people's way," Dame said as he walked into the forest. "Why don't you rub some honey juice on your body and attract the bunnies? If they're sucking on you, you could at least beat them a few times, right?" Left dumbfounded, Simeon found himself on his own, but he didn't want to fall behind. He hadn't done all that training for nothing. He, too, wanted to take part in the upcoming assessment between students. So he ran forward and started to take his top off, taking Dame's advice quite literally as he looked for something sweet to put on himself. Inside the forest, Ray's wasted no time. His sharp senses allowed him to feel the general area where a hot bunny would be. Then he could tell where one was moving to and managed to hop side to side. After that, when it was in his sight, he would use the second descending step to rush and push it forward. In an instant, he would close the distance between him and the bunny. At the same time, he would make a small slash with his bare hand across its back and use a little bit of his wind magic to sharpen it to the point that it was like a sword. It would hit the hot bunny and cut deep enough to kill it in one hit. This small amount of magic shouldn't affect the world. The portal had only opened up last time because of the earring reaching the unique stage. So it should be fine. After killing the hot bunny, Ray's, with next to no hesitation, pulled out the crystal from its body. He was able to guide his fingers with ease using the wind magic to push away the flesh as well and cut away any fiddly bits. What would take approximately a minute or so to obtain the crystal, Ray's was doing it in seconds. He was taking this assessment quite seriously, and students were noticing it. A couple of students had been following a hot bunny for a while when they were noticed. It started to run away, and they went after it. The two of them were catching up when they felt a large gust of wind past them. They closed their eyes just for a moment, protecting them from the wind, and when they opened them, they could see the white-haired no-name holding the hot bunny in his hands. He had pulled out the crystal right in front of their eyes. "Heavenly crap," one student said in disbelief. "How did he manage to get past us so fast?" "Not only that, he managed to kill that hot bunny so quickly as well," the other boy commented. Seeing this, they were stunned into amazement. This wasn't something someone could simply do with luck. It was clear that this no-name was quite skillful. For a while now, the students had been keeping an eye on Ray's. He had seen him running almost every day, practicing simple skills, and seeing his determination had set a small spark in them all. The only thing he was lacking in was actual skill, but what if he wasn't? What if that actually wasn't the case? Then, could he be the hope that they were looking for? The Blue Headbands wanted to prove what the 5 main clans said was wrong. They actually didn't care who was the one to do it. They all just desperately wanted someone to prove them wrong. The main issue was, did they want it to be a no-name? Of all people, Ray's quickly moved on, dropping the beast on the ground, and continued his hunt through the forest. Many more students were able to witness his skill as he took out bunny after bunny. In the end, the hour was coming up, and he had managed to obtain a total of 24 crystals altogether. This should be enough, Ray's thought, huffing and panting. He was a little hot as well. I think all that running might have conditioned me better as well, but using my Kai constantly is still quite tiring. I hope after this little test, we get to keep the crystals as well, because I could use them to make some Kai potions as well. Ray's thought to himself. The students heard the loud horn-like sound indicating it was the end of the test. They started to head back, and while they did, many of them were talking about what they had seen. How Ray's, the white-haired student, had killed the beast so quickly right in front of their eyes. It was whispered among the students because as soon as they saw the teachers, they straightened up. "All right, please display the number of crystals you have managed to obtain to us all," Todd shouted. Coming out of the forest, a little sticky from some type of honey, was none other than Simeon. He had several small little red bite marks on his body. It wasn't from the hot bunnies, but instead from the many bugs in the forest. Seeing this, Dame was trying to hold in his laughter. He felt a little bad because he didn't expect the young one to take his suggestion so seriously, so he moved on over to him. "So did you manage to catch any?" Dame asked. "Your plan was a dud," Simeon replied, gritting his teeth. He was about to say more until he felt Dame pass something into his hands. When opening them, he could see that there were 3 power stones present. "What the?" "I already told you, I don't need to take part in the upcoming assessment, so these are on the house for you," Dame whispered. Todd and the other teacher came around inspecting students and their crystals. The hot bunnies were fast, so most students could only get 1 or 2 crystals, with the odd few getting more. One of the highest scoring students was Liam, who had obtained a total of 8 crystals. "Whoa, he got 8, that's really good. I have seen him working hard every day, he's even been perfecting that technique," another whispered. Liam's determination had continued after that day. He didn't give up, and equally just like the others, seeing how Ray's was doing. He too had pushed himself further. It was also his chance to make up for his loss in fighting for him to come out on top in this test. "All right, Rays," Todd said. "It looks like you didn't get lost this time, so why don't you go ahead and show me how many crystals you managed to gather?" Taking the pouch that was on his side, Rays opened it up. "You can count them, there are around 24 inside." 24, one of the students closest shouted. Many of them gasped as well at the sheer number. They were imagining how hard, how fast one had to be to get 24 crystals in an hour. Was it even possible to get a higher number? Quickly, Todd snatched the bag out of Ray's hand and started to count the crystals one by one. It was true, there were 24 crystals inside, but how was it possible? This number, in this amount of time, maybe even a teacher wouldn't be able to achieve such a thing. The more he thought about it, the more impossible he thought it was. "You are really scum," Todd said as he smiled. "I can't believe it, you stole these crystals from your fellow students, didn't you?" "I thought it was strange. I thought the number of crystals the others had was a little low." "Now it makes sense. You took the power stones and thought you could get away with it. Did you really think you could fool the eyes of me?" Hearing this, Ray started to tense his fists, both of them that were down by his side. The other students had seen Ray's get the crystals by himself. They knew that this wasn't true, but would they speak up for him? Surely, one of the others would say something. Running in their minds was the thought, if one of the others spoke up, then they would too. However, no one did. Not a single person spoke up, leaving it so no one said a thing. Simeon wanted to say something, but it was clear that they wouldn't take his word. I will be taking these crystals, and good luck in getting picked. Trash like you should just leave the academy," Todd said as he marked another X by Ray's name and placed the pouch on his side. Simeon was in disbelief, but Dame thought it was to be expected. In a way, with Ray's trying too hard, he had just shown something that was too unachievable. Which did make him wonder, how did Ray's manage to catch so many? With the techniques I showed him and being a 2-star pagan warrior, he shouldn't have been able to get that many. Could I even get that many crystals without destroying the place? Todd was about to walk off, heading to the next student until he heard something. "No." Ray shouted, his head down and his fist still tensed. "I don't care if you have something against me, but those crystals are mine, and no one takes things from me that are mine." Teacher Todd had stopped in his tracks. He could hear the slight vibration in Ray's voice, one that would only appear when one was truly angry. Immediately, Todd turned around, his eyes bulging as he looked at Ray's. "These items are yours. You think this is deserved by someone like you, a no-name who shouldn't even be in the academy in the first place." Todd started to walk back toward Ray's, and seeing this, Dame didn't think it was a good idea, and neither did Simeon. The two of them were on the move, shifting from the line and heading toward where Ray's was. "Even if I'm a no-name, so what? What if I was to beat those clan members that you grovel at their feet for just for a chance to wipe their backside? I would much rather live doing what I wanted as a no-name than live a life like yours." Instantly, Todd moved his hand and swung it, slapping Ray's right across the face. His cheek had turned bright red at that moment. The attack was fast. Unlike the other students' attacks that he could still follow and see, this one wasn't the same. Gritting his teeth, Reyes had enough. I hate people like this, I hate it. They are blind, they're in the same position as me. But because they can't get out of their situation, they take it out on those that they even believe are lower than them. People like this shouldn't exist. A flicker of dark magic started to travel around Reyes' finger. One hit. That's all I want, just one hit. When Reyes went to move his hand, he felt a strong grasp around his wrist, followed by a whisper into his ear, "It's not worth it, trust me. When the time is right, you can prove to everyone here. Prove him wrong through your achievements and not your actions. If you killed him, then he wouldn't even be able to see what you will achieve," Dame whispered. Flinging Dame's hand off his wrist, Reyes took in a deep breath. With that, rather than staying there with everyone present, he had decided just to walk off. He pushed open the heavy double doors and headed back to his room. Walking away from a situation rather than acting at times was the harder thing to do. Thankfully, Dame did have a way with words that would calm Reyes down. In anything, he knew the right way to talk to him. Thankfully, unlike a stroppy teenager who would just think their way was the right way, Dame realized that he was easier to reason with than expected, as long as you pushed him in the right direction and made him see the overall picture. Todd and the other teacher continued to count the power stones the others had received, somewhat ignoring what had happened. While the others were waiting for everything to be counted up, Liam had gone to the large double doors. He then pressed it hard with his strength, and he managed to nudge it only slightly open before stopping it and allowing it to close. "I thought so. This door is freaking heavy. The teachers are the ones that make this thing look easy to open. And Reyes just went through the door with no trouble right now. Is he really so far ahead of the rest of us?" Liam thought. For the rest of the day, the students were relatively silent. Self-training continued, but Reyes wasn't seen out on the courtyard running. It was the first time this had happened. It was odd. Some of them never really noticed his presence before or thought that they didn't really look at him. Yet without him just there working hard, their motivation for working hard had disappeared. This was true even for Liam, who half-heartedly shoved his sword through the straw puppet right in the crotch again. "I just can't get into it," Liam said to himself, looking at the sky. "Crap, why do I feel like such crap? Is it because I didn't say anything back then? I mean, even if I did say something, what would it have changed? The teacher seems to have had a thing for him since day one. It wasn't the time for them to be thinking about this. Not now, not when they were so close to the big event." During next few days, things had returned back to normal. The teachers were out in the courtyard, making markings in their books. Reyes was outside again, but he seemed to stay close to Simeon and Dame Moore and had stopped his running around the field. "Hey, are you all right, Reyes?" Simeon asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Reyes replied. "Things will all work out in the end. I have time to do what I need to do." "Do you want to get a paddle and hit Simeon?" Dame asked. "It's part of his training and it's pretty fun." Reyes didn't say anything and just went ahead to pick up the paddle from the ground. "What, please Reyes, go easy on me, please," Simeon said, lifting his hands up. "Oh well, I promised that I would do whatever you asked of me, and if this makes you feel better, then go ahead." Reyes was ready to swing the paddle, but before he did, he had a few words to say. "Simeon, when you feel you're in trouble, then firmly push on your earring. It will work out well for you," Reyes said, and swung the paddle before Simeon could say anything else. The days continued on, and finally, Safa had returned along with Teacher Lee. It was the final day, the day before the event was to take place. Before the announcement was made, Safa had joined the others in the main room. She had done her fake air hug once again when seeing Reyes, which made everyone look at her with an odd look. But she didn't care, she wanted to express her feelings. "Did you manage to learn a lot?" Reyes asked. Safa nodded her head and had a big smile on her face. "That's good. If you take part in the assessment, you shouldn't go out without a fight," Reyes stated. He was still debating internally whether or not he should teach her light magic, or if it was possible. For some reason, though, in the back of his head, he trusted Simeon more than he did Safa, even after everything he had done for her. Whenever this feeling would arise at the back of his mind, his chest would ache. Reyes thought this was a sign from the original body. It was clear that the original body trusted her and didn't like the fact that Reyes didn't fully trust her. Since it would be her core magic, there's no need to find a light attribute crystal as well. I wonder what Alter would think about this, about me teaching someone, Ray's thought. All of the students had eventually been called to the courtyard, and it was time for the announcements to be made. Teacher Lee had received the results from Todd and the other assessor. He had gone through everything, and now the final 20 to take part had been decided. I want you to remember that you 20 are the hope that things can change, that you can improve and bring glory to your clan within the dark faction, as well as out of it. Opening the book, Lee proceeded to call the following names. This was a given since Lee had been teaching her personally. When the two were together, Safa had also made it clear to Lee that she had a family name, and she brought over a book and pointed to the letters to explain her name. It was a long process, but something she absolutely wanted and what she felt was necessary. This was a name that also didn't surprise the others because Liam was excelling at everything compared to the rest. From there, the names continued to get called one after the other, and as it got closer to the final 5, the students were starting to talk among themselves in whispers. Hey, is Ray's going to get selected? He has to, right? I mean, although all he did was run, he has more stamina than everyone else. He's also quite good with his techniques, even though they're basic. He's probably got the most chance of winning a fight against a yellow band, right? These were all said in whispers, though, and it hadn't reached Teacher Lee. He had continued to call out the names, and had finally reached the last name. Hearing the last name, Simeon wasn't pleased, and instead, he turned to look at Ray's to see how he reacted to all of this. Safa was greatly confused as she looked at her brother. She had no clue what had gone on while they were away either. You knew this would happen, right? Dame said. You're not disappointed. I am a little, Ray's replied. But as you said, I expected this much at least. Don't worry, I'll find another way to get back at the main disciples. Heck if you can, Safa Simeon. You two are just going to have to do it for me. It wasn't just the 3 of them that were shocked, but it was also the other students. But just like the last time, they didn't know what to say. If they spoke up, would they then be treated as an outcast? If Ray's took someone else's place, would the rest of the group hate them for speaking up? And what about that student in particular that would be swapped out? Little did they know, all of those that had been selected in that moment would have also given up their place for Ray's to take part. The next day had arrived, and it was time for the grand event. It was finally the day of the big event. A month had passed, and by now, all of the students should have learned the skill to its fullest capability in this amount of time. It was the first assessment that would be given to first-year students. The first event was for them all to showcase the new skills they had learned in a friendly bout. In a way, it was also designed to show that the blue headband students still had a gap to close, and for the yellow and red headband students to know someone was always on their back ready to replace them. However, this time the event had more weight than it ever did, and the students had no idea of what was to come. A large stage had been built out of solid reinforced concrete. It was placed outside of the main courtyard that separated all of the buildings. It was also placed right in front of the main building of the academy where the teachers resided. The stage was slightly elevated off the floor and around 40 meters by 40 meters in size, giving them all enough room to use a number of foot techniques and show everything they had. The reinforced concrete was able to withstand hits from at least a stage 3 Pagna warrior. At the sides of the stage, there were stands built with a few seats in between. This covered 3 sides of the area and were colored dark blue, yellow, and red. On the final side, which was closest to the academy building, there were several seats out and about, possibly around 30 or so. Many had large umbrellas that would be used to block the sun, giving them a sense of shade. 2 men stood away from the seats, and that was Gunther and Pincer. I can't believe it's been an entire month, and I've still received no news about anything to do with the Dark Magus. The other teachers know nothing, Gunther complained. At least the reward still hasn't been taken down. It should mean no one knows anything about him yet. Oh well, at least today shouldn't be boring. I wonder how he's doing and if I'll get to see him perform today. Pincer grabbed onto a large gray horn. It had short fur on the outside, and the white color gave it the impression that it was made of some type of bone, placing both lips on the end. He puffed his cheeks and blew hard, letting off the signal that it was time to begin the event, a few moments later. The sound of marching filled the entire place. One foot was placed after the other, as Lee Todd and the other blue headband teachers walked in, their students in rows behind them, following them neatly. At the same time, the yellow headband students, around 70 or so in number, had come out, doing the same, being led by their teachers to their stand. And finally, there were the red headband students. When reaching the stands, everyone carefully lined up, turned, and took their seats. In front of the stands for the blue headbands and the yellow headbands, there were separate seats placed out in front closer to the stage. As for the red headbands, since there were only 20 students in the first place, there was no such thing. "Oh, it looks like the white-haired kid didn't make the cut. What a shame. I would have loved to have seen you teach him a lesson, Mata," Richter commented. "Yeah," Mata replied, and noticed that his heart was at ease. Was he afraid to go up against Reyes? Was he thankful that he didn't need to do such a thing? It wasn't just him, though. Sherry also noticed that the tall student wasn't taking part either, the one that had stopped her with the plate. "Will all students please welcome the Principal Merkel, Docthron, the Vice Principal Amir Huthel, and the headmasters of the 5 major clans belonging to the Dark Faction." Walking out through the academy doors were the principal and the vice principal, and following not too far behind them were the 5 leaders. Just their appearance alone as they walked together gave a large, intimidating feeling. Even though the area was large and vast, they felt like they were being pinned down by giant wild beasts. Just looking at them was giving everyone the shivers. What is going on right now? Why are the 5 clan heads here? This isn't a big event, they don't usually come, right? So why have they come this time? It wasn't just them, though. Soon, even more figures had come out from the academy, dressed in extravagant clothes. They were surrounded by powerful guards by their side as well. Teacher Lei had recognized them instantly. These are all prominent figures across the entire Dark Faction continent. Merchant heads, mercenary group leaders, and there are even some government officials among them as well. Teacher Lee had made eye contact with Principal Amir. It was clear his request had been granted. If he was able to show results in front of all of these, then it would provide great results. "It's a good thing I wasn't fighting after all," Dame commented. "What do you mean?" Reyes asked. "Some of those clan heads, I've fought them before and they know exactly what I look like. They would have been able to sniff me out from the beginning," Dame explained. "Who would have thought that they would be bringing such important people?" Reyes was looking at each of the clan heads individually. This party was his target, those that he had to overcome in this world if he wanted to become someone of significance. For those taking part in the event, the presence of all of these onlookers was making them more nervous. "They're all going to be watching," Simeon said. "All of these people are going to be watching my embarrassing talent." Simeon placed his head nearly on his knees. He was so embarrassed imagining the fighting already, and he thought maybe it would have been better if someone else was selected instead. "I just hope those clan heads don't hold a grudge when I kick their precious sons and daughters to the ground right in front of them," Liam said confidently. It wasn't just the blue headbands that were nervous, though the 5 main disciples were as well. They didn't even dare look in the way of their clan heads because, in a lot of their cases, they weren't just the clan heads, but these were their relatives, their grandparents, direct parents, aunts, or uncles. "It's been a long time since the 5 of us were together like this. It's a shame we don't get to meet up more often," an older man with a scruffy beard and a large belly said. The man was Gavin Roxburgh, and he was head of the Moon Shield clan. Their clan was well known for being placed on the border between them and the Light Faction, and had never once failed in defending an attack. "Please, I would much rather keep our meeting to a minimum. I am very busy," a woman with dark purple hair and next to no wrinkles on her face, looking the youngest of the group, said. She was Phoebe Dines, the head of the Lethal Bite clan. "I should thank you all for coming," Amir said with a polite bow. "I know all of you have extremely busy schedules, but don't you think it's good to keep an eye on the future generation of our clans, especially with the troubles that have been occurring?" "He is right," Crine said, the leader of the Flowing Force clan. He was the only one there that had relatively short hair on his head. Not only that, he wore the least amount of clothing, showing off his muscular shoulders to the others. "I heard that the Light Faction had a scuffle with the Demonic Faction lately, and it didn't end well," Crine continued. Yes, I heard that as well," Samantha Wishart said, leader of the Tulip Falls clan. She had an incredible amount of fur clothing on her body, making her appear several times larger than she actually was. Even sitting in her chair, she looked somewhat like a giant polar bear sitting down. It's come as quite a surprise, since I also heard that Beatrix was sent. No way, Gavin nearly jumped out of his seat. Beatrix was defeated. Does this mean that the demonic faction has been gathering their strength if they have talents that are capable of beating her? Quite quickly, Merkel cleared his throat, interrupting the talking of the other leaders. We are not here to talk about these matters. Today we are here for the students, so please keep your attention on them. The others listened to Merkel and sat back in their seats, ready for the event to begin. Peeking over, though, Krine had noticed something. All of the seats were filled with guests. Amir had done well to get the correct number, after all. He had been in charge of inviting them all, yet there were 2 seats that were empty. Just as he thought this, he could hear the sound of footsteps from behind. "Sorry, I'm a bit late. The young one had to take a big log in the toilet," a male's voice said. And turning around, they could see a large man with a brown trench coat walking, and by his side, a short, orange-haired girl with a beret hat. From the stands, Reyes had instantly spotted the two. "What are they doing here?" The man in the large brown trench coat and the woman with orange hair tucked underneath her beret hat, the 2 of them were people that Reyes would never forget. Himi and Charlotte. The 2 of them were what was known as Otherworlders, just like Reyes. They didn't originate from Pagna, and they were also in the large organization known as Alter. What are the 2 of them doing here at this event? Why would they come to such a thing in the first place? Reyes thought. Both of them sat down in their seats and took a glance around the place. They were greeted by Amir and offered something to drink, while one of the guards served them. Charlotte continued to look around until she spotted Reyes up in the stands. Immediately, she went and tugged on the sleeve of Himi. "Look what I found," Charlotte said, raising her eyebrows in the direction of a certain individual. Gazing up, Himi spotted Reyes as well. "I see he made it into the academy all okay then. It's a shame that we won't be seeing him take part though," Himi replied. The 2 talked in hushed voices, making sure those around them wouldn't hear. They also kept getting odd looks from the other main clan leaders, but they knew who they were, or at least what group they came from. As Alter was an organization that many in high positions knew about, a group of people that were not quite a clan, but could be hired for distinct services. Reyes continued to stare out of the corner of his eye at the 2 of them. He didn't want Dame to catch on that he knew them either. That would open up another can of worms of questions for him. "That's right, they told me that Alter is everywhere, and I got that letter in my room. Someone from Alter was already at the academy. I still haven't figured out who that letter was from. Since that day, no one has tried to visit me or given me another one, but it does mean that Alter already knows that I'm here." Still, Reyes couldn't figure out why the 2 of them were there. They could have sent anyone from the group. Did Himi and Charlotte specifically request to come to the academy? Or was it just because they were already in the area? And why would the principal of the Dark Faction Academy invite them? These were honestly questions that Reyes would perhaps never get an answer to. He didn't even know how high their positions were in the Alter group, since he, along with the others, were just considered field agents. He was just told that someone would contact him if they ever needed his help. "I'm a little worried though. If they see Simeon fight, they might realize his strength comes from the item, although it's unlikely since it looks more like a martial arts technique." Now that everyone was present, Pincer had jumped from his position and entered the center stage. "I will now explain how the event will take place. The blue headband students must pick any opponent. From the yellow, stand apart from those that are in the selective seats. If they wish, they may also choose someone from the red headband group." Some of the merchants and those in the crowd chuckled as they heard this. Although it was the first time for the leaders to be invited, quite a few of them had witnessed the events before that. "After all of the blue headbands have taken part, we will invite the yellow headbands in the seats to go against the red headbands," Pincer explained. The yellow headbands in the seats were the top of the yellow headbands. The event was done this way so the strongest could go up against the red headbands at full force. As for why there were no restrictions on the blue headbands taking on those in the red, it was because of the skill gap believed to exist between the groups. A red headband user should at least be skillful enough to take on a blue headband and a yellow. If anything, if a blue headband owner did challenge a red headband owner, it would be seen like a warm-up. "Will the first competitor please stand?" Pincer shouted. Out of the blue headband owners, the first one to stand up straight in his seat was none other than Liam. Before selecting his opponent, though, he looked down the line where Safa and Simeon were seated together. "Please watch me carefully," Liam said, and lifting both of his hands up, he made a heart shape right toward Safa. Nearly all of the blue headband owners were shaking their heads at this point. They were embarrassed to be part of the same group, while the others laughed. "As for my opponent, I select the young master from the Erupting Fist clan," Liam declared. The laughter had instantly stopped there. If this was a joke, it certainly wasn't a funny one. Did he just say from the Erupting Fist clan? Does this young one have a death wish? Gavin said, slapping his large belly. Not only had Liam selected someone from the red headbands, which was a surprise, but he had selected what most presumed was the strongest first year in the entire academy, and perhaps the strongest in the entire academy. "I will prove what you said that day right here, and now is a lie." Standing up, Richter had a smile on his face. He was casual about the whole thing, and the two started to make their way to the platform. The blue headbands were nervous, and so was Teacher Lee. According to the assessment sheets given to me by the other teachers, Liam was the student with the highest score, Lee thought. Why did he have to go and challenge Richter of all people? If he had challenged a yellow headband, he had a good chance of winning. Many of the students had the same thought. Many knew that Liam was the most skilled out of all of them. So if he lost, it would be a big hit to all of their confidence. "You can do it," Dame shouted, his hands cupped around his mouth. "Use your killer move and take out his balls. Even if you lose." While everyone else was afraid to say something, Dame took this opportunity to cheer on the fellow disciples he had worked side by side with. Soon after, the rest started to cheer him on as well. "Show him that we aren't from some weak clans. We can change our position, Liam, take him out." The onlookers found the whole thing quite interesting. It was the first time they had seen the blue headband group so rowdy before. "Do you think this will be an interesting match?" one of the merchants asked. Richter is meant to be considered a prodigy, even within his own clan. Honestly, it's hard to see this lasting more than 2 hits, unless he wants it to last that long. Haha, Gunther laughed, overhearing the two of them speak. "You are probably right, but I don't know why, but I have a good feeling about the blue headbands. Things feel different about them. For some reason, I just feel like we might see something amazing today." Richter stood in the middle and pulled out his sword. For this event, the two of them would be using wooden swords for fear of killing the other student. It also allowed them to use the full strength of their techniques. "I'm a bit upset that you have chosen me. Your disgusting eye patch is not to my liking," Richter commented. Liam went and pulled out his sword and pointed it as well. "Do you think I care about what you like and don't like? Why don't you just stick your horny chicken under some rock?" Liam retorted. "From what I heard, you are one of the strongest from the blue headbands, so let's see what you got," Richter replied. Immediately Liam charged forward, and when he got close, his sword was high up in the air. "The elephant strike," Liam shouted and swung it down in a smooth motion. His sword was swinging in such a way that it was hard to predict where it would go. He's managed to learn the skill perfectly. Lee was surprised at what he could see. The elephant strike is also perfect to add to one's own clan skills or additional skills as well as a follow-up, even if the first strike doesn't hit. Despite the strange sword path, Richter was able to avoid it. He was moving with the sword as if he was following its very direction, staying just an inch or so away. The jewels thrust. Liam thrust his sword down below at the end of his elephant strike. It had perfect timing, and even the clan heads were impressed by what they were seeing. For a blue headband owner to perform this well, it seems the talent of the students has gone up this year, Samantha commented. The thrust had missed again, but Liam didn't give up as he went back to performing the elephant strike again. As they watched, the students were getting excited as the sword was swinging next to Richter. It felt like it was only a matter of time until a strike would land. He could really win at this rate. One of the students commented. "Don't be an idiot," Dame said. "Does his face look like someone who's losing?" Looking at Richter, he had a smile the entire time. Another thrust was performed by Liam, and he jumped back, avoiding the attack again, and cleared the distance between the two. "It's a good thing you know names aren't taking part in this fight. Because I will now show you what would have happened to you if you did," Richter said, raising his sword in the air. Richter lifted his sword up in the air, pointing toward the sky. It became a focal point as everyone's eyes looked at it, but it just remained there up in the air. He didn't swing it down nor did he move. As for his eyes, he was looking straight ahead at Ray's. He didn't break eye contact and just continued to look ahead. Urkel Docthron, the principal, had taken note of his grandson's actions. Why is he looking at the white-haired kid? Did something happen between the two of them, with the position Merkel was in? He was more the principal in name only. He had an entire clan to run, which meant he would only be called or informed when there were big decisions to be made. He was unaware of what had happened to Ray's, nor did he really know of his existence until now. "What are you doing?" Liam shouted in anger. "Fight me," I said, "fight me." Liam charged forward and swung his sword out to the side. Moving quicker, Richter swung his sword down and hit Liam right on the shoulder before he could even fully swing his sword. "Arg!" Liam shouted in pain. The sword was lifted in the air again, and Richter swung down, hitting the other side of his shoulder. The pain shot through his entire body, and Liam was unable to even stand. He was falling to his knees, but before he could, Richter hit him right in the chin, keeping his body up with the strike. When Liam's body was falling again, Richter proceeded to hit just under his armpits, keeping him up again, and did this a few times so he was unable to fall to the ground. This is just cruel," Dame commented. Honestly, Rays couldn't agree more. Why were there people that flaunted and abused their power over others? Was the thrilling feeling that they got, did it mean that much to them? Eventually, Richter had stopped, and Liam fell to the floor. He was still conscious, his muscles bruised, his bones perhaps already partly broken. Yet he still reached for his sword. I trained so hard. I did everything I could for this day. Are you better than me because you trained harder than me? Are you stronger than me because of things you've been through?" As Liam turned around, Richter stepped on his chest. "I told you already." Richter said, smiling, "I was born in this position." "And you were born in your position. You can't change those facts. You can't overcome it with hard work. All of you are here for us." With the bottom of his foot, Richter then went and kicked Liam. His body was lifted in the air, and he was heading right for those in the blue headband group. The first to react, though, was Safa. She rushed out of her seat and caught Liam's body. He was heavy, though, and the kick was strong. She slid across the floor until Simeon had joined in and grabbed onto Liam as well. When he grabbed onto the body, the three of them stopped. Liam looked to see who was holding onto him, and he could see the big, beautiful round eyes. "Oh, Safa, if I knew all I needed to do was take a beating for you to hold me like this, I would have gladly taken 100 beatings." Liam smiled. Hearing this, Simeon then pulled Liam's body away from Safa and dragged him along, taking him to the teachers. "This pervert seems to have something wrong with his head. He needs to get checked," Simeon said, leaving him be. Now, with Liam by the side of the students, they could see how much damage and pain he was in. He was trying his best to hide it, but parts of his body had already swollen up due to the fractures inside. It's a shame. That young man with the blue headband actually showed some promise with his skills. If he had taken on a yellow headband owner, then maybe he would have had a chance, one of the onlookers commented. Arrogance and knowing one's strength are also part of being a Pagna warrior. It just goes to show that he thought too much of himself, and a warrior like that will be hard to grow. After seeing the results of the first match, Teacher Lee was getting nervous. He looked over at Amir, who shook his head. "I have brought all of these prominent people," Amir thought. "You will have to show a lot more than that. I need a reason to tell the Lethal Bite clan to back down, and to show these merchants that you are capable." Although Teacher Lee couldn't hear Amir, he knew exactly what he was thinking, and his fists were tensed harder than ever, according to the evaluation. He was our best student, and he couldn't even land a scratch on the red headband. The only way we can show our strength is by winning more matches. With that, the next blue headband student stood up and declared his opponent, naming one of the students from the yellow headband group. The fight had started between the two of them. There were only a few clashes before the blue headband student had ended in defeat. The next match took place, and the next, and again, they all would lose their match in similar fashion. All of the blue headband students were gripping their clothes, frustrated at what was happening because they could see it. They could see the yellow headbands, the red headbands, and those watching, all of them laughing at the results that were taking place. The harder they tried, the more amusing it was to the others. Eventually, the students had suffered 10 losses in a row. "What is this?" Lee shouted at Todd and the other assessor. "Are these really the best students out of them all? They are getting destroyed out there." Todd gulped. "We did as you asked and assessed them based on all the tests you provided us. These are the results. I'm sorry, Teacher Lee, but the students are just not strong enough." Usually Teacher Lee wouldn't react like this, but he was desperate for a win. Desperate for anything to turn the tide, but now he had next to no hope. This wasn't giving him a good reputation, he could tell from the merchants and others. This was ruining his reputation completely. If he could, he would stop the fights right there and then, allowing just the yellow headbands and red headbands to continue. There was still his own pupil, but evaluating the skills he had seen, she would most likely lose as well. If that were to happen, then he felt like his world would come crashing down at that moment. Not too far by the teacher's side, though, was Liam, who had been lying down, and he had heard everything. He had also seen the results of all the matches so far, and he had had enough. Lifting his body off the ground, he grunted in pain before shouting. "No," Liam said, and the students turned as they heard his words. There is someone in our group who's strong and can beat them." Teacher Lee was wondering what the student meant. He was the strongest out of the blue headbands, so how could there be someone else? "Please, we're getting destroyed out there. This whole thing is embarrassing and so frustrating. I can see the way they look at us, the way they treat us, and I just want someone to shut them up," Liam shouted. His voice was on the verge of breaking. His frustrated cries were felt by the students sitting in the stands as well. "You have to let him take part, you have to let him fight, you have to let Reyes fight," Liam shouted. Liam still remembered when he had challenged him that day. His overwhelming defeat. He knew he was strong, but he didn't want to admit that a no-name could best him. However, it was the way they were treating him, not the same way they were being treated by the higher headband users as well. Being put in the situation they were in now, he knew how Reyes and the other no-names must have felt. From that day, Liam treated Reyes differently, but he was embarrassed by his actions. He couldn't even look him in the eye. So how could he ask him to fight for them? This strong sense of guilt within Liam was growing. It grew even stronger when he didn't speak up during the Power Stone gathering assessment. He deserved a place on the seats to go up against them, much more than anyone else. "Please let him fight," Liam asked once again. Teacher Lee looked at the assessment book given to him and tried to search for the name Reyes. As he did, though, he could see that he had been given the lowest score out of the 200 headband users. This kid, is he just trying to get his friend a chance to fight? "I can't risk it, there are still 10 more students left to fight. Letting the weakest pupil fight, is he just trying to make me into a bigger laughing stock?" "Callum, please stand and select your opponent," Teacher Lee called out. Callum stood up from his seat. His whole body shaking, he looked at Liam, and then looked back up at every corner of the stands. "Teacher Lee, I agree with Liam, please let Reyes fight." The student stood up straight, his body shaking slightly with an unnerving look on his face. Instead of calling out for his next opponent, he had made a request to his teacher. "Teacher Lee, I agree with Liam, please let Reyes fight." It took a lot for the student to say these words because he was conflicted as well. If Reyes fought and won, if a no-name won, what would that mean? Would it mean that they were less than a no-name, that those born in the lowest caste system were better than them? Perhaps, but it meant something more than that to the students, because they were fighting to prove that the position of the clan could change, that the position and place of a person weren't predetermined. If anything, a victory through Reyes, a no-name, was an even greater achievement in proving this, but what they needed was a victory at all costs. The memories of Reyes running every day, of him hunting the hot bunnies, were all fresh in their minds. He was their hope for a victory. Seeing the student speak, Lee slapped the top of his forehead and shook it. "What has gotten into you students? Do you really want the worst student to go out there and fight on your behalf?" Lee asked. The student didn't say anything, somewhat stating his answer. "The student they are talking about is also a no-name," Lee noted, looking at the top corner of the stand. No name will have been from no clan. They would have had next to no chance to learn any advanced skills or receive Kai pills to have grown a strong foundation. He is also one of the students that arrived late. So they weren't even able to obtain a skill book from the library, sure. The girl I took in was also a no-name, but I could see her talent. It's not usual for talents like this to come across once in 100. 000. So, is the student just afraid of going out there and embarrassing themselves in front of the others? Teacher Lee started to think about what Liam had said as well. He had already lost his fight and had the same thing, so maybe there was some truth to it after all in the end. The teacher turned his head to look at the two teachers that had taken the assessment. These results that you gave me, are they absolutely correct? Teacher Lee asked. Yes. Todd answered as he wiped his hands on his legs. The student performed basic fist skills and did nothing but run during the month. He was one of the worst performing students. Todd's voice had wavered slightly because in the back of his mind, he was worried about something. That kid, he didn't get all of those power stones on his own, did he? No, that's impossible. He must have stolen them. Not even the main disciples would have been capable of such a thing, from up above. Reyes could see that there was some commotion going on. A lot of the students were wondering, because a student had stood up from his seat, but had yet to declare an opponent of any kind. They were also too far to hear anything that was being said either. Callum, select your opponent, Teacher Lee said. The moment he said that, sighs were let out everywhere, including coming from Liam. In the end, they would take the teacher's word over the kids. If I send out the worst student, I would be a laughing stock. I can't do it, reluctantly. Callum called out one of the students from the yellow headband group. He stood there in the center of the stage and tried his best, using the skills he had learned. He swung the sword well, but he was just a little too slow in movement. Not only that, but the skills the yellow headband owner displayed were beyond that of the blue headband. Using his sword, he had knocked it out of the student's hand and hit the blue headband user right across the face, knocking Callum out and sending him to the floor. Ha, the yellow headband owner laughed. Come on, now you guys are embarrassing the dark faction as a whole. If they are weak clans like you protecting us, well, let's just say when war comes, I wouldn't want you protecting my back. With the defeat, a few students went and took Callum off the platform. After that, the next student stood up and declared his opponent. Once again, 5 more students had lost from the blue headband group, leaving only 4 left, including Simeon and Safa. When the next student stood up, he was already pleading. Please, sir, please let Reyes take my place, the student said, gritting his teeth. I want to take part, I want to show my skills, but more so than that, I want us blue headbands to at least get a win, the student cried out. We've all been training hard side by side this entire time. We know our strength, so please. Once again, there was another pleading from the students, and just as Lee was opening his mouth to decline him, he heard the others speaking up. Please, sir, please let Reyes fight, the students asked. These were the front row of the group, not just those taking part, but the other students in the crowd. We need to win, let Reyes fight on our behalf. Please, sir, they keep laughing at us and cursing our clans, let him fight. There was an overwhelming response, and it was coming from all the other students. When had Teacher Lee ever seen something like this, and it was for no name, no less. Relaxing his tense fist, Teacher Lee looked up to the sky to make his decision and let out a big breath. If that is the wish of my students, then how am I meant to go against it? Very well, I will let Reyes fight, Teacher Lee stated. It was a risk he was taking, but with only 4 students left and how many straight losses their group had gone through without putting up much of a fight, he would take the gamble, but he wasn't hoping for much. Reyes Cromwell, Teacher Lee shouted with a booming voice. Please take the position of Helix fan since he is not feeling well or up to the task. A big smile came across the students' faces when they heard this, and Helix started to grab his stomach as he rushed off and away. Arg, my stomach, Helix said with a smirk as he went away to the side. Wait, me, he wants me to take part. Reyes pointed a finger at himself. That's what he said, Dame replied. It looks like you're going to get your revenge after all. Go on and show them what you've got. Go get your revenge. Reyes stood up, a bit dumbfounded as he wasn't expecting to be called, but Dame was right. This was his chance. As Reyes walked down from the stage, the principal and those from Altar started to take notice. Oh, what a very interesting development, Himi said. Principal Merkel would not usually take notice of Reyes, a student from the blue headband group, but he had noticed that his grandson was looking at him in a strange way. If it was a student from any of the other groups, he would have perhaps ignored it, but from the lowest headband users. Although sometimes there were those that would rise from yellow to red, and on occasion from blue to yellow, it was a rare occurrence. What had never happened was a blue headband rising all the way up to red. Even if they were to achieve a yellow headband, that would be their limit, which was why it was quite interesting to Merkel. He wasn't even taking part in the assessment. He wasn't one of the chosen 20. Now Teacher Lai decides to put him in the roster of fighters. This is quite confusing, Merkel thought, and decided to turn to his most trusted aide by his side. Amir, what clan is that white-haired child from? Merkel asked. The white-haired boy. Amir saw that Reyes had made it through the crowd of students, and he also recognized the expression on the faces of those that he had gone past. They had smiles and were pumping their fists. It was an odd action, because they would do it only when he passed, as if they didn't want him to see that they were cheering for him. He is a no-name. Amir answered. He resided in a town that belonged to the Red Brigade clan, a third-rate clan at best. Merkel didn't say anything yet, nor did he react. Instead, he just went to stroke the back of his hair that he wrapped around the front. Amir could tell, though, he was thinking, anyone would find this odd. A no-name is actually getting selected to take part. Samantha held up her fan covering her mouth, making it hard for anyone close to read her expression. No wonder he wasn't part of the original lineup. I guess we should just wait and see the yellow headband. Matches after this, she sighed, and the rest of the leaders felt the same way. They were tired of seeing one-sided matches one after the other, because now there was no more excitement for them to witness. They could already predict the results of how the rest of the matches would go. Over to the left side of the principal, Charlotte was giggling away as she stomped her foot relatively fast on the ground. Hey, we're going to see him fight, Charlotte said, giggling to herself. I'm so excited. Are you bipolar or something? Himi asked. You never seem to act this way when we're on the job. Or watching another agent. Hey, Charlotte replied. You know he's special, right? He's not only from Alterian, but he's also able to use Kai as well. Aren't you curious how skilled he is as a warrior? Charlotte was actually curious about Reyes in more ways than one. She had constantly thought back to that day. Reyes somehow knew how to make combination spells perfectly. He also had created a powerful potion as well. This she had kept a secret to herself. But knowing this, she naturally wanted to stay close to him and try to find out what else he knew and gain his knowledge. All right, fine, Himi said, fiddling with his fingers even though there was nothing in his hand. But try not to make it obvious that we actually know him. Charlotte stopped tapping her feet away, but there was still a large smile on her face. On the red headband side, Reyes had become quite the talk as well. It looks like you got your wish. Osep said, his arms folded straight. He was one of the 5 main disciples from the Moon Shield clan with a shiny bald head. The kid is taking part after all, so who do you think he's going to go after? Haha, well now we get to humiliate him in person. Sherry chuckled, covering her mouth slightly. It's quite obvious that he's either going to choose Mada or Richter. He seems to have a grudge against those two the most. You're right, are you ready to give us a show, Mada? Lisa asked as she turned to him. When she did, she was a bit taken back by what she could see. Mada had both of his hands together. He was kneeling over slightly, and his skin looked a little pale. Are you not feeling well? Lisa asked. I am fine, Mada replied, even though he himself knew he was certainly not fine. The moment he saw Reyes, pictures flashed in his head of what had happened that night. The chill he felt all over his body returned. Am I scared? But it's not of Reyes, it's of whatever that monster was that was protecting him. If he picks me, then what do I do? What is going to happen to me if I fight him properly? Mada was panicking slightly because he knew he was the most likely to be picked as well. And finally, it was time, after getting to his seat. Reyes was asked to stand, please. Select your opponent, Lee asked. I hope you aren't silly and pick someone from the red headbands. There is no need. As long as the remaining students win their fights, it will show that I am somewhat capable, Lee thought. Looking at the students, Reyes was thinking quite hard. He didn't give an immediate answer. I wonder what he's thinking, Dame thought. I thought I had gotten to know the Dark Magus quite well, but during the time at the academy, he has shown some interesting sides. Dame thought back. There were times where it looked like Reyes wasn't paying attention to the students around him that were training, but he did, even when running. He would carefully not get in the way of others at times. He would even move the other training equipment back in place, even if it was something he never used. On the outside, Reyes appeared dark and non-caring. Dame had seen this when the students had attacked him, and the death at the inn back in the demonic. faction, it was almost as if this type of act was second nature to him. Yet it was clear he also had a caring side to him. It was almost as if something had happened that had turned him this way. To have a hard, darker outer shell, but it's hard to hide one's true self. You heard the others' frustration. You feel the same pain as them as well, don't you? Dame smiled to himself. So knowing you will try and find a way to deal with all 5 of the disciples right here. I choose him. Reyes shouted as he pointed at a yellow headband owner in the crowd. There was a sigh of relief from Lee. But it wasn't over yet. Go on, Reyes. Go show them what we can do, the students behind shouted. Liam didn't say anything because he was quite surprised by his choice. Crap, so after all I did to help him get up there, he's not even going to take on a red headband owner. I thought for sure he would have gone for one of those main disciple snobs. The yellow headband owner had descended onto the platform and stood a few meters away from Reyes. It comes as no surprise that trash will support trash. The yellow headband student said. Somehow a no-name has managed to get the support of his entire group. How sweet. That's right, Reyes said, smiling to himself as he put the sword away by his side rather than drawing it out. I am from no clan. I was one that was born with no name, so I am a person that is deserving of no position in this world. Reyes stretched out his hands wide at that point. Charlotte recognized this, and her eyes were bulging because she had seen a pose like this before. No, it can't be. Is he about to cast a spell? Right in front of all of these people. He would be crazy to do that. Her heart was racing as she was wondering whether to inform Himi or not. Here there were far too many witnesses, which would make it a huge problem for them to clear up. I remember those words, Reyes thought. Those same words were said to me when I was a mage that I wasn't able to rise, yet I had done so back then, and now I just need to do the same again. The yellow headband user charged in with his sword. He was crouching down slightly like a tiger. Oh. The tiger's strike. Well, he's starting off with full force from the get-go. Osep commented, I guess that means this match is over. The student pounced forward with his kai and force, aiming straight for Reyes. Immediately moving his feet, he had timed it perfectly, performing the 2-step shift to the side, avoiding the thrust. Grit your teeth, Reyes said, and he performed the 2-step shift again, throwing out his fist. He didn't hold back with his kai, using his second stage powers with his full might. He landed a blow square on the student's face. His face squashed inward. The sound of his nose cracking was felt. His body went flying with a stream of blood coming out from his nose and mouth as he fell on the floor. His body bounced off the ground, and he lay there still, unmoving and unconscious. Blood dripped from Rey's fist as he looked up and stared directly into the eyes of the 5 disciples. The yellow headband student was lying on the floor. Unconscious. His consciousness had left his body, and he almost looked as if he had died. A few moments later, his body started to twitch, and it appeared that the student had regained consciousness. What was clear to everyone, however, was that he had been knocked out. Not only that, but it had been done with a single hit. Hey, am I seeing things? One of the blue headband students said, sitting right next to Liam, who was now well enough to get back onto one of the seats. I knew he was strong, but I honestly had no idea he was this strong, Liam commented. I don't think even anyone in the yellow headband group could knock out one of their own in a single hit. It took a moment for everyone to take it in, until eventually the whole blue headband group cheered at Rey's victory. Yeah, they cheered together. Yes, you white-haired freak, you monster, you ghost of a thing. Aw man, if only I wasn't straight, I would be running up there and giving him the biggest kiss of my life. It was unusual for pagan warriors to act this way, for students to act this way, especially with those who were watching. They would always act in a dignified manner. Yet, the students had been going through a wide range of emotions. Emotions that the youngsters found it quite hard to control themselves. So the moment they realized Reyes had managed to turn the tide, to accomplish what they wanted, they couldn't help but let out a cheer. What a bunch of wild animals, Samantha commented, one of the head leaders of the 5 clans. They have one simple win, and you would have thought they had won some type of war. Gavin started to chuckle, his belly moving up and down. You have to admit, it certainly was impressive. He had used the 2-step maneuver perfectly and shifted his weight at the perfect time. It was textbook. No wonder the other student was unable to react. Merkel continued to play with his hair, but Amir could see that there was a slight smile on his face as well. Now I have an idea why you might be interested in him, but we still haven't seen enough. It wasn't just them. Charlotte had almost let out a scream of joy when she saw Ray's victory, but she had quickly been kicked on the shin of her leg, and she let out a scream of pain instead at the time. Himi had been watching her carefully. "Hey, someone won. It's normal to be happy," Charlotte said, rubbing her shin. She was more thankful that Ray's didn't use magic, but what it meant was he was improving as a pagan warrior as well. She was sure, based on the time he had been here, he couldn't have been a pagan warrior for long, so he was quite the quick learner. I guess the world wanted him to be more of a martial artist rather than a magician, Charlotte thought, considering what star Mage Ray's was. Back at the Blue Headbands area, they could see Ray's walking back to the stage. The student on the ground had no clue what was going on. He was still confused until his teachers came to pick him up, and the looks on their faces weren't pleased at all. Similarly to how Teacher Lee would get praised if his students performed well, the other teachers would be scolded for their performance as well. For Teacher Lee, his eyes looked like they were going to pop out of his head, and he was frozen in place. He actually won, and convincingly as well, Teacher Lee said. Why didn't he go in earlier? Thinking about this, Teacher Lee thought that Ray's win could have been a boost to the rest of the students' momentum. It greatly affected how one would fight. After all the losses, even he could see how the Blue Headband fighters hold back in their strikes. Thinking about it more, Lee knew the answer. Lee snapped at Todd by his side, who took a step back, flinching. You said he was the worst performing student in the class, Lee shouted, but in hushed tones so the others couldn't hear. You gave him the lowest marking of the lot. How could you be so blind and do such a thing? If there was no one looking, Lee would have given him a few beatings right there and then, but it wasn't the time. I just handed in the results according to the assessments. Todd replied. He tricked us all by pretending he was weak. I'm sure he planned all of this, just so he could surprise everyone like he did now. I didn't trick anyone. Ray's overheard their conversation and went to sit back in his seat. Let me ask you, on the last assessment, how many crystals did I get compared to everyone else? Todd raised an eyebrow, but you stole them from the other students. But he didn't, Liam replied. Not a single one of us claimed that he did. You just said he did, and at the time, it didn't really feel like we could speak up. Teacher Lee gave another large stare at Todd, to the point he lifted up the scorebook to avert his eyes. On the other side, the 5 disciples had seen it all. Did you see that stare he gave us? Richter said. That was very exciting. He hugged himself tight with both of his arms and his face was flushing a little red. Well, in the end, he chickened out and chose the easy option, Sherry said. He didn't fight any of us and just beat up a useless yellow headband. I don't really think that proves much, right? The disciples seemed to agree. To them, it wasn't a stain on their performance but more on the yellow headbands, so it meant nothing. You're right, Osep commented. The ant has just beaten up the beetle, but both of them are still bugs. Sitting back down in the seats, Teacher Lee had decided that he wanted to keep up the momentum, so he had chosen Safa to stand up next in the order queue. She too had chosen one of the yellow headband students and went to the stage. Hey, you better not embarrass us, the yellow headband teacher said to the student, and the two of them got on stage. Most of the students held practice wooden swords, but Safa was one of the few who held onto a wooden spear. A miracle happened before, but it won't happen again, the student shouted as he rushed forward. Safa stood her ground with the spear, and then when she was ready, she thrust it forward. The student was able to avoid the strike and tried coming in closer, but several thrusts were made with the spear pushing him back each time. He tried to strike the spear away, but it was pulled back, and when he went in for another attack, it was thrust forward again. Damn it, no matter what I try to do, I can't get in at all, the student thought. What is this? The student tried to move faster. But Safa still stayed in her position, thrusting the sword again and again. The match went on for quite a while. 10 minutes had passed of this repeating. What was amazing, though, was Safa's concentration and the fact that she hadn't moved from her position at all. Not only that, but she didn't seem to be tiring, while the yellow headband user was frustrated. The yellow headband owner tried to charge in, forcing his way in. At that moment, just like Ray's, she had used the 2-step shift and thrust the spear. It hit him right in the chest, a single chi-filled strike that was incredibly painful. His body was lifted in the air and he fell over backward, holding onto his chest. The pain was great, to the point he felt a bit of blood coming out from his mouth. He didn't get up for a few moments, and by then, Safa was there with the spear pointed right at his neck. Yes, Teacher Lee screamed. She did it, she really did it. She did everything perfectly, just the way she was meant to. The group was somewhat even more stunned than when they had seen Ray's win, because that was now 2 successive wins in a row for the blue. Headbands. Miracle could happen once in a while, but for them to happen one after the other just like that. For those watching, they would think that it wasn't just the students, but it had to be some involvement from the teachers as well. Ah, I recognize the technique that was used. That was from the Pointed Head clan, was it not? One of the merchants said. Ah yes, they are quite skillful, but I thought they had been producing subpar warriors these days. Not enough to protect us from bandits. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Everything was working out for Teacher Lee. He just needed a little bit more, and everything would be okay. As Safa returned to her seat, Simeon had lots of praise for her, but he was nervous because he would either be up soon or he would be next. That was when Ray said something to him, though. The momentum was on their side, and there was an excitement in the air that was coming from those watching. They had just witnessed 2 great miracles one after the other, and now it was the perfect time to act. Don't worry, Ray said to the nervous Simeon. I'm not going to let those main clan disciples get away with this, with everyone watching. The stage has not been set. Raising his hand, Ray stood up at that moment, and without talking to Teacher Lee, he started to make his way onto the stage. I have a proposal to make. The timing of Ray standing up was a bit odd too. Everyone watching. For one, there should have been still 2 more matches to go for the blue headband wearers. Simeon, along with one of the other students, had yet to compete. After that, the selected yellow headband users would fight next against pretty much the rest of the headband users. That was the main event, while everything else was the warm-up. However, Rays wasn't going to let this momentum shift. Right now, the miracles that had been achieved by the blue headband group were fresh in all of their minds, and they were more inclined to listen. I have a proposal, Ray said out loud as he walked forward past the teacher and onto the platform. For those watching, it felt like quite a shock to see a student acting this way. The way he had stepped onto the platform, it was as if he owned it, but Rays carefully turned away from the students and faced the crowd as he gave a small, polite bow. Please hear me out, Rays said after lifting his head. No one had come out to stop Rays, despite how much Teacher Lee wanted to tackle him out of the area. This was his golden goose, and discourse between the two would seem a little strange. Rays looked directly into the eye of the principal and saw a slight nod. He knew this was his chance, his only chance. Thank you, Rays cleared his throat and held out his hand toward the 200 students on the side. We are all from the Dark Faction and are from multiple clans across the continent. Although we might not be the majority of strength that leads the faction, our clans do cover the majority of the land. With it means that we work with the majority of the people in our territory. Today, with our blue headbands representing our clans, we wanted to prove something. That we can play a bigger role, that by working hard, we can show our importance to all of you. Do you believe we have shown you this today? Rays asked. The merchants started to talk amongst themselves, as well as the clan heads. The merchants were the ones who would work closely with the other clans, so in their eyes, if they had those who were more capable, it would be better for them. Besides, the higher clans always charged more, but for them, it was seen as worth the price since they were guaranteed a level of protection. But for merchants, money was king. If there was competition and more choice, their costs would be lowered. However, they had all come to an agreement. Just 2 members besting those in the yellow group didn't mean much in their eyes. Just the 2 of us winning against the yellow headband users doesn't mean much, right? Ray said, seemingly reading their minds. We haven't even fought against the selected students, which is why I have a suggestion, where we blue headbands have a chance to redeem ourselves for what has happened, prove our skills, and of course entertain you. Rays bowed down again. Dame couldn't help but smile as he saw what Rays was doing. He never thought he had this sly side to him. He set up an image in their head, given them a reason for his actions, and all while they were in a good mood. I bet a lot of them was saddened by the fact they had only seen a taste of Ray's skills, and right now, all of them were curious about wanting to see more. We understand. Amir, the vice principal, shouted out, what is your suggestion? Rays looked over for a moment at the 5-man disciples sitting in the red seats. And they caught it, a large smile that was on his face. All they could do as they sat there was wonder just what was it that he had planned. I suggest a group match, Reyes asked. A team of us that will go up against the Red Headbands, but not just any of the Red Headbands, the 5 main disciples of the 5 great clans belonging to the Dark Faction. Immediately, there were gasps and whispers among the guests and the students themselves. Even the Blue Headbands felt uneasy about what he was suggesting. A group of 5, Teacher Lee nearly choked on the air. But most of the capable students are already injured. And why did he have to pick the main disciples? For the disciples themselves, there was anger spread across their faces. They were almost disgusted by the suggestion. Why should they even waste their time fighting against people like them? I believe by going up against the best the Academy has to offer, we will be able to display our strength to you the best as well, Reyes explained. I am not a fool. I know there is a large difference between our two groups. I think this will serve as a great warm-up for those that are called the best. Just before you can enjoy your fight between the red and yellow headband students. At first, those at the side thought it would be a clear slaughter fest. The main disciples would win regardless, but if it was just as a warm-up and was an extra fight that they could watch, then they would be happy to get more entertainment. The seed of curiosity was also strong in them all. Just like when one would play the lottery, they knew the chances of success were low, yet the excitement of the chance of something happening and a dream excited them. Merkel didn't make a decision straight away. Instead, he was looking at the guests and seeing their reaction. Some thought it would be a waste of time, while others were looking forward to the match. Even if it was a waste of time, it would only delay them by a few moments at most. I would really like to see what happens, Himi said out loud in a deep voice, but he was just looking at Charlotte as he spoke. She raised an eyebrow, wondering what on earth he was doing, to which she eventually saw him wink. If the boy wants to fight that badly, then I'm sure he has something amazing to show us, Himi thought. Oh yes, Charlotte said out loud, relatively robotic. She was a horrible actor. I quite like seeing the sword swinging and the fist punching and the jumping and stuff. Overhearing the two on the left, Merkel had made his decision. I accept your proposal. At the very least, the 5 main disciples should be able to best the blue headbands and fight against the other students. Please, select who you wish to fight with you. Reyes looked at his group, and many were turning their eyes away from him, wishing not to be selected. The first name to be called had come as a surprise to them all. Wait, what? Liam shouted, holding the side of his ribs. I've only just recovered, and I'm half dead. I already fought against one of the red headbands. Why do I have to fight against them again? What in the balls is this? Ignoring his angry words, Reyes continued. I select Simeon as well. Nervous, Simeon stood up from his seat and started to walk over. He had somewhat expected this. When he finally reached Reyes and stood by his side, he stood there helplessly with his hands tucked into his armpits. I hope you know what you're doing, Simeon whispered. Seeing how Reyes was continuing to call out names. Liam eventually stood up. He reluctantly walked over, feeling like there was no choice. Safa Cromwell, Reyes asked. She didn't hesitate as she ran over, a smile on her face, happy that her brother was relying on her. She had trained hard so she wouldn't hold him back. And lastly, I pick you, Reyes pointed right up to the corner. Pink. Dame stood up, me. He pointed to himself once again, feeling a sense of déjà vu. With that, the 5 had been selected to go against the 5 main disciples. Reyes turned his head, looking at the disciples getting up from their seats. I have no intention of this actually just being a simple warm-up. I'm going to make each one of them spill blood right on this stage.